does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're reaching for the stars, we're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's happening? What is happening? So it's going to be, things might get a little heated today because I know there's lots of opinions on this. And that's why I had to do it. We got to talk about it, y'all. We got to talk about it. So we got to go there. So there's been a petition put out, and it's for somebody, Squirrel something, put a petition out, change.org, to get the $75K from Kylie Rodney, the reward fund. I need a good adrenaline rush to get me going. Oh, shit, girl. Oh, fuck. You guys hear Duke? Already. He's starting his shit barking to come out here already. Go on and get laid down in the sun. Go on over there. Lay down in the sun. Catch your little sunbathe in there. Come on, buddy. All right. All right. Now we got him settled here. That was returned to the donors. That's what I thought. But there's a petition right now going around, as you see the thumbnail. And so there's a lady had started a petition, Squirrel something. Hey, baby.
Hey, girl. Can you hear me good?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Nice. How are you doing this morning?
Good. I had to let Duke out here. He was already scratched at the door like, shit, she's already bitching. I need to be out here to find out what's going on.
Fucking Duke. Fucking Duke, man. Him and Curtis need to meet someday. I'm serious.
Oh, my God. They are two troublemakers. Oh, my God.
They really are. Seriously, every conversation we have is like, Duke, Curtis. Fucking every time, man.
When Curtis
Seriously.
broke the TV, you were so mad. I was like, leave Curtis alone.
I fucking swear to God, that actually wasn't Curtis. That was the other cat. But Curtis was all up in the mix, of course. You know, can't resist ever.
Yes, he is such an ornery little shit.
He really is.
Curtis and Duke both.
Fucking Curtis and Duke would be the fucking death of us, I swear.
Man, he's already right here looking. Since he's been fixed, he's gained like 30 pounds. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Has it helped with his attitude at all? Like,
yeah, actually it has. He's now good. A little bitch. He went from being tough to now being my little bitch boy.
Oh my God.
That's what happens when you cut a man's clip a man's, you know, set off. That's what happens. Usually that's what happens when you give a wedding ring. You get a wedding ring, it's like clipping a man's shit off. I
swear to God, bitch.
His whole attitude changed. It just
his whole attitude fucking changed, bitch. I swear to God.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna put this thing up real quick just to be.
So we're discussing AWP and reward petition, correct?
They want so right, and I put in there Ryan Upchurch donated 100,000 because he said he did, but AWP, I put on there, should they get the reward? Like, should they get the 75K? Because that was the reward for Kylie, and they found her. That is a fact. They did find her, but should they get the reward for it? Should they get that 75K? They've already got the 100,000 donation from Ryan.
I mean, okay, to be totally fair, yes. Because whatever rewards were put up, that they should be received. Whoever found them. Like, I just take issue with like I feel like it's deceptive to like to keep pushing this shoestring budget agenda. And when Jared was on your panel a couple months back with all that shit going on with that other person, he said they don't take rewards because they do it for the families, and it's not, you know what I mean? It's like,
and he said he actually told families not to put up reward funds because you get people like the guy we won't be named in here scamming people, you know, for rewards.
Just to clarify, but on that panel, because I was on that panel when he was on.
Oh God, it's Squid Egg.
I was like, let's talk about this. He said that that they don't recommend that they put up rewards, and they don't necessarily claim the reward money, but they said if they are given the reward money by the family, that he said we do take it to back into our work. So they won't
the only thing though, the family wasn't happy. They're not happy with the AWP right now.
So did this petition, is it connected to AWP officially in any way, or is it just a fan of theirs who's saying this?
I think it's she's a YouTuber, and she just started her YouTube channel, and so she I'm not sure if I don't know if this is growing the channel, if this is to help them. I don't know what it is. I have no idea who this woman is, honestly.
Have they made any sort of public statement saying we want this reward?
Yeah, well, no, here, I got the statement. So she, let me see here. I'm going to put it up on the screen real fast. Let me go get it. She put a petition for change.org in, and then someone else reached out to the AWP, and I believe Doug Bishop made a statement back that they did not get the $75,000 reward. Right. They are open to it, but I don't believe they got it. I'm trying to find this statement that he left. Here it is. Let me put it up here real quick and we can read it. Pretty sure this is it here. Yeah. I would like to thank you so much for your support for what it is we do. We really appreciate all of the amazing love and respect coming from you and also your viewers. We did not work this case because of a reward. We were requested by multiple agencies to assist. Obviously, we did learn that there was a reward. However, we do not pursue or ask for them. If a reward is presented to us, we will in fact honor it as such. Things would help us help more families. Just to clarify, we did not receive any reward on this case from the GoFundMe. Okay, but I didn't think there was a reward for the GoFundMe. I thought it was just cash reward that was like donated to them, but they said they returned it to the donors.
And if they did, well, I guess I just feel like that statement it lines up with their past policy. They're saying we don't insist on reward, but if it's given to us, we will accept it and invest it back in what we do. So unless
Right.
I just feel like anybody can make a change.org petition, and if honestly, I think that if somebody, I don't think you should make change.org decisions just for your opinion, right? It's asking for something for AWP, so it should really only be AWP officially stating, give us the reward. And it doesn't sound like they're doing that. It sounds like they're sticking to what they've said in the past. Like, we don't ask for rewards, but we will
I
take
kind of
it.
felt like, listen, I felt like the vibe of him saying that before was because, like, oh, you know what? It's like not that big of a deal. I'm talking vibe, not quoting him. Like, you know, like how he told that one person, just give it back to the family. Like, that was kind of the vibe. And then on another live stream, he said, we don't take rewards because the majority of them are bogus, is what he said.
Which I believe too. I mean, I think he said they only
I totally believe that.
Yeah, I think they said they've only actually gotten one reward, you know, because if a family says, oh, you know, we do still want to give the reward to you, they always say they've accepted it. And he said at the time we spoke to him, it had only happened like one time.
And am I tripping, or was there like a court battle over a reward in the beginning of their YouTube career? I'm not sure. I want to say, because I just listened to Zav Girl's interview, just like right before I came on here. Actually, I was listening to some of the Jared interview, but
I feel like I know where your conflict, like you'd be feeling conflicted, is coming from, because I feel that too. I've been thinking of this AWP thing for a while, right? Ever since they've kind of seemed to have gotten into some new stuff, like, you know, they're more like having they were pushing a theory, and I don't like that. You know me, I don't like that. Even when I used to watch like one of their first videos, and the one guy, he's like telling the cops who show up, he's like, I'm the best in the world at this, and it just seemed a little bit like eye roll. But then the thing is, they have a skill set, and they're doing things that are literally matters of life and death, right? We're doing cold cases, and they legitimately have these skills that I don't see anybody else doing that. And so a lot of the stuff they do that's negative is not going to outweigh the positive. And if they got very wealthy over this skill, I'm okay with that. This is like a legitimate, important job and skill, even though I don't like the whole YouTube entertainment part of it.
I'm okay with anybody getting money for what they do, as long as there's no deception there. Like, but I feel like telling people that they're on a shoestring budget is utter bullshit.
And other people do what they do. They just don't publicize it.
That's what I was going to say too. It's kind of like saying, I'm a good fighter. I'll win every fight. You know what I mean? And there's always going to be somebody better than you that could come and beat your ass. Now, there's probably divers out there and search teams that are as good as them or better, but they're not doing it through YouTube. Do you know what I mean?
Possibly, but doing cold, because these are cold. Here's the thing. They're straddling this bar because they are not working with the authorities. I personally think, in my perfect world, I think it'd be great if they fully went over to the side of being paid consultants and like professional developers for law enforcement, right? Because like, sorry, but like we could say other people do it, but I do think that the proof is in the pudding. They are every even when they go, there's so many cold cases where the cops have searched a place and maybe they searched a river and they didn't find anything. Okay. Of the percentage of the cases that they then go and research, though, their success rate is so high, right? That they clearly, so we don't even, I don't know. I just feel like I have a hard time saying that what they're doing is of such deep value. We're talking about cold cases, murdered loved ones, when they are able to solve these cases and recover people who these investigations are closed. If it wasn't for them, it would never, ever happen. As much as I do have a distaste, you know how I am, for a lot of this other part of it, a lot, it's just going to take so much to overcome the benefit of what they do. And as far as deception, I'm with you, but until they're actually like lying about what they're taking money in for, or what they take money for or not, at this point, I feel like they have a policy, and they say what it is what it is. Like if they want to build up a huge organization, they want to have millions, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sophisticated equipment. Okay.
Well, yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Now, this is, I'm talking about, I'm, like I said, not quoting, I'm going strictly on vibes in saying it's deceptive to say that they're on a shoestring budget. I know that they have a whole crew to pay. I know they have equipment to pay for, but saying you're on a shoestring budget is like saying that they're barely making it. And that it's like they can't, it's saying that they can barely pay their crew. Now, looking at their analytics and their engagement and stuff, and I'm sure they get a ton of donations on top of that. That's just like that's really far from true.
But they don't get paid.
But also,
for the job, right?
What did you think about the interview that they put in that video? That's the biggest issue I had, is that people say they're new and all that. Yeah, whatever. But I saw an interview with their executive producer where he said, we had to be really careful of what we said because we could potentially ruin someone's life. And then when they were confronted, because they obviously played it safe, they're not stupid. They didn't name the kid, but they said everything that they could say to imply that it was him.
I'm extremely unokay. Like, I am unokay with the way I've been disappointed, and it doesn't feel good to me how, lately this whole thing, like this vibe of like getting into any sort of speculation or investigation side, I don't like it. I don't like it. But at the same time, I just feel like it's a bit more nuanced. I wouldn't ever want them to stop. Even, I don't know. At this point, what they're doing is so beyond what most people on the internet are doing, or even like actual law enforcement, and in terms of tangible good that they're doing in the world, that it's going to take it's never going to be black and white for me, and it would take a lot. Like, I would rather them go and do this privately than eventually I think they're going to get a reality show. Okay, but how many reality shows are actually doing things where they're closing cold cases? I can't think of an example of that. So I would be like, okay, like I can't even think of it. What they do is so important and of such value. It's very hard to overwhelm it. Even though
it's never going to outweigh. They're going to be they'd be able to get away with almost saying and doing anything because they're doing such a good thing.
Yeah, and the family would still want, like, you think about,
which is fucking stupid.
Right, but think. I mean,
I'm sorry.
I know, but I mean,
don't play that shit, dude. Like, that's like, I don't know. I get where people stand with AWP more so than I do with Ryan Upchurch in this case, where it's like this fucking fangirl kind of fucking shit.
Yeah,
where like, oh my god, you fucking you kick puppies and you smack babies. That's okay because you're fucking awesome. I love you. Like that's how people be acting in these fucking chats. Yeah, with AWP and Ryan Upchurch. Now I understand it more so with AWP because AWP actually like provides, like, they have an awesome skill set and they provide a fucking very valuable service.
Right.
Ryan Upchurch is an entertainer and that's it. You know?
Right.
So I don't know. I was just really, really pissed about the whole Jagger thing. Like, that was so uncalled for and inappropriate. And everybody's like, oh, but they care about their credibility so much. It has to be true. No, it doesn't.
No,
because you said, Good Egg. No, I think that they're smart enough to know no matter what they do, they're still going to have a whole shitload of support.
I can only hope that they have a level of real life professionalism in their real job, not their YouTube job, that will restrain them from continuing to go down that path. I just really hope so. Because at some point, if they kept doing this and it created these kind of they added to these online circuses of the salacious stuff, then hiring them or, inviting them in would become kind of a deal with the devil type thing, because obviously resolving your cold case and finding your loved one would be worth almost anything. I don't want people to have to be giving up too much for that, like too much of their privacy and their basic decency. So I'm with you. I just feel like the pendulum's going to swing really hard. And now, things like, oh, well, now they want the money, they're money grubbing. They don't get paid by anybody officially, right? So as far as a shoestring budget, the idea is that if they're not consistently churning, pulling in donations, money from the YouTube, that's the only thing funding it, right? So it's going to have that feeling, kind of like when you see charities or something, and they're just, really pushing, or, politicians, as Bernie Sanders asking for financial support, like, once again, like, as long as they are only doing this on donations and they don't start charging for their services, and I don't mean families, I mean maybe like law enforcement, they're always going to have that vibe of like asking for money, like, we need these donations to keep going.
And they constantly address that and talk about that we are always on fundraising mode, which I was in awe of them, okay, and very disappointed with what happened in this case.
Yeah.
Not disappointed that they found her, obviously, but just disappointed in the Jagger part of it, and that they were so irresponsible with putting that interview in that video. Like, that was just ridiculous. But I do agree that I don't feel like it's a huge issue with them doing documentary style videos. But it can turn into a real slippery slope when you're dealing with grieving fucking parents. Okay, so they wanted to be the first ones to tell everyone that Kylie was found.
Yeah,
they did everything. I feel like they did everything they could with contacting the family. They had limited contacts, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, do you think that running to their community tab and to their Facebook was really fucking necessary?
Because they had invited the press already there and they wanted to get it out first. Why did they invite the press there to be there at the same time? That's where I have an issue too.
I kind of wish that they would just get picked up by like TLC or something. I don't even know if like maybe YouTube money is better than reality TV money at this point. I don't know, like cable, but I kind of wish that they would almost do that so they weren't making all these
and there are groups that
decisions.
Have been operating for decades longer than they have. They've only been doing this since 2019.
But then that just shows, I mean, their results are
the other groups have gotten hundreds of cars. You just don't see it. It's not publicity.
Cars, right? Yeah, but not necessarily. I just saying, like, they say like, oh, we're gonna go do a case. I know that I don't actually have the data in front of me to say like that there are other similar volunteers who do this and have their numbers in front of me, but I think that their success rate is insane, and I don't think they have necessarily special skills. I just think they're doing something. They have a formula and they're doing something that law enforcement isn't doing. So they're filling a need that's not there. And I wish that there was way more than them, because obviously so many more cold cases could be saved, could be solved like across the country. But at this point, what they're doing is, if they went, did they go down to where Kylie was without telling the family at all that they were going to go there?
Say that again. Sorry.
They had the family's permission to search for Kylie.
I don't think they ever asked for permission.
Really? Because that would be the first time that they've ever have not.
They weren't asked by the family. Yeah, they weren't asked by the family.
No, I'm not saying they weren't asked by the family.
Hold on, Katie B said she needs to go research because she's wrong. Who's wrong, Katie B?
Did they clear it with the family? That's what I'm asking. Did the family have any idea that they were there? Did they say, oh, we were approached, we are willing to search, can we do it? That's what I
mean, it was publicized, so they probably heard it on the news.
Yeah, it's not the same. Like, if they are getting an okay from the family, whether they approach the family or they are approached by the family, then that's okay. Like, if they're doing it without even notifying the family personally, that's another thing. So I would have to know the answer to that. I think that would be extremely out of character of what they've done in the past.
They said that they had a bunch of people ask them. They never said family.
No, I know the family didn't ask them, but did they tell the family that was the family aware that they were going to be down there? Because even in the what's that kid's case out in
Jed Hall,
even with Jed Hall, they were not contacted by the family. They were contacted by a family friend, but then they, talked to parents and said, okay, like, we can come out and do this. Like, would you like it? And parents were like, okay. They had not asked them, but they did not think they were going to find anything, but they were like, okay.
With Dr. Phil there as well.
And that was all signed off on by the family.
Yeah, because they didn't think the person was there.
Sure, and he was. I think it's a very nuanced situation. I mean, obviously, I wish that they were just doing this and we didn't even know who they were, and they were just solving these cold cases all over the place, and it'd be great. But it's just not. That's just not what's happening. So I think it's nuanced, and I think that when people find a distaste for something they do, which I fully understand, I felt it too, then the reaction to demonize is just, I just think that's problematic.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that, like,
them.
I'm not saying demonize, but like,
I know you're not, Kat.
how about being more accountable for all the hate that Jagger got? Like, you can sit there and say, like, we never said his name. That really fucking just, oh, we're done, son. Like, really?
No,
like,
I have a big problem with that.
Gross.
But then you see how this stuff starts to bleed. So now it's about, the 75K thing, right? That's not them saying it, right? But I don't know. Obviously I'm not a fan. Like, I'm not a fan of anybody.
Yeah, I don't fan over anybody. Like,
except Queen, obviously. But besides that, I'm not a fan of anybody.
Like, we're huge fans of Queen Bee, but that's about it, right?
That's it.
So, like, I love music. I have favorite musicians, but like, would I like scream and cry over them and shit, and like make an ass out of myself online, like agreeing with every weird thing they said?
No,
like,
it's bizarre. And I think that and just so you know, that fan mentality, it's that same mentality that's doing the anti-fan thing, right?
Yeah,
it is the same. And these people, and how many fans have we seen who literally are like, salivating and worshiping over somebody, and then you come back 2 months later and now they hate that person and they're salivating and worshiping somebody else. And I can see that's what's kind of happening. And I'm not gonna defend all the mistakes that they've made. I just think that they're just in it's weird. They're in a different class of anybody else on YouTube because they're doing some sort of actual real life thing that I can't think of any comparison for. Of any
YouTube channel that has anything to do with true crime, they're the ones that are actually contributing to cases. Oh, snap. Good egg yeeted herself.
She yeeted herself right off the panel.
Yeet on the street.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Real quick off the subject. Is that a boy cat?
Yes.
How much does he weigh?
Oh, it's got to be a good 20.
Look at him all up in the fucking camera and shit.
Yeah, because he got his nuts off and he's clingy as fuck now.
Oh my god, I love him so fucking much.
I was making a stream this morning and he literally just came and just plowed over me, and I had to
is he a rescue? Is it ear clipped? Is that what I see?
No, it's actually he has
it is folded. Oh, okay.
Yeah, defect that Scottish folds have, yeah.
Oh, he's part Scottish fold?
Well, that's it. That's the same genetic defect. Yeah.
Oh, got you. It's only on one ear, though, huh?
Yeah, he just has a goofy ear.
All right, sorry about that. I just had to know about the kitty because, I'm a fucking crazy cat lady.
Yeah, the black one should be coming for food soon.
I fucking love cats, dude. They're such assholes. I love them so much.
See, I love one cat. Curtis, your cat. But other than that, I love one cat. That's my aunt's cat, Sophia, and that's it.
Yes, you showed me Sophia. She's adorable.
I love Maine Coons, those big giant fluffy ones.
Hell yeah. I had a cat that, like, people that hated cats liked. Only one cat out of all the cats I've liked. Yes, and like my other cats, they're like, fuck you. But my one cat, Sam, that I had like when I in my young adult years and in high school, people love that fucking cat, dude.
Hold on. Callisto says, hold on a second. They were contacted by stepfather's sister from Chicago.
Yeah, that was one of the calls they made.
Right. And that situation.
So SF was with maternal grandfather and dad, right?
Yes.
And he got the word from who?
Somebody saw the post on Facebook. So it was like Mystery the DX, I believe their like Twitter handle is. I don't know if they have a YouTube channel.
They had already posted about it before Dad and Grandpa got over that hill.
Correct.
Jesus Christ.
He had to turn around and say, just so you know, the whole world knows, Yeah.
Oh my God. That's just.
And they skirted that questioning in their last interview too. Well, we contacted the family that we had, but it's like we had to hurry and put this out because we had invited the New York Post out there with us, and we didn't want them.
Did that come out of their mouth?
Yes, they did.
Okay, I got to see that clip because I was going to ask you for proof of the New York Post being out there,
Yeah, they totally talked about it.
Okay, so we need to see. I need to see that. So I think that Jared and Doug are a really good team as far as like being creators. And okay, you know, one's a tow truck driver, one's a diver. They're both divers now, but as far as like, they're both very good talkers. Nick, on the other hand, he is not as good at avoiding questions. Did you notice him on Duty Ron? He was very direct with his questions. He was very direct with his answers.
I kind of appreciate that more than the.
I do too. Duh. I don't want to be fucking bullshitted. You know what I mean?
Up my asshole, like
right. Like, I'm so great, and oh my god, like, you know, they are great. They do a great thing. But I halfway agree with Good Egg on the fact that, like, in a sense, the public's view, I agree with Good Egg that what they could do some shit and get away with it because what the service they provide outweighs it. But in my world, in my feelings and stuff, that doesn't work that way. You don't get to implicate some young kid in some bullshit without naming them. You know, that right there, like, doubling down on that just pissed me off so bad, dude. It really did. And finding out about this New York Post thing is definitely not helping their case.
Because they were like, oh, they were doing like a story on me or us or me or something, and he's like, we didn't think we were gonna find the car that day, and I was just like,
fuck out of here.
I'm gonna punch you in the face. That's why SF was all like, you know, you saw me in the post because they were right there taking pictures, like.
Yeah, and they blurred him out
because he said you do not have my permission, and actually they didn't have the grandfathers either, and they still put him in the video.
You know what? Like, him saying that, I can see where they didn't know that they were, because they're not mic'd up. The other people are mic'd up, and they're just getting the worst news that they have ever gotten and will probably ever will get in their entire life, and they probably weren't thinking about that at all.
Right.
And the dad is told, check your TV straight up. Don't fucking record me. So that makes me think that he's probably a pretty private guy. And the way he spoke at the press conference, just his like mannerisms and the vibe I got was that he's a private person. And probably fucking didn't appreciate that at all.
I think they all are. I think
right.
They're all private, yeah. But obviously some more guarded than others.
Right. And the whole mom was protected by media or surrounded by media. I'm just like, what? Like, come on.
Oh.
James Morris, I don't need any help. I already know everything, honey. Not to worry. Not to worry.
My opinion's only, she said, do you guys now understand why mom isn't thrilled with YouTube and AWP? I already
I'm sorry.
knew
I think I've fought the hardest on that issue.
Yeah, like, that's what we've been doing over here this whole damn time. Yeah, we've been trying. What we've been doing over here is debunking rumors and trying to get people to see, like, mom's message was way lost. Everybody took offense to, like, why can't she be upset?
They're still hating on her right now.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely sick. How could you say that? Like, how could you think
they were like,
that she owes anybody anything? Because people are saying, like, oh, she asked for help. Now she's going to tell people to shut up. That's not the way it works. No, it's the fucking way it works. You should fucking want to find a missing person because it's the right thing to do. Not be, you know what I mean? And not say, like, well, if I try to find your daughter, you're going to owe me and I'm going to be able to fucking say whatever I want about this case from here on out. That is some sick shit. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
I guess the rest of the families, like the aunts, the aunts that they said they were calling, but it was like on the other side of the family, like all their numbers were up at the like sign in for search and stuff. So it was like all there and posted, and they just had an email from the person in Chicago, and they like called in assuming they were people left it in there, and then made SF look like a liar who's taking a lot of heat still.
Right. I don't have anything against SF. I haven't seen him be this shady person that everybody's saying. So anyways, what I was gonna say though is that to Olivia is that at first I was like, you know what, that's a baby daddy issue. Like the father of your child didn't contact you, your dad was out there. They were out there with AWP. Why didn't they call the mom? Well, come to find out, it all happened so fucking fast that they wouldn't even have had a chance to fucking call her.
No, and then I guess the grandpa he didn't know how to get a hold using like his phone. He had to use like SF's phone to even call his wife, and then
because he had like a flip phone, he can't like text or anything like that or something.
Yeah, he's just not savvy. So yeah.
And people just, I don't know. Like I don't get it. Dude. I just don't get it. I thought that the true crime community was supposed to be like there for grieving families.
Did not name Jagger. I have tweets. He said it's bullshit that AWP insinuated Jagger.
Wait, what?
And then I think one of them, oh yeah, and when the one dude, Jared, was all like, it's a match too, which added to the like secret naming of Jagger. They're trying to say that SF named Jagger. No, he did not. He did not.
I haven't seen that anywhere.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he never did. He said you could clearly, like, people obviously know who they're insinuating, so. But he said from the get-go he doesn't even believe the the roadside assistant person, so. That I've been trying to figure out if anybody knows if the person works for actually the roadside assistance for California, that's actually works through the CHP that's doing the investigation, so that's their own employee.
Oh, yeah. Wait, say that again.
Okay, I need to confirm for sure if the tow truck guy, who wasn't actually a tow truck, but I think he's one of those California roadside assistant like vans.
Oh, okay. So like a state employee.
If he is a CA, I think it's CAA, or I guess they have or Caltrans or whatever.
Right.
They're all like through CHP, who is running the investigation, which means that would have been their employee. So like the plate number, for example, would have already been in their system. They didn't even need to talk to the guy. So I don't know if that makes it more legit or less.
Right. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, things have been crazy with these guys, and I just don't know what to think, honestly. I think that they definitely deserve money for sure. Like, they deserve the reward and stuff. I don't think that that's what they went down there for. But I do think that they deserve to, they deserve to have it. You know what I mean?
But then now they're saying, okay, so people are getting mad because there was the separate reward that was offered and then, refunded to the donors. But apparently because the realtor had run a GoFundMe, not that like Kylie's mom had asked for it by any means. I guess people are mad that because what she's throwing shade on AWP, she doesn't deserve the money to help with like, all of the lost work from the lodge and expenses for a daughter. Yeah, the start neutral, but the problem is if the car dies, if it were to stall and drive and then be put in neutral without being put in park, it actually would not start in neutral. Psycho Babble said that, and he was a master tech at Honda, so I guess that's the caveat. So if it's stalled and drive, and then got clicked into neutral, it would not start.
Hey, girl, what's up?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. I had to do a little bit of work. I was listening to something that said, but someone mentioned the reward money. So I was reading last night because I just want to have a better understanding. So the mom, Kylie's mom, started a GoFundMe, and I believe she raised $55,000. And then there was a big anonymous donation of $25,000 that raised it to 75. But that reward money was never organized by investigation. I believe Kylie's mom did kind of like her camp kind of did that all on her own and offered that money up for anybody that could find her. But I'm not sure.
The
I know
GoFundMe
that
was not her.
no, she did. She had her own GoFundMe.
No, it was run by the realtor, I guess. She was doing it. I don't know if she felt like Lindsay needed the help or whatever. She did it on her own accord.
But did she have it in Lindsay's name?
It was just like to help Kylie's family. Like, no, it
Mhm.
was not. It was for the family, but not by the mom or anything like that. And I'm looking for the text now where SF states.
Well, yeah,
that
because I
they
thought Lindsay
gave
had
back.
her own GoFundMe, and then I thought there was the reward money. So there was a GoFundMe and there was the reward fund, right? Wasn't there
Yeah.
two?
Yeah, I don't know how the reward fund, like if that was the one, then if one was in her name or whatever, I don't know. I just know
Okay,
that
Olivia says Lindsay is named as the beneficiary, so yes, it's in her name. But look, Robert Ryan says, look at this. He said, I gave 1,000 to the GoFundMe. If it's up, y'all can check. They said it wasn't for the reward. AWP should get the reward. It's not right with me. So, okay, so did you get, did the GoFundMe, did they give the money back or just the reward?
the reward money went back to the donors.
And the GoFundMe money was kept?
Yes.
Huh. So how did people know what they were donating to? Did they just donate and then it went to wherever? Or they said, here, I
It
want
was
to put
like
this
help
to the
find
reward fund?
Kylie. I think it said, I never looked at it. It's like help find Kylie or whatever for family. And then when she was found, it was like, help Kylie's family. It's like Lindsay's beneficiary, but the person running it, you can see her name is not a family member. Like I could make a GoFundMe right now for you and put you as a beneficiary and you not even know it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, so Robert didn't get a refund. So obviously they kept the GoFundMe, so they gave back just the reward fund.
Yeah, so I don't know how they had it set up for the two different things. I don't know.
Oh, fuck. Hold on a second. So hold on. Olivia said the reward money was the GoFundMe money. The GoFundMe money has not been refunded. Thus, the reward money has not been refunded to donors. But some people said they got their money back.
It was supposed to be like these big, somebody got like, really big donations.
Yeah.
It might not have even been an official GoFundMe. Like they, they might have had these people offer the donations and then, the big ones went back. I know they did, but the other GoFundMe remained. Yes.
I thought the GoFundMe money was for the family and the memorial, and that the reward money was separate.
It was a separate thing. I just don't know how people had like money on that one versus.
Well, yeah, because if she's saying no, but it's the same. The reward money is the GoFundMe money. So, like, how I thought there was a reward fund, which was 75,000, and there was a GoFundMe, which was two separate.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying
Because
to find the text
listen,
now.
the reward existed before they started the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Right. So it's two separate.
It was like big donors, like I don't know if it was family or like friends or an entity that offered up these big chunks of money.
Well, Stan, like, and then Ryan donated. He said the Hellcat or equal to, which was 100,000. So, I mean, I guess he did say he did donate. So they also got that as well from this.
They're just mad because Lindsay's mad, and they don't think she deserves any money. That's the truth of it.
Pretty much, I feel like that's the truth as well.
But what does Lindsay have to do with the reward fund? She's not in control of it, right?
No, but because
No.
she has this GoFundMe, they're saying she don't deserve it.
Like the public is saying, is what she's saying, Queen. Like the public's shitty, like being shitty
They're
with
like,
Lindsay.
it don't take that much to have a memorial. Right. It don't, like even though they're losing how much money on lodge when everything in California is so expensive, like
ridiculously
you don't even
expensive.
know what they're losing, and
I don't know if y'all had heard me. I was looking up the article that I read. So the way that reward money is supposed to set up, it's supposed to be organized by law enforcement. And usually anonymous donators will put up the money for the reward. And let's say this case went on for 23 years. That money would be in a trust. That's how it's supposed to be done. But because they set it up in a GoFundMe and they offered it up as a GoFundMe reward, the investigation didn't organize that. So it technically, they don't have to pay that to the people that found her. So
wait, what?
Okay. So
No, I get okay that it's organized by law enforcement and there's donators that raise the money, but where does it come in that the reward doesn't need to be given to who finds her?
Because it depends on how they set up the GoFundMe. If they set up the GoFundMe for
not the GoFundMe, the reward, right?
Well, the reward was the GoFundMe.
No, it wasn't.
So the GoFundMe that was that Lindsay was the beneficiary of originally had $55,000 in it. That's how much money was raised by all of these donators. Then someone came in with a $25,000 donation anonymously that raised it to 75. So that's where the number 75 came from. $75,000 to the person rewarded to the person that finds Kylie.
That's not what the description of the GoFundMe was, though, was it?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. The description of the GoFundMe, which is not up right now, and it's really frustrating because I'm trying to find it.
Okay, well, I have the SF text for how much people probably don't give a shit because they'll say it's not legit, but I could put it on the screen where he said the family didn't put up the reward money. It was put up by donors, not the GoFundMe. The part was removed because it was theatrical. And then he's talking about the phone calls, but he specifies they were completely separate.
Because the requested amount on the GoFundMe was $100K or something close to that, right? It was over 75,000.
Yeah, what is her? Well, let me look at her missing thing. It might be on there.
Yeah, I don't know where the $100,000 is coming from. I think people are getting confused with what Ryan Upchurch said he would give to AWP
or Dylan Rounds.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about the requested amount on the GoFundMe. What they were asking,
like the
for.
goal.
Yeah, the goal. That's what the word I was looking for. Sorry.
And yes, conspiracy. Sorry. She said, I saw that statistically most reward funds aren't even paid, and that is true. That is very much true. Like I said,
like a time limit or something. Yeah.
I don't even know if that's the case. It's just because the reward money usually is organized by law enforcement, and I don't know what they do with it, but it's supposed to go into a trust. And you know, some of these cold cases, if they end up getting solved, they just don't pay it out.
Like in
I
the like in the Summer Wells case, I remember people were getting upset because the reward money was gonna, the time limit was up on it, and they were gonna, give it back to donors or something, or put it into a trust that goes to other cases, and people were upset, and then they ended up extending the time. I don't remember what was going to come of the money. That part I don't remember.
It was
But,
$50K that hers went up to Kylie's, is what her reward was.
See, I'm seeing on my searches, I'm seeing 75. I see like a poster that says 75,000.
Okay, yeah, I did see one now. That must be 50K. Do they keep things up on GoFundMe even after they're done to like look up?
No, it was taken down.
Oh yeah, I get to it got crossed off 50 to 75 on a poster.
okay, I found the one screenshot of the GoFundMe, or it was actually a screenshot of Ryan's community tab. I know I have screenshots of the GoFundMe though, but the goal was 150,000.
Yeah, I thought it was really high. Yeah.
It was really high, but that's covering expenses of like lost lodge money and shit too. So, I mean, it makes sense.
And you have to remember too, they did have volunteer search parties, but they had set up like an RV and like a little camping area so that the family could come and kind of like stay overnight, and they provided food and water. I mean, I don't know how much all that would cost, probably a couple $100, you know what I mean, if you just go to Costco real quick. But yeah. I do find it weird that the reward money was the GoFundMe.
But SF's saying it wasn't.
It doesn't make sense that it was, because the reward was put out there before the GoFundMe was started. I'm really sure.
And if somebody announced adding 25K, did you like watch it go into a GoFundMe, or did it just up the ante? You know what I mean? Like, was that much? You know, that's. I don't know.
I guess what we need to find out is these people that donated, where did they donate to? Because we can't really see the GoFundMe anymore. We can't see these large amounts. If y'all are saying that the GoFundMe was set up after the reward money was, who set up the reward money? Because law enforcement's not taking credibility for that.
No clue. I never looked into it, to be honest.
Yeah, someone started a petition. Okay, so tell me if I'm wrong, but I looked it up last night because I knew we were talking about this, and I found Squirrel Girl. Is she the one that started the petition?
Yeah, I think that's what Queen said. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched her video last night, and she's trying to get 200 signatures for it. But the thing is I mean, if they don't have the reward money to give to AWP, this kind of conversation, the whole conversation of the petition kind of goes null and void.
Well, it's null and void to begin with. Change.org isn't anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, if it's kind of a grift, to be honest with you, because they're like, give us donations for the cause. Have you ever seen a GoFundMe or a change.org like actually do something? No,
No.
it's just people literally signing.
No, I have not.
something. Yeah, it's not like a real powerful entity by any means.
I feel like change.org is like often in these communities used as a like fuck you. Like I've seen like petitions started to like take YouTubers' channels down and shit, and it never works, dude. I've never seen anything come of change.org ever. Ever.
Yeah, even the top ones like it had millions. Like it's like go do a change.org, whatever. It doesn't matter.
And even with change.org, like what do you have to do? Like
you just sign it. People
no,
sign it.
I know, but like the way petitions work, right? So say you want a law changed, like you petition. Like I don't even really understand petitions. I guess I don't know. I'm stupid.
No, I mean it's fair. I think it. I don't know if they just try to get enough traction that they like hire a lawyer or somebody who would be willing to take on the cause, but in reality, the things that are frivolous, nothing will happen.
Olivia Niles said the initial reward was $5,000. I donated to the GoFundMe because it said it was raising money for the reward amount. Then they changed it after raising all the funds and have not refunded anything. And then Pecan Pie said, I highly encourage everyone to do some research on the reward money offered in these types of cases. It's extremely complicated. It is extremely complicated. It's not as simple as, oh, we're going to raise this money and then we're going to give it to whoever, my point is the law enforcement is supposed to be the ones organizing this. All responsibility should be on them because they're the one asking for the help. And yes, granted, the family is also asking for help too, but it's like we pay our taxes for law enforcement to solve cases for us when we need them. So the responsibility for the reward money should be on 100% on them.
I'm reading these tweets to see if there's any more info on that reward.
Well, and Aaron said Lindsay changed the stipulations of the GoFundMe the day before AWP arrived. Also, 25,000 large sum was refunded back, so it went down to 50,000.
But again, it wasn't Lindsay because she wasn't even running it. It was the realtor, a family friend.
Here, Sabrina says, I think of petitions as silent protesting. It's meant to show in writing how many people are invested in a cause to compel change, but it has in it power in of itself. So, here she said, cops should not, okay, cops should get nada. Well, true, Texan. I mean, sometimes it's just, that's why these cases are so, the reward money makes it like, well, and I thought, I mean, last time Jared was on here, he said, I tell families not to put out reward money because it just causes the wrong people to want to get involved.
And it's just, it's very hard to keep
Seems
organized.
like it gets messy.
Yeah, it's very messy because there's different like laws like in place. Not laws, that's not the right word. There's like stipulations in place, right? I can find something or I can find a person, but if it's not in good taste, then am I going to be rewarded for it? You know what I mean? What if I was the person that caused all of it and I find the person? You know what I mean? So there's just too many gray areas. It's just too much.
But
it's messy.
Wouldn't Ryan's 100K be enough?
For what?
Their reward. You know what I mean?
It's like if we're talking about right and wrong, like they found her and they should get the reward, right?
Well,
and I say that with the feelings I have that are negative towards them. I don't know, because they didn't ask this lady to make the GoFundMe, I feel like I don't know what she's
She
thinking,
just
but
did it on her own accord. Like,
right. I just wish they'd stop saying they're on a shoestring budget. Is all. That's all. Regarding
Do
money,
you really think they're on? Do you really think they're on? I don't think they're on a shoestring budget
they
at all.
are absolutely not on a shoestring budget. There's no
Oh, okay.
possible way with the engagement they have on their channel.
Right. Okay.
No.
Okay. I was like, wait a second. They're
yeah,
not on it.
No, they are not.
But what I was gonna say is what Ryan offered is separate from what the original GoFundMe was supposed to be. Now, if Ryan wanted to, up and put up $100,000, that's on him to do. Now, I don't know. He said that he donated it. I don't know if he donated the car or donated the amount of money, but that would be on him. That shouldn't even really be a part of the Go Find Kylie Fund Me page. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying that people are so mad that Lindsay received money, but it's like thinking that AWP got like shysted. But one, they turn down rewards, they don't take official rewards. Okay. And then two, they allegedly got $100,000 from Ryan, and numerous other people donated too, straight to him.
Can we prove that Ryan actually gave the money? No, I've been trying to look.
Yeah, he said, you go ask them. And do you think they're going to tell on him?
I don't know. I haven't tried to reach out to them. I guess I could give it a shot and, put a really
They're not
professional
going to say
email out there.
They're not going to say.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could give it a try, though, so.
They should say,
Yeah.
because being transparent with their donations is like pretty important. And if you
Does
do
it show
put
up on
together
their
like
page?
a well-written professional email, maybe you should include that.
But okay, wouldn't
transparency is
Ryan
key.
post a receipt? I mean,
You would think so, because he hasn't kept much private. He just
that would be one of those kind of flexing things. You know what I'm saying?
definitely.
Well, you have to remember too. He has 2 strikes on his channel right now. He cannot come back to YouTube.
Okay, was I hearing that correctly last night? That he has 2 strikes?
Yeah, he has 2 strikes on his account. He cannot come back to YouTube for 7 days. Like, I don't think he can put out a video. So at the same time that he said he was going to sue me, he donated to AWP, and he also is getting sued by a couple of people, and he's making a new album. So all that happened at the same time. So that's probably why he hasn't made a boasting video about it, to be honest.
Well. Somebody's been quiet for 2 weeks because of that, really? Okay.
We knew you had to get in trouble. Come on now.
What a tangled web we weave.
And isn't that like why Peanut Hawk or whoever that is putting out random Ryan crap?
Oh God, and the Ryan Upchurch fan channel.
Yeah.
I think the fan channel is probably ran by his mama. I don't know.
Can I just say that I kind of hold grudges against AWP for being on Ryan's side?
Oh God, don't even get me started, Buttercup. Fucking shit. Okay, so listen.
I took my membership back real quick when they were all like buddy and stuff. I was like, you know what, forget y'all.
I was very, very disappointed when they got on there, and as soon as he said he backed Ryan and was like, yeah, man, I'm like, what?
Thanks for covering the case,
After he said Kylie is not real. Her grandpa is not real. Her family is not real. Like, how the fuck are you going to endorse that? Are you serious right now? You got to be fucking joking me.
Jared cannot say that he didn't hear that, because he even made a comment about, I've seen some of Ryan's videos, and yeah, he doesn't really care what people think. Like, he knows damn well the controversy surrounding Ryan regarding this case. And then he said, like, when he was talking to Ryan about, like, me and you could have a conversation about the donation, the Hellcat, like, privately off of here. And when we have a private, and when he was talking about the interview, and when he was, like, totally implying that Jagger was guilty and all that stuff, he was like, they asked him of his own opinion, and he was like, when I have a conversation with Ryan later, I'm not even going to tell him, as if Ryan is some important person that he usually would tell.
Robert Ryan said, laugh out loud, here we go. Yes, here we go. Also, Pecan Pie said Upchurch is notorious for dodging process servers. They dodged one of their lawsuits for 6 months. I can confirm. I sent this to Queen. I don't know. I don't remember. Do you remember that I sent you this, Queen? He got sued by an entertainment company. And this is how I know Ryan don't be making as much money as he say he do. But anywho, he was getting sued by this entertainment company because there was supposed to be a concert. They paid him upfront $30K. Okay, upfront. And there was supposed to be merch and all this stuff to a total of $87,000 for that one concert. And Ryan did not show up because he claimed he had a medical condition, like asthma, I believe it was, and that's why he couldn't do the concert. So he took that $30K and ran. So anyway, they sued him because he made videos on YouTube talking about the Nicole Arbor thing, and that's why he can't make it to the concert. He needs to deal with court and all that stuff. So the entertainment company was like, well, this isn't a medical condition, and you need to, do your part. You sign a contract with us. You're supposed to show up, and do this concert or whatever. And so he dodged the process servers for months. And his excuse was, well, I get a lot of fans that come onto my property, so I don't go outside.
He does have a lot of fans that go on his property. They're crazy, though. I'll say that much.
I mean, but he lives in the town that he grew up in. What do you expect?
Right. Like, he was, I'm sure he was totally, in my opinion, he was probably most likely dodging the process server,
Well, there's a difference between, you know the difference between a fan and a process server. They come, they knock on the door, they make themselves known. Hello, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like,
what you mean, girl? They're slick as fuck. They'd be like, hey, what's up, so-and-so? How you been? You've been served, bitch.
Well, after so many
Pizza
times,
delivery.
did you know that if you are getting served and you're dodging it, do you know that they can publicly humiliate you? They can take the paperwork, make thousands of copies, and just like throw them all over the town until you get the memo. You know that can happen.
That's crazy. I've only been served once, and like I was in credit card debt. This is like years back. Actually, it was like 5 years ago. I think it was Best Buy. I'm not sure. It was I was in debt with Best Buy and Home Depot, right? And it was like almost 10 o'clock at night. Some girl's knocking on the door, and for some fucking reason, I answered it. And she asked me my government name, or my husband's government name first, because it was in his name. And then, like, she asked me who I was, and I said I was his wife. And then he, like, showed up behind me, like just to make sure it wasn't some weirdo at the door or whatever. And she handed us the papers. And was like, she's like, how are you guys doing? Oh my God, I really needed to talk to you, but. And then she pulled the papers out.
Psych,
bitch, you dumbass. I was like, what the fuck? Like, you can, because I've been in and out of credit card debt like for fucking ever, dude. And I've never been served on my debt, and that was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? What? I live in credit card debt. What do you mean?
Hey, Queen, can you drop your membership link in the chat?
Hold on. I think
I'll go grab it.
The channel link, right?
Yeah, I was say if you want, you can go grab it, or I can go grab it. Doesn't matter.
All I gotta do is do the channel link, right, girl?
I think so.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the channel.
I'm not sure how it works. You girls usually do it. I don't know.
iPhones are different, though.
I'm
not tech savvy. I gotta learn. That's for sure.
I'm the dumbest one of your mods. Like, so.
He said the button's not working. What the hell? If the button working?
Yeah. Do they have an Apple product?
Probably. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I know it's different for iPhones. So hold on one sec. Cappy will grab the link.
Yeah, you have to go like either onto an actual computer browser or like go to Safari.
Oh, look. Grady Bush said I would say something, but don't want the pimp hand. Yo, no, you go ahead and say it, man. Shit. Go ahead and say it.
Try the link I just put in chat. Try that out. And let's see if that works. Eh.
All right, ladies, I gotta go. I need to finish building this closet that I'm working on. I just want to jump on
Nice.
real quick. I got some drywalling done.
Nice.
Awesome. That sounds like fun.
All right, ladies, you have a good day. Thanks, Queen.
You have a
too.
day.
Talk to
Good
you later,
day,
baby.
Buttercup. I like Buttercup.
I do too. She's nice.
She is nice.
She's a sweetheart.
Okay.
So here, you go to the About Me section, grab the link, and put join after it for iPhones. Well, check you out, Nini. I didn't even know that.
Nanny's smart.
On it.
Oh, here, Thumb Thug. I think Thumb Thug's got it.
Oh, damn. Yeah, it does take me to somewhere else when Thumb Thug's link is the one. Ignore my link. I'm constantly living on the learning curve. Trust me.
Isn't that crazy? We don't even know our own damn link.
Right? Yeah, or Upchurch likes stirring all kind of shit up, Grady. There's
Here's
Katie.
KDB. Okay, thank you, KDB,
Welcome,
for joining
Katie
the hive,
B.
baby.
Yay, Katie B.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, there's no proof of that yet, old school. It's just him saying he did it, you know?
And then telling you to go ask AWP.
Yeah, like, okay.
And he knows because they want him to do a song for them. They're gonna.
Well, it was something to where they had multiple artists. This is what some other girl was saying. And that he was like entering in that. And which I'm surprised he did. You would think, you know, as much as he think like he's the end all be all of fucking musicians, he'd be like, no, it's me or nothing. But that they didn't choose him or something, I don't know. No idea.
Well.
Yeah, the real estate lady was the one who started the GoFundMe, Allie writes. It wasn't Lindsay.
Okay, yeah, it says, let's see, one, the mom had nothing to do with the GoFundMe, and if you feel you were defrauded, okay, request a refund. That's it, that's all. Yep, there you go. Let's see, I like Upchurch, but Hank Jr. is the man. A lot of people like him. That's cool, that's fine. You can like him and still have an opinion, that's fine. Where did he post his receipts that he donated, or did he? And yeah, that's right. I thought he got a tax. Doesn't he get a tax deduction? His donation would be a great tax deduction. There's that. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, because okay, I'm on the website. They raised $63,000 total. Let's see. Organizer was Amy Quirarte. I made that up. I don't know how to say her last name. But it does say you can like sign in, even though it's like closed if you're a donor and stuff. And I imagine maybe you can then ask for your money back. But I mean, they never even got to the amount of money they were offering as a reward. So there were two separate things. I'm trying to find where the other one was, like how, if they say anywhere how they did it.
When did they put the lodge up for sale? Was that after?
It was before, but I guess they've been doing that off and on for like 6 years or so.
Oh, okay. They have other property and stuff too, I think, don't they? Like they have a lot of investments. Like that makes sense. Because people were tripping on the fact that they were trying to sell, and like people that invest in property like do that kind of thing.
Well, I know that they like live there, like that's their home, the lodge.
Okay.
And I think even the grandpa lives there. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think the overhead's just getting to be too much, and now probably the memories, I'd imagine.
Right. Yeah, California is it's fucking expensive.
Hold on. Felicia said I'm about 40 minutes behind, but I've watched AWP for about a year now, and I've noticed Jared say multiple times that he has promised his wife to not do cases involving foul play or suspicious. I think that's why they have two teams now, one for Jared to do cold cases and Doug to do open investigations.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but...
I can't either, Allie writes. She said, I just can't get behind people calling out Kylie's family and friends. Ever had someone in your family die? Your life and work stops, bills don't. I'm sure fam would rather refund you than be accused of fraud. Yeah. I like Allie writes. She's cool.
I mean, I don't know if this would be considered authenticated or not, but this says, just searching up reward money, it said that Rodney's family had offered a reward of $50,000, so $50,000 of it was coming directly from them, and then there must have been that big chunk donor, which did somebody confirm they did or did not get refunded? I thought they did.
Aaron, he wears a Rolex. Seriously? Oh my god.
They got money, yeah. And then right here on this story, Adventures with a Purpose.
Allie writes, you saw me stumble over that HH, huh?
The reward was offered in the case, and Adventures with a Purpose would not collect it. It said in an article. Oh, this video where it says it, reward is boosted.
I thought Allie had a channel. I thought she was a writer. And then I just went and looked, and she doesn't have a channel.
Oh.
But I still like
because it says Allie Wright.
Yes, because it's WRITE. So I was like, oh, she must write stuff. She's funny though. She came up here and chewed Ryan Upchurch the fuck out. I loved it. It was great.
Yeah, August 15th, this news story came out with the 75K. And obviously the GoFundMe was anywhere near that.
Tiffany, are you on Messenger?
No, I'm on Discord though.
Damn it. Put your Discord in the private chat.
Allie Wright says, I am a writer, but I don't have a channel.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, I was right. I was right about you writing then.
Right about the right.
Right about the rights. I'm gonna put my Discord in there for you. I want you to slide me that link about the New York Post. Hold on.
Oh, I gotta find what interview that it's on. It's in the YouTube video. They literally just say it.
Okay.
I don't know if it's McDonough's. It might have been McDonough's. I don't know how you feel about watching that.
Fucking McDonough.
He like sat there and just talked the whole like most of the time. Like AWP didn't even get to really talk. I was like Airstream, Airstream, Airstream. I'm like, what the
Look,
fuck?
Allie said he called me a sweaty woman, and she was like right out the shower or something.
She's like, I just got out of the shower. Like, this shit was
He was
fun.
being a little asshole.
Oh my god, yeah. And someone came up later like everybody was horrible to Upchurch except for Queen. And I'm like, was this guy not listening? Like, did he not hear like immediately when Ryan got on, what are you heifers laughing at? You fat slob, stupid bitch, asshole. Like none of those things came out of my mouth or Queen's, or I mean Queen treated him awesome according to Sky. But anybody else's mouth, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Not fair.
Oh wait, let me. Do you want me to go? So I can try to go skim through that interview or Google.
How are you? Can you hear me? True Texan. You gotta unmute. You're up here on the panel. Do you want me to take you off? You have to unmute.
I just sent you a friend request right now, Tiffany.
Well, I put you backstage until you figure out your volume and stuff or whatever, because you're still muted. Are you here? You up here? All right. Well, there you go. I don't know what's going on, but you're still muted. You're not. I just put you backstage for right now because you're still muted. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know why it's not working. Maybe you need to leave and come back and see if you can get it to work that way. Because it's not working at all. I don't know what's going on. You said kick me backstage. What do you mean? You have to kick you from the backstage? What the heck? What the hell's going on? Hey girl,
Hey.
what's that?
So I just wanted to come up and just discuss about the reward money and the GoFundMe and everything. So I know Olivia and Chad is upset about the mom receiving the GoFundMe money, but when the GoFundMe was established, it wasn't established by the mom. I understand that she's the beneficiary, and however the wording has changed over time since Kylie was missing and then Kylie was found. Regardless, Lindsay, I guarantee you, does not give a shit about the GoFundMe. It's the last thing on her mind. It's her realtor apparently set this up, and I just think that people are looking to they're trying to find ways to be mad at the family when it's a nothing burger. Like the where the family lives is off grid. These are not people that are all over YouTube, all over Facebook, all over social media all the time. And I think if they could redo it, there would be no GoFundMe. There would be as little social media as possible, because of how much they've been dragged, and their daughter even has been dragged, and all of her friends have been dragged since this, since this happened. This is regardless of how Kylie died and whether other people are involved or not. It's a tragedy. It's tragic. And, I don't know. I just feel like if anybody could sit back and think about when you've lost someone close to you, like you're not even existing in the real world anymore. Like everything feels different. Everything is raw. You don't care about eating. I mean, I doubt she's even eating. How is this? I don't know. I just feel like if people gave money to the GoFundMe because they wanted it to go to a certain place and they thought it was going to go to a certain place, and then now it's going to Lindsay and they're upset, just request a refund. Like, please don't drag her. Please don't go on Twitter and across social media and accuse her of fraud, because I guarantee you that's not her intention.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sure they would much rather you prefer you request a refund.
yes.
But where does it say that the GoFundMe was to raise like reward money?
Well, that's the thing, is I never thought that it was. My understanding was that there were private donors that raised reward money. Now, when SF Investigates got into town, he actually connected with the father and the grandfather, who I guess were aware of or knew of the private donors. I know SF Investigates' dad has money, so it's highly possible that his dad is one of those donors, right? So that money, I forget if it was 50 or 75K, that was not part of the GoFundMe. I'm not even sure how publicized it was, but there was money for whoever found Kylie. When AWP found Kylie, there were issues between SF and AWP, and SF was like, he posted on Twitter a little bit about it, like, okay, I'm not even fucking with y'all. That's basically what it was, right? Like,
whoa! Don't you blame him for that? No, AWP said they didn't want. They don't take rewards.
Right. I guess that's what I'm saying is, like, I mean, I had a side eye on SF for a little while, and now I'm like, I think, I'm sorry, my daughter's texting me and I can't turn the volume off. But I guess the bottom line is like, this is too much drama. And if AWP really wants the money, they'll reach out to the donors themselves. That was kind of my understanding of it. So I don't even think that money ever left. Like, I don't even think it was put up in a trust account or anything. I think it was just,
I do. Right.
Yeah. So I think that just went away. But I think because of the fact that the police were not involved in the reward, and the fact that there was a GoFundMe, and then all of this drama has been dredged up, right, with AWP and SF and the family, that people are kind of misunderstanding. They're relating the reward to find Kylie with the GoFundMe, and they're not the same. And there actually were a lot of people searching in the beginning, and there were funds needed to feed these people and give them water and all these things. You're setting up like a hub in the forest, right, to go search. So think about all the kinds of things that you would need to have there. That all takes money. And I know that Kylie's family have that lodge, but if that's their bread and butter and they're not running it, then we don't know their financial situation. I mean, look, they're selling it now, and I've heard some people say, oh wow, they're selling it for $1 million or whatever. That is not very much money. That's
not jack shit out here. Like,
exactly.
Like, you can, okay, in Los Angeles, for example, okay, there's like okay, so beachfront property is going to run you like 15 million. Then you're going to go more inland to the suburbs, and it's going to run 2 to 5 million. You're going to go inland to some high crime areas that are going to be 900,000 to 1.5.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about like right by, so where people are getting killed and there's robberies and there's all kinds of shit. Property right by Skid Row. It doesn't matter that there's tents covering the sidewalks.
Yeah.
Those like lofts are like $2 to $3 million, $5 million. Like it's insane.
Right.
In here.
And even in Truckee, even there, because I'm in Southern California as well. But even out in Truckee, like that, it's not like that property is much cheaper. That's a tourist town. So just anywhere they go,
right?
They're still. It's not like they're gonna, unless they leave the state. But also, if you look at what's happening with the real estate market, properties like that are hard to sell. I only know that because we're in the middle of buying like a kind of an investment property right now because we're crazy. So yeah,
we're crazy.
so yeah, we're kind of dumb. So
yeah, I think they're taking a huge cut on it because they redid it apparently.
Yes.
I think they've been just upside down for a long time because it's been in and out of sale for the last 6 years.
Right.
That is such a good question, Pecan Pie. That is such a good question. But it's a good question, but okay, so people are implying that this GoFundMe thing is like the goal being $150,000 is that it's a scam, that they're trying to capitalize on their daughter's death, which is a pretty harsh and heavy allegation.
Hold on, I'm gonna let this true texting up here.
Well, like I said, I mean,
you up here with us?
Google it online. It'll let you sign in if you're a donor.
Yes, ma'am.
Closed.
Okay, just making sure.
Hi, Texan.
Hello.
How are you?
Sober.
Well, that's good.
A lot different now.
Why were you up here drunk before?
No,
yeah, he was.
I wasn't that bad. I was
yeah. Just kidding.
Oh, I think I remember him now.
Oh, I put in back chat exactly where in that interview they talk about the New York Post and the notification.
Who's TIR?
That's McDonough's channel, the interview.
Oh, okay. You're so fancy with your acronyms.
That's what he puts on everything. It says TIR, so that's all I know.
Because he's so cool.
It's Airstream. Fuck that. I never want to hear that word ever again, just from that one interview.
Oh my god. Like, some people overuse certain words so much. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with I like to research cults, and I've been thinking about doing a documentary series on cults, right? So there's this cult called Carbonation, and him and his cult were they're very much on social media and getting donations through social media, and they're really into, his name was Nature Boy, he's in jail right now, but anyways, they're really into this whole getting close to the earth, and that in America it's Babylon and it's hell, and they were in the tropics and all this shit, right? And those fucking young people, some of them are my age, overuse and misuse the word knowledge so fucking much that I never want to hear the word knowledge again. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, I have this photo from there. There's a series on ID channel on cults, and there's this. Oh my gosh, let me see if I can find this photo because it'll make you laugh so hard about this one dude who went on the run and tried changing his name.
Oh my gosh. People are crazy. I'm telling you.
I'm just asking, ladies, anybody from Florida, y'all okay?
Yeah, I wish I don't live there anymore, so I'm good.
I'm good. I'm on the other side of the United States. I'm in California.
I'm
Same
right
here.
smack dab in the middle, so well, not right in the middle, but close enough. I'm not anywhere near there, but I have family down there, so I'm hoping they're doing all right. Last
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
the same. I grew
this
up in that
morning, they were
area.
okay.
Yeah, me too. I got some cousins out there. They're doing okay.
We was watching last night. There was an alligator or a crocodile, one or the other. You can't really tell. It's huge. This sucker was like what 13, 14 feet long. It was huge, just like swimming up the street. We seen a shark swimming down the street too, up and down the street.
Shut up, shark for real. I guess.
Yeah, a little shark. Yeah, it was flooding out. So yeah.
See, now I didn't go back and watch that. Y'all come on late. I thought, yep, that's must martini hour. Must be what this is. I got up this.
Yeah, we had a late night stream last night, but it was only for a couple hours. We were just on here shooting the shit, and then that was it. Then I seen this, and I'm like, oh, I'm sure I'm gonna shake some feathers with this one because a lot of, you know what I mean. Some people agree that they deserve the money, and some people don't.
Well, my opinion is families should get the money on the GoFundMe page. AWP ought to get Ryan's car or the money. Cops shouldn't get anything. We pay taxes for that. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, can I ask? So, what is I haven't seen the petition or anything. So, what is actually what is the dispute? And is AWP publicly coming out one way or the other, or does anybody know?
Well, no, it's just somebody is upset, so they started the petition or whatever, and they're trying to get people to sign it, but nothing will actually ever happen because of it.
Exactly.
And it looks like they're trying to get 200 signatures to get one started. I think. Shit, by the looks of it, I don't know, but this is what it is.
Yeah.
Somebody filed for and got her death certificate too, and I just thought that was so, because I saw like Laura and Captain Kurt go over it, and they were thinking it was fake.
We pulled it up over here too and thought it was fake because it had a bunch of stuff in the background or whatever. But I thought it was her watermark. The girls.
It was her watermark, and I looked at it, and then I went to what are the rules and policies about getting a death certificate in California, and when I looked at the lady who got its video, and she showed her the receipt that she paid for it, right?
Yeah.
And it says at the bottom, like there's this, because when I was looking at the policy, it said you can't get an official copy, but you can get a certified copy for informational purposes. Mm-hmm. And it said that on her receipt, and that kind of told me that it was probably real. Plus, there was no like new information. There was no information on there, basically. No. So if it was fake, they probably would have fudged it or something. But people were freaking out about her death date being when she. Oh my, don't get me started on that fucking shit. So anyway, they were freaking out about her death date being the day AWP found her, but cause of death was pending. So that makes sense. That fucking makes sense.
It'll always be the day they found her. It will always be that.
Well, I guess they can't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because they had to do that with my grandfather. He actually technically died the year before, and then they didn't find him for days later, and was said to have died on New Year's Day. So it's when they find him, or if decomp's so bad, especially you can't put a day and the time on that.
Right. I mean, it was most likely the August 6th, but you can't I get it. But no, the cremation, the secret cremation. If I read that on one more fucking live stream title, I'm gonna throw a whole 5-year-old fit. I swear
They're
to God.
throwing away all the evidence. Like,
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
People
No, you're
don't
not.
understand how an autopsy works.
I know.
Like they think
No, no,
that
Allie writes. You're not getting it. Mom secretly cremated her because the dad thinks it's foul play, and the dad wants a private autopsy. In
And it's
their
just taking the money.
in their opinion, in their fucking humble opinion, dad wants a private autopsy. Get the fuck out of here. Shut that fucking front door.
yeah.
Make sure nothing else gets out of it.
Yeah, she had a forensic autopsy, so you know, like.
I really think people think that like if there's an autopsy and you're waiting for the report for 2 or 3 months, like do they really think that there's a body on a table somewhere where people
Yeah, I know.
taking it apart
Right.
for months? Like, no, dude, this is just
People are crazy.
everything
Dude.
is collected and then it all takes time. All
It's
the
preserved and stored.
Yeah. Like once
Fucking ridiculous, dude.
once everything is done to the remains, then the remains can be released to be cremated or do whatever. And Captain, in California, we pretty much cremate. Like burials are not a big thing out here. Real estate is too expensive.
Right. It is. Like seriously, like that little space in a graveyard is going to cost you, and the majority of us cremate our loved ones.
Yeah, and there's cemeteries out here that are on leased land. Leased.
Yeah.
Like,
basically.
That could go bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know.
God, I hope there's some kind of like law like protecting them or something, because God, can you imagine?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know.
I do know, like what you said is true. My mom died in the hospital, but I wanted the autopsy done, not to go after the doctors, but just to make sure there wasn't something that they missed. It might be hereditary or whatever. So, but we got the body and had her buried in 4 days, and we didn't get that autopsy for like 3, 4, 5 weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
And death certificates. Now, this is not a joke. I mean, when you go have that done, and this is a learning curve for me, when you go to the funeral home, you can get all the extra copies you want dirt cheap right then, and they'll all be official. But if you have to wait till if you wait till later, it costs a lot of money and a pain, and it's not official copies. So like you're trying to close out bank accounts and stuff like that, it's just cheaper to get them at the time of the services or whoever's dealing with the body.
See, I didn't have services with my dad. I had to go to the courthouse and go get it. It wasn't. I didn't have to go to the Hall of Records. I don't think. Did I? No, I didn't. I had to go to the courthouse. Or is that my birth certificates for my kids? God, I can't remember now.
I think they all are through like the deeds, like certificate of deeds.
Well, back in the day, we used to have to go to the Hall of Records, right? And then then you could, after a while, for I don't know, at some point in time, you could go to where you get married in the courthouse and pick up birth and death certificates. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But if you're born before 1977, like my mom with my stepfather had to go to the Hall of Records because he was born before 1977. And I realized, because my husband was born in 77, I was born in 78. We're born at the same hospital even. His parents' social security numbers are on his birth certificate. I think that is so weird, and mine are not. So they changed that up. That's the reason why, if it's before 77, you have to go somewhere else to get like certain certificates.
My mom didn't even get me a social until we had moved to Florida, and I was like 5.
Yeah, I didn't even have one until I was like 9 or 10. Like the late 80s.
Yeah, I guess they needed
Hold
it.
on. Look, Christy said, what do they do if you quit paying for a leased gravesite? I didn't even know you could fucking lease a gravesite. What the hell?
I don't know.
No, the land is
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, so the land itself is leased. So when you pay for it, like when you pay to have somebody buried there, there's an end date. Now, whether it's how far out it is, I don't know. And you know, I'm sure the funeral homes or wherever tells you,
Well, right, but I mean,
we're
like,
going
what
to
do they
renew the
do?
lease.
What
So
do they do with the body if you don't pay or something? You know what I mean? Like,
that's
do
a
they
very good
dig?
question. That's a very good
Rototill?
question. I don't know.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, we haven't had that come up yet. I just know that, like in Huntington Beach, there's a cemetery that, you know, it's on leased land. So should somebody decide to develop that land someday, I don't know what would happen. I don't know.
That's
But,
it up.
Are you serious? That's crazy.
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And there's like nothing against it. Nothing that says they can't lease it out or anything because of, like, you know.
Well, so the whole lease land situation in California is very unique. Like you can buy a condo by the beach that's on leased land. So I know that, you know, there would have to be all kinds of codes and restrictions would have to be lifted. Like there would have to be major issues with like housing. Like there would have to be like the population boom where there's no place to put people. So we have to change these regulations. Generally, where there's leased land, the lease gets renewed. Possibly when you're still paying on that, just that payment towards the leased land portion of, like, if you have a condo or whatever, that can go up when the lease renews. But for it to be, you know, pulled out from under you or have like a cemetery that's on leased land, I mean, I think there would be a lot of people would be pissed off. And
Well, there's also like guidelines and what they can do with a land that has some bodies underneath it.
Right. So I'm not even sure how that works. In my opinion, it's like, why even deal with it? Like, I have my mom's buried in New England, and it just makes me feel bad because everybody's dead that's there. So I'm gonna go visit their graves. I'm gonna fly all the way to Boston to see, like, so for me, I'm just not, I don't like the idea anymore anyways.
Yeah, I don't
just
either.
personal. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But that made me think of Poltergeist too right away.
Yeah, you think
you remove the headstones, but you didn't move the bodies.
Yeah.
Remember, he was pissed at his boss.
You can, I mean, the decline in the morals these days, you can see that actually happening now. Back then, that movies made you thinking, oh, hell no, there ain't no way. I can see it happening.
You never know. I wouldn't put nothing past anyone. Should.
I'd be like, well, good luck with that. Like, good luck removing my family member. Like, sucks for you. I mean, that's a huge environmental, like, thing they would have to deal with. So I don't even see how they'd be able to do anything with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange.
Look, Moonlight View said the government can relocate entire cemeteries. They did it to our family in Tennessee. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. But listen to this. When they put my grandma in, like, we had a whole funeral and everything. Went out to the cemetery. You know what I mean? Like, all that. The hole was dug, all that. And like 6 months later, my brothers go out there and they called me and said, "Did you know grandma had been moved?" They were like shocked because no one told us anything. They had actually put her in the wrong plot and moved her.
Oh God.
Yeah, so they had to like dig her back up and put her in the correct.
They didn't even tell you guys. Like, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, no, they didn't tell us at all. They left a message on my grandma's like answering machine. Didn't say shit to anyone else.
I remember that. You were pissed.
Yeah, I think I called you. I'm like, bitch, is this normal? What in the fuck?
I'm like, no, it's not normal.
I was just fixing to compliment you, Miss B. That's the first one of the day.
First F-bomb of the day.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing good.
I believe that's warranted.
Yeah, when they go moving you when your dead mom or somebody like that, and hell, don't tell you, you go out there and you go, what the fuck? That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was like, I cannot believe this. And as soon as they said that, I was like, what the fuck? I've never heard of that ever happening. I've never heard of any like like they just move your loved one and don't say anything to anybody. She's like, well, we left a message on what we have as your grandmother's number. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Okay.
That's brilliant. Yeah.
Was it the person that was buried they were calling?
No. No, but I mean, but her aunt heard that's an old number. She doesn't check that. It's a home phone. You know what I mean? Like the line's still there, but she doesn't have the phone hooked up. So there's nothing, you know what I mean? Just her answering machine. I was just surprised, like messages.
Yeah, my grandpa would do that. Like the home phone was just like, it wasn't a real phone anymore.
Yes. That's what my kids didn't even know what the hell that was. They walked in there and they were like, what's this? I'm like, are you serious? I was like, that's telecommunications right there. When you pick that up, you reach out to space. I said, look, and when you get real mad, you can hang it up like 3-4 times. When you get pissed, you can't do that with a cell phone.
You used to be able to call the house. You could call the house on yourself. Fuck with your like family shit before caller ID came out.
Yeah, there's no satisfaction with hanging up a cell phone. God damn it!
No.
I remember, like with the landline phone, I would
nothing like a house phone where you can
bring
just slam
down that
sucker
fucking
down.
yes, bitch, with the fury, like bam, so hard.
No shit.
I was so rough
good.
on my phones.
Telemarketers. Yep.
Or even with the cordless phones. Like if I wasn't walking the cordless back to the base to slam it down, I'd throw that shit on my bed so hard or my couch. Like when I
you'd rage out on it.
Fuck yeah, I would.
Yeah, hell, I'm slamming this fucking out anywhere.
Same goddamn thing with my pager too in the 90s. I get all pissed off.
Yeah, I lost
look,
my
do they
pager
even make
so many
phone
times.
books anymore?
I don't know. I
Did
think
you guys ever have this line? Listen, did you guys ever have this line? We used to have this line you could call like 411 or whatever. It was like some random weird, like, I don't know, 511 or whatever it was, something like that. It was like the weather report, it gave you the time and the weather.
My grandpa would call that all the time.
411 information. Yep.
Yeah, 411. Okay, so it was 411. Yes.
Or we had the time you could call. I think it was, oh God, I forget the first 3 numbers, but you could mix up the last 4 numbers to any number you wanted, and it'd be like at the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be, and it was the time.
Weather,
we had surf reports too out here.
You could call the operator if you were kept calling somebody's phone and their line was busy, and you could have the operator
emergency breakthrough, bitch.
Yes.
I used to do it to my grandma all the time.
I used to do it to my Nana. Yep.
That's back when you would flip the TV on and John Walsh would be on the TV like Unsolved Mysteries. Today we're going to talk about a case that's been unsolved for 34 years.
Oh my God. Remember that? And then Tales from the Dark Side? Tales from the Dark Side would air after it, and that was the scariest intro to a show ever, dude.
I'm still not over the Unsolved Mystery theme song. Fuck that.
That's the only true crime I cannot go to sleep to. I can't. I still can't. It still gives me like
still
shivers.
Haunts me.
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember how Freddy Krueger used to like have a TV show on late Saturday nights in the 80s and 90s?
Yeah, what was it called though? It was called something.
Show?
Oh God, it was like a Nightmare on Elm Street show series. Hold on, let me look it up. Elm Street show.
Bozo before school.
After I would watch that when I got home.
My brothers would watch that shit.
It was called Freddy's Nightmares. And it ran 2 seasons, 1988 and 1989. It was a great show. It was scary.
Okay, I found it. Hold on. Found the picture. So this guy was got caught up in a cult, and he was just a regular guy, and then took on this identity. I shared it if you want to see it. The caption is what he said.
Did you put it in chat?
I was sharing it. It's one of my photos. Like I passed out and died when I saw it. There's something in front of it.
Oh yeah. Okay. The Kylie Rodney thing. There we go. What the hell?
Yeah, it was this black dude, and he went up so to hide. He was like, he claims he's Chief Black Thunderbird. Like, yep, nobody's gonna find you. I was passed out laughing the first time. He was not Native American.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, cults are insane. Or eagle, so it's Black Thunderbird Eagle. I'm sorry, that's okay. Oh, goodness. What's the next hot?
Katie said
hot
something about
topic?
having to wait for cartoons until kids will never understand. No, because they just get up and get on their damn phones or Chromebooks or laptops or whatever the hell.
Or Saturday morning.
They go right to YouTube or Roblox or whatever the hell game is out now that they get into.
Okay, I have a question. So y'all are all demographically separated. Well, I live in the middle of Texas, and I live on the lake. Okay, so I see no kids on bicycles. I don't see them out here swimming in the lake, even with like little paddle boats or rowboats or nothing. And the only thing I do in the middle of the night, they'll be out there running up and down the roads in their folks' golf carts, which we don't even have a golf course here. But like a bicycle, y'all see them doing that anymore?
None of that skating, any of that stuff we would do outside. Climbing trees. My kids didn't even know how to like climb trees, and in their teens, I was like, dude, what the?
Hell, if I'd have stayed in the house all day.
Well, I was gonna say I make mine. I mean, mine ride bikes and go out and play. They have bikes, trampoline. I make them go fishing. They got 4-wheelers. I mean,
cool.
Yeah, I would make them go.
Like
out.
I said, the work country
gonna go do
bumpkins. I
something.
mean, we I make them go mine have been going mushroom hunting since they were little. They were strapped to my back in their little little strapping things, going mushroom hunting and deer hunting, and you know what I mean. Like mine have been outside. My littlest one goes raccoon hunting and shit.
That's awesome.
If I'd have been in the house all day when my mother she didn't work at that time. A lot of women didn't. She would have been turned into a Valium freaking wine drinking, probably kid assaulting SOB. I mean, I'd have drove her out of her mind.
Yeah, right. It'd be like, you're bored? Oh, we'll find something for you to do. Clean this, clean that, or go outside. So you just end
Well,
up
I will
going
say this
outside.
much: I am scared these days to let my kids be staying anywhere because I don't know I mean, there's a lot of people that are predators that are undercover and you don't know shit about it. You know what I mean? And I don't want to expose my kids to any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I am real strict about them staying places.
Right, yeah, that's same here. Same here. But we moved out more towards the country just so that we could let our kids be outside, be on bikes, and without having people driving by, people, without them being accessible to other people, because it's just, I don't know, it's too scary these days. I mean, it was probably scary back then too, but none of us knew any better.
Right. I lived in an apartment complex back in the 90s here in this same town, and we were all pretty close knit. We'd all be out the pool on Saturday and Sundays and stuff, and there'd be kids, and we were all drinking beer. So me and my roommate, we'd always keep Cokes and ice cream and stuff in the fridge for the kids because they were out there watching us drink shit. And this one little kid, little girl. I told my buddy, I said, I'll just carry on the conversation with her. I said, I don't think we need to be giving them anything anymore. I said, something's not right. And it wasn't like 2 months later, her dad got arrested for molesting her, but she just acted so adult for her age. She probably wasn't 6 or 7, but she'd talk to you like she was 15. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's around everywhere.
Yep.
So on the Ryan deal, okay, you were talking about these other channels before I was up here. I saw him on both of those. For one, he's moving into his new house and stuff is one reason. Plus, he had guests there, and then he got served with some legal papers. I think on one of those. I don't know. I think that was between maybe him and another YouTuber on their dispute. But he'll be back. He'll be finished this week. He'll be online. So it may be what y'all said. He might have got told to get off. I don't know. I take him at his word until it's different. But he's coming back. There's a couple channels. It's gonna be some heat. I'm gonna get a kick out of watching some of that. I think it'd be funny, good entertainment.
Yeah, he's already moved, so
Yeah, but hell, he's probably got a ton of stuff.
you don't think he'd paid people to do it? Come on now.
No, he's got a crew of guys that are young. Nah, hell no. He probably, because me and my folks used to own a moving company, and it's not that he couldn't afford it, but when you have people move you, they get all in your business, and it's not because you're trying to be nosy. It's just because it's there. They get in there, and then moving companies don't pay that much, so they get some undesired characters working. They'd be in there eyeballing the place, just seeing, hey, what's this person got? Where's it at? Blah, blah, blah. So I wouldn't hire a mover if I was them. All them young guys, hell no, just move it. But would y'all agree on one thing? I mean, what he brought a lot of people to this community, and that would be what I mean. I'm here watching y'all and a lot of other channels just because of him.
But at the horrendous expense.
Okay, that's your opinion. I think there's some other ones that's causing horrendous expense too. I mean, I've seen. I'm starting to see them cut up pieces now and throw the same video out, but cut and getting 50,000 views off of it just because he's on the piece. They cut an extra 50,000. That ain't counting the 100,000 they got off of it the first time. So, I've seen y'all do that. I'm not saying that, but I did see that yesterday. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I guess I just wish, whether you're Ryan Upchurch or somebody with 3 subscribers, like I wish people wouldn't open the door to criticizing the family.
That's true.
In this case, and him coming out saying Kylie wasn't real. Yeah, I mean, that sucked, but it also sounded really, really dumb too. In my opinion, it was like, okay, well, that's really dumb. Yes, it sucks, and if it got back to the family, that is very hurtful. And
it got back to the family.
Yeah. So no, yeah. So, I mean, and I that's why I came up. Came up on this panel kind of, tried to speak sense to him, but I guess I was really loud doing it, so I failed. But I just wish I just wish people would stop criticizing, her family and her friends, but especially her mother. Like, I still see comments of people saying she never should have let her go to that party, and it's like, man, what world do you live in? Like,
Really?
how much do you expect to actually police your children's lives? I mean, accidents happen, tragic things happen, and I'm sure her mother would give everything in the world. She would, I guarantee you, Lindsay would trade her life to have said, no, Kylie, you're not going to that party, so that Kylie could still be here. Like, it's just not productive to say she shouldn't have let her go to that party and she's a bad mom and all these things. It's like, man, if
Kylie said she was going to be the designated driver. Kylie lied. So,
you only graduate once, and we all went to parties on graduation night. We all did stupid shit. I say I did.
I did. Yes.
I mean, that's the way it was. That's the way it is.
I'm lucky to be alive, and
me too.
I have teenagers now, and there's every parent, we all have to make our own decisions, and we know our kids, but maybe you extend that trust one time and it was the wrong time, and heaven forbid, hopefully none of us ever make that mistake, but it's that parent that makes that possibly makes that bad call, they're suffering. They're suffering enough. And I just think until we've walked in her shoes, we just should not criticize her at all. We should just feel compassion and say, damn, she lost her daughter. Like, that's sad, and that should be that.
In
my opinion.
Exactly. In my opinion, I think Ryan tried to forget that he was a celebrity and tried to get it. I think he was really into this case because y'all did it. Lots of people brought attention to it. And I think he really wanted to help and just be part of it and see what he could do, I mean, and because some of it went sideways,
Yes, he definitely was not understanding why his voice was different than other people's voice. I think when it came to how many people were kind of just believing, taking everything that he said as Bible, like, oh, Kylie's not real. Okay, so Kylie's not real, so let's all discuss this. I don't think he was really considering that. Like, on one side, he wanted to just talk like an average Joe, but then on another side, he wanted the respect of being.
Yeah, because he beat on his chest, He was
kind of talking out of both sides of his mouth. He's not perfect. I get it, whatever. Hindsight's 20/20. I don't know. I think he was a dipshit in this, but as long as.
Come on. Don't throw the insults too bad now.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think it's fair to say it was, I think dipshit's okay. Like, okay. I've been a dipshit before,
Well, hell, I'm one most days, but I ain't going to throw it out there. I mean,
Daddy dipshit is like one of my favorite sayings. Like, I call my cats daddy dipshits all day.
Yeah, I use that in my everyday life. So I don't mean any malice by it. I'm not.
I know you didn't. I do respect what he tried to do. I think
the malice words you would never even want to hear.
Right.
Right. So
Excuse
ugly.
Me?
You would never want to hear the malice curse words.
Well, I wouldn't.
Laura Lee, you back in here finally.
Well, if Queen Bee, if you said it, it made it around, I'd know exactly where to go back to trace it down. You kind of got a very unique voice there.
Yes, I do.
You need to get on Tony Dodge's channel early in the morning and call in and raise hell. If y'all ever watched that one?
I actually caught a little bit of it today. He was making Craigslist calls, and it was really sad.
Who is it?
Tony Dodge.
Oh,
Yeah, it was like, I guess people put like ask for rides in Craigslist.
They asked for a
And
lot more on Craigslist.
well, yeah, there's that weird night that they do. Yeah, so he's calling people at like 4 or 5 a.m. Like, I've been up all night already. At like, oh, you need a ride to the gym, bro? Like I don't know. I didn't care for it. It was somewhat
he's a
immature.
weirdo. I don't know. He's just kind of weird.
Like, I know he's on the defense for all that's happened to him, but like,
Sure.
I don't know. That shit's kind of like high school shit, not even middle school like jokes.
Yeah.
I think with a lot of these guys that have been involved in the Kylie Rodney stuff on YouTube, including AWP, actually, is like, I think maybe a little bit of ego has gotten involved and kind of skewed things, and where a lot of people's intentions were really good, and what AWP did, of course, is really good, but then the ego kind of creeps in and people put their foot in their mouths, and maybe people, when they're talking on YouTube, aren't considering the fact that once you've put it out there, it's out there, and you can't take it back. You can't put it back in. And so perhaps some of the men who have larger followings that have been involved in this case haven't considered that always.
I think you're right. I think they got a lot. I mean, their channel, I can't remember what it was, but I looked. It's a lot. And Ryan's got a lot too. And,
Yeah.
There's ways of wording stuff, and there's one channel that's got certain like slander words against everybody who ever bought a Ryan album or anything. Mr. T joined his channel last night, and I thought, okay, you presented the message and the delivery so much better and eloquent, but made the same point. I mean, when it comes to these famous people, and even now AWP, 1/3 of them are going to do whatever. I mean, and that's the same thing with anybody else's band or TV or whoever they freak out about. 1/3 of them is just going to be, it is what it is. They're right. They're everything.
Yeah.
And it don't mean they're nuts about everything else. Yeah, Babel, see, but a lot of people create channels off this mess. I mean, Babel's got a big channel now, comparatively speaking. It's like every day.
He's kind of gone off the rails, huh? About the. I mean, I stopped watching him. I thought he was really funny at first, but I think now it's just kind of repetitive, right?
Well, to me, I think the man thinks he's the only person on the planet that's got any sense, and everybody else is a bunch of idiots. I mean, he talks to everybody like they're idiots. He calls them idiots and dumbasses and stuff. I'm like, dude. But that's he just lost his son, so to drugs, and that's part of it, I think. So
yeah.
Triple T was on there last night. That was a good conversation. So maybe it leveled him out a little bit. I think he got all wrapped up into it too. But it's a whole damn industry, man. This gobble stuff started a bunch of channels, a whole bunch. How long? I mean, I'm not being nosy, but how long have y'all been on here doing this? Long time?
Oh, I just watch. I just call it.
What do you mean? How long have I had a channel?
Yes, ma'am. Just asking. I haven't looked at this.
I had one, and then I shut it down for 6 months because I didn't really even, and I don't. It's not really that big of a thing to me. So then I turned it back on, and we used it to just talk shit. There was only like probably just a little small amount of us girls that would come over here and talk shit, just together, and then it just grew from there.
Well, because you got a good one. I like that y'all's format. Y'all do cut it up and chop it up and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but it's a big industry. I've noticed on some of it. A lot of it's pretty crazy. I didn't know YouTube was this. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I think maybe that's where a lot of these problems have kind of come from, is the fact that maybe egos get involved, and then people don't realize how much pull they have, or how much ability to impact the actual, like, to, for things to actually be getting back to victims and the victims' families and investigations, and that becomes a big deal, because, like, I'm just on here, I'm just shooting the shit, talking, I'm not monitoring my words. Or so when you have a much bigger platform and you're doing that,
right,
a lot of problems can result from that, and that seems to be what's happened here. And I don't know.
Well, it'd be a learning experience. I mean,
Hopefully. Hopefully.
And it'll take the Rodneys a long time to heal. I mean, hell, I can't imagine. And losing my mother about killed me for a year. I mean, every day. So, and I wasn't dealing with this. If I was dealing with some other nuts in my own family, calling all the time and talking stuff, trying to find the right words and always saying shit when they had a mouthful. So,
yeah,
it's tough. I just think I like this channel, man. Pretty mellow during the day, though. I'll give y'all credit on that. You wait till late night, chop it up pretty hard.
Are you following the Debbie Collier case?
No.
See, I was gonna say we get on here and talk shit a lot. Actually, I think. I mean, I don't know. I try to do it some different times, but I'm on a pretty strict schedule unless I take a nap. Then, if I'm on here late, I done took a damn nap.
There you
That's
go.
how you know.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. But no, there's so many. I was listening to none of this YouTube stuff. This was something else last night, but it was like I can't remember what they said the stats were. I couldn't even believe it, but I paid attention because of everything, all this with Miss Rodney. But it was like so many hundreds of thousands go missing in this country every year. It's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I wasn't aware of it.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying. And then I think, which I'm going to take the.
I missed what you said, Queen Bee.
And involve her. That way, people don't want to come in here. They don't have to. They know exactly what we're going to be talking about. So people. I'm going to take her hashtag straight up out of this and WP and Ryan, because that's pretty much who we talked about. But I mean, involved, and it does kind of revolve around her case, obviously. So, but I don't want to use her hashtag when I'm out here fucking cussing people out for using it. So, so I do want to make that clear.
Well, I think it was legit. I hope the family does get the money because, I mean, it's brought up on your channel. I mean, all that set up for them people to go search.
Well, family deserves I thought actually reward fund, which was $75,000, and that's their GoFundMe. So I thought the family should, be entitled to have the GoFundMe money. AWP should get the reward fund. Well, I didn't know the fund and the GoFundMe were both the same thing. I didn't know they were. So I don't really know how to feel about it because I believe her mom should be entitled to that. I feel that AWP should be as well, but they just got, if we can get 1,000 from Ryan, so how isn't it fair that I'm going to go fucking get the Ryan?
Either it's just me or that was kind of a lot garbled.
You're roboting, Queen.
Yeah, something like.
I think she was saying that since AWP got the money from Ryan, that why shouldn't Kylie's family be able to get the money that was raised for them?
I agree.
And I agree 100%.
Exactly. Because like you said, or someone said earlier, setting up that campsite, the trailers, the food, the water.
It's all money.
It is all money. I mean, and plus they shut down their lodge.
Yep.
There's a revenue stream dealing with all of this, which is more money, but the bills don't quit coming. They're coming.
Right.
And
it's not,
a lot of people's not taking that when they're bad mouthing these people into consideration. And it's a business is, a big deal. It ain't like they took Family Medical Leave Act from their job. And
right.
So I'm with you. I mean,
and imagine them opening their lot. Imagine them renting out their lodge right now. I could totally picture them, renting it out, and people people have shown up at what is it? Summer's family's house and Brian Laundrie's parents' house. Like, who couldn't imagine people like Molly Golightly showing up and, filming, oh, we're staying at the lodge, and filming the whole thing and trying to, film talking to the parents. I'm not just saying that it would be Molly, but anybody with a channel, just like somebody showed up at that memorial and was privately filming it. Like,
that's not cool. Not cool.
It's not cool. And these people aren't stupid. They know that, the world wants to catch them on film. There are people who want to catch them or clip them saying something out of context that can drum up views. So
it will not just be YouTube. It'll be the news media is just as bad or worse.
Definitely. Yeah.
I mean, they'll be out there putting people out there or filming people leaving. Well, how did it feel staying at the lodge of the blah, blah, blah? So, I mean, I don't know. I hope they sell it fast. I mean, if it's up for sale, I wish them to get it sold and be done and so they can go restart somewhere. But
I hope so too. But even that is infected by what just happened to Kylie, because the people who buy it have to, anybody who's interested in buying that has to know they're going to be bothered. They're going to, until the next big thing and people move on. This whole thing is just Yeah.
Well, to some people buying that for that reason could be an enticement for them to buy it because sick as that sounds, I mean, I don't sound right me saying it, but there might be some people say, well, we'll buy it for that. We're going to get people coming in here just for the curiosity factor. And
right.
I mean, other than I can't remember her name now, but that last couple, the girl out there in the van and the Brian, what's his name?
Gabby Petito.
Yeah, that whole thing. Other than that, then you got the John Bonet case is still going on. They ain't never got no peace out of any of that. So it's like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. I just hope that, all these kids that are Kylie's friends and Jagger and Sammy and all of them, that they can, move ahead with their futures, and, that eventually all this drama, social media drama and stuff will die down for them.
yeah.
Because, all of them, they're still grieving too. I mean, I remember being a teenager and losing a friend my age. I mean, it's a very weird experience. It's a life-changing experience, even if it's just your peer. It's very strange to have, to be, when you're young, everything is, I don't know, you see life in a very different way. And then somebody goes to a party and then they die. And that's, every one of those kids is affected. And then on top of it, to have, they're being implicated in all of this, made up stuff, because all of it's made up, nobody knows anything besides what what are the facts, and what are the facts are quite clear. So I don't know. I just think it's tragic all around. And
Well, I lost a couple of people in high school, car wrecks, stuff. And I don't know. It's different because I don't see it on YouTube, and because it wasn't YouTube back then, and it's social media back then, so it wasn't like it's in your face all the time.
right.
So I can't relate to what them kids are going through.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let is this Pixel up here? Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How are ya? I just wanted to make sure.
Good.
I just seen you were back here. I'm sorry. It does take me a second, so don't think I'm
Oh no,
ignoring.
I just showed up, so.
Okay. I'm gonna drop this screen back here again.
I just wanted to bring up, because we were kind of talking about cults earlier. I found this case on Facebook, because I'm a part of those unidentified groups,
Oh yeah.
And I saw this one, and it blew my mind. So this guy was kind of pulled over by the cops. He was on his bike out in the middle of nowhere. And the cops talked to him. They're like, hey, do you need help? What's going on? And he was like, no, I'm just waiting for a friend to bring me a bike tube. I'm fine. Well, a year later, almost in the exact same spot, a skeletonized body was found without a bike or anything. And he was wearing like a work coat. And so they kind of checked that out. There was like a receipt in there. But they tracked the work coat down, and it was to a guy that was missing in, I can't remember, somewhere far away, like Michigan or something. And so that guy had been missing for 6 months. And all of a sudden, oh, sorry, my baby's getting upset. The guy pops up, and he'd started a cult out in Oregon. So nobody knows how this dead guy got his coat or why they went missing at the same time.
What's the name of the cult?
Yeah, I was gonna say what.
I
what
wish
is-
I knew. I can't remember the guy's name. It's Jason something, but he's got a YouTube channel and it is freaky. Like the guy's like smoking something. He's dancing to music where with this like it's very religious. He had like some kind of religious experience. I guess. Jason. Oh man, I wish I would have looked it up before, but
I'll try to
Yeah.
look it up right now.
yeah, it starts with an S. Jason's S something. But he wrote a book too when he came back from his
What
journey or
what
whatever.
if he just donated his coat to like Goodwill or something, and maybe that guy got it with the receipt in it, or you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
totally. But it was just so weird.
Well,
Just
yeah,
the whole
weird shit
thing.
does happen like that.
Yeah. No, I thought about that too. Or maybe they met somehow and he gave him his coat because I think the guy was homeless. Oh, Shandor. Jason Shandor.
Okay, they're saying love has one cult. Is that what you're talking about?
I didn't hear the name of the cult, but I know the guy's name. And it's Jason Shandor. And he's got a YouTube channel.
He's scary looking.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got some weird YouTube stuff going on. But yeah, he finally, just popped up. His brother had been looking for him that whole time. And then he just popped up and he had written a book and was living in Oregon. But yeah, it was just weird that dead guy had his coat. But yeah, he totally could have gotten it from like Goodwill or something. I wish I could remember what state that happened in. I feel like it was Nevada where they found the guy's body.
Lordsburg, New Mexico.
New Mexico. Yes. Yeah, sorry. I read this like a year ago, but it stuck with me. Like, this is the most bizarre story. Especially after seeing his YouTube. I was like, what? But yeah, I wanted to bring that up. It's a lot to type.
Yeah, it's strange. There's an article from The Sun about it.
Yeah, I think I read that. Yeah, I
So-
kind of went down the rabbit hole with this one for a little bit, but I can't really remember all the details.
So it says Jason Shandor is still missing.
What?
Yeah. It says he's a missing person.
How, is it an old article?
Maybe. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold
Because
on.
he was missing for like a long time.
Okay, so he was missing, and then he was missing. A dead guy was found in his coat, and then he was found. Jason was found a year later. Is that what? you were saying?
something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
So I know
yeah,
that-
this article's from November 17th, 2016.
Oh shoot.
Look. Okay. Good thing I'm not a reporter.
I was like, he's been posting. Like, I go and check every so often.
Weird. I'm gonna have to look into him. And now he has a cult since he came back. Because in the article it did say that his brother said he got into some really weird religious stuff
Yeah.
right before he went missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he wrote like and he's selling the book, I believe, for like a ton of money. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I think he was like trying to sell it for like $200 or something like that.
Oh, let me look.
Good God, what is in that book?
Yeah, I think he thinks like the answers to everything are in this book.
Let me see. It's on Amazon. Let's see. Yeah, $54.50.
Oh.
It's got one 1-star review on Amazon.
Well, I completely over exaggerated that, but that's still a lot of money for a book.
It's still a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's called the King James Version Repeated Word Comparison Phenomenon. The Life Code Revealed. Weird.
That's a mouthful.
So he's translating the King James version of the Bible, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe so. He went up on some mountain or something, and God spoke to him, and that's where the book came from, I think is what he said.
Yeah. All ancient.
He reminds me of another Michael Long,
Yeah.
the
He looks
Garuda
like one
prayer
too.
circle.
Yeah. Creepy.
Yeah, I was so shocked to hear about that Michael Long thing.
Oh Lord! Oh, you know what? I got a video I need to be posting. I'll have to post it. I was gonna put it on here last night, but it's like a quick rundown for the people who were not here over the last 2 years.
Which was me, basically.
It just gives you a little bit of a backstory on it to not have to without all the drama. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I'm cutting up. I'm doing potatoes, carrots, onions, and chicken, boneless, skinless
Ooh.
chicken, and then you put there's like some sauce stuff that you put over it in the crock pot. It's the bomb. But that's
Oh,
what you get me cutting up
yeah.
potatoes. Usually I'm on mute, but that's why I'm on mute because I'm back here doing shit.
What kind of sauce stuff? Is it a secret recipe?
Yeah, come off of it. Queen Bee, what are you cooking in the crock pots?
But yeah, I definitely go check out his YouTube. It's so weird.
I'm going to.
Yeah, he just like jams out to music and like it looks like he's smoking some kind of pipe or something and just grooving.
Well, we
There's-
do that over here a little bit. We smoke weed.
Hey, we being maybe three, not we.
Me and then the teeny in my pocket, little mouse. We smoke buds over here.
God bless you. I live in Texas where they think that's still the Satan.
The devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I told somebody, it may have been on this channel, like this town, you come here on vacation, you will leave on probation if you ain't careful.
Oof.
If your kid's out screwing around on the lake and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, I used to live in Clear Lake Shores, Texas, and those cops don't mess around.
They can't. None of these kids get on this lake. They do stupid stuff, you know. And
Yeah.
I was in between houses. I sold a house, and while I was waiting to close on this one, I was at the hotel, and these kids had messed up, and the cops busted them. I mean, you could smell that. It wasn't just pot; they were smoking crack in there and everything else they could get their hands on. And finally, one of them messed up and come outside that room, and the cops had him sitting there on the floor. And I was looking at him, and I said, "You hanging in there?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "You're going to jail." I said, "I hope you understand that." And he's looking at him and said, "You got to be kidding." I said, "No." I mean, the cop was standing right there. I said, "He's going to stand there till they get a search warrant, man." I said, "Y'all ain't going nowhere but to jail." And that cop stood there 6 hours waiting on a good search warrant to go in there and get them.
That's how it goes. They will sit there and wait they will sit there and fucking wait to get a search warrant signed if they think you're on some bullshit.
Yep, they sure will. And now, I mean, used to it pissed me off. I mean, I thought, well, you know, let people do what they want to do. This fentanyl shit's kind of started changing the game.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to smoke a doobie right now. And I hadn't done it since 99, but hell, I wouldn't even know where to get one where I'd know it'd be safe. It's like grew it myself.
Yeah, they gave me a small dose of fentanyl when I was giving birth, and I was like, wee!
Oh, I hear some good shit.
It only lasted like 10 minutes, though, and it didn't help with the pain at all.
But how good is that? You enjoyed the pain, so
Yeah. I could forget about it for sure.
No, I don't know anything about it, really. I know that they say it's stronger morphine or synthetic morphine, and they're mixing it in everything. I mean, people dying all over the place, all over like Dallas and Fort Worth and shit every day.
Yeah, I try to avoid all that kinds of stuff. But when I was giving birth, I was like, give me everything.
Damn right. I'm going to have to do some oral dentistry work next week. And I'm got to go find a dentist and say, I want the best shit you got, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got too addictive of a personality to fuck around, you know.
Well, it's been nice chatting with you guys. I got to get my day started. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, nice meeting you.
All right, you as well. Bye, guys.
Bye.
So, Queen Bee, you didn't tell us your crock pot recipe. I cook in crock pot all the time. What are you making?
Well, it's just like, okay, so my littles do not like roast. They don't eat it. They don't like it. So instead of putting like roasting carrots and potatoes, I use boneless, skinless chicken.
Yeah.
And so I put onion. I'm cutting up an onion right now. Anyhow, I put potatoes and onion, carrots, seasonings, of course. And then there's these little packets that I buy. There's like 2 of them. Well, I mean, I put 2 of them in there, but anyhow, I bought 2 of them. But it's like I'll have to read it off to you. Give me a second. I'm trying to kill a damn onion.
Well, sounds good so far.
Yeah, it's the bomb. Then you put it in the crock pot, let it cook for 4 or 5 hours on low, while the
Heck
kids
yeah.
are cool. And then by the time they get home, it's time to roll. And then you can put whatever with it, rice or whatever you want to make with it.
I love crock pot chicken.
That's how I make my chicken and dumplings every time.
Oh. Does anybody have experience with 2-year-olds? Because mine for the last...
So, I was going to say this packet says Campbell's sauces oven classic roasted chicken. Just add chicken and veggies and you put this over it. You know what I mean?
That sounds awesome.
Let me see if I can flip my camera on here real quick.
Oh, you don't have to do that, but that sounds good.
Yeah, it is the bomb for sure.
I've noticed here.
This one, see it?
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen those.
Like one of these little things. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Look at my dog. She's like, I want some too.
I got you.
Oh. Okay, well, I should go. My babe has been like on and off upset for like 4 days straight.
Poor thing is, I don't want to say he or she, but are they teething?
Yeah, she is.
She is. Aw,
yeah,
that's
so
terrible.
I've taken her to the doctors twice because I'm like, well, what's wrong with you? And they're like, no, it's probably just her being 2, but she does have her molars coming in. So, but they've been coming in, so I'm just like, oh, what are you doing?
But then you know what? They do hurt. They often cause like ear pain too, like phantom ear infections,
Oh, okay, yeah.
But if you see them catching and pulling at their ears and stuff, usually that's why.
Yeah, her ears have been really warm
Say,
too.
Oh, she doesn't have an ear infection, but you see her yanking at her ears. It's like phantom ear pain from their teeth.
That makes total sense. Yeah, poor thing. She's just been super snuggly and just crying a lot.
Yeah, and it sucks when your baby's sick because then you can't get shit done. They want to be right up on top of you.
Yep. Yeah, she's
Or
just
right
been
up
like
under
on
you.
my lap. Yep. And she's not a clingy baby. At all. She's always independent. I'm good. Leave me alone. But not lately. But well, thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for coming up. I'll probably end this and I don't know. I guess unless Texas man wants to stay up here and chit chat for a little bit.
Well, it depends. You going to be quiet and cooking, or are you going to bring somebody?
Well,
up?
I'm going to lay this chicken in here and put the lid on it because I'm almost done. So I'll be able to chit chat with you here in just a second. Okay. Be quiet for about maybe 2 more minutes while I lay this chicken on because I'm going to have to wash my hands. Before I can pop the button back on.
Oh, you're a mess.
I'll be listening. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Later.
What's up, man?
Yo. Plugging in my mic right now. I sound like shit. My bad. I missed the first important stuff of the stream from last night that you guys were at. I missed it all. I was trying to go back and listen, but I didn't want to miss the live stuff.
Well, I missed it all because they started so late, man. Hell, I woke up this morning. I go, well, hell, I was already asleep.
We went until like 3 a.m. last night, right? 3:15 last night almost. What was the or should I just go back and watch it? I got to the part where you clipped your dog's balls and now is your bitch.
God damn. I'm glad I missed that one.
I was laughing my ass off. She's like, something once you get married, that's all she wrote, something like that. And I'm like, oh, now I'm gonna miss the live stuff, so I jump right to the live. What's up, Bird in chat? How are you? Yeah, you guys talking about that fentanyl? That fentanyl shit's ridiculous. It's killed my brother in 2016. And if you need a guy in Texas for a doobie, I got a guy in Texas. I was just in San Antonio.
I can't do it, man.
My podcast is out that way, the studio. So we go out there once or twice a year and do like a meet and greet and film a bunch of shit. That's my first. That was my first time there. We're going back in another couple months, but San Antonio is beautiful, man.
Yes, it is.
Riverwalk and all that. Where are you in Texas?
Me, I'm outside of Fort Worth. I'm a Stockyards, Billy Bob's kind of guy, but I like the Riverwalk down in San Antonio too.
Yep.
I have zero use for Dallas and Houston.
I hear you. 101 Parada Street. It's called the bar's called Southtown 101. That's my boss's bar, and the actual studio that's where the podcast originated from. They got a big studio in the back of the bar. If you're ever down in that area, you let me know. I don't know if you drink some brewskis or whatnot, but
I could throw it back with the best of them, man.
Oh yeah, I can get you hooked up over there. Get you a free bar tab for the night. Some good-looking bartenders, karaoke there. It's a good place. It's not like a fancy place. It's not run down at all by any means, but I don't like fancy bars and pubs. I like it like it's been worn in a little bit, like a good pair of boots.
I mean, I'm red, white, and blue, dude. I'm redneck, I'm white skinned, and I'm blue collar. So I'm just like right in the middle of the road down the working class folk, brother.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you redneck at all. That was hard.
Yeah, well, I'm not from Georgia, Tennessee, or Kentucky, but we just like them down here.
Yeah, no, I was joking, but accent, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I love the Southern people. I mean, a lot of people make fun of us and stuff. We talk slower, we talk a little funny, but we're kind of a bunch of friendly people. If you're in need, we'll help you out. You know what I mean?
Nothing but great time. Met great people that lived in San Antonio and whatnot. I say I'm from Boston, so everybody says I have a little bit of a weird accent. So,
in San Antonio, you're damn right. You stand out. If you go out there and say you park your car over here.
Oh yeah, I go park my car in the Harvard yard, and they're like,
what the hell are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
What yard? I mean, it's basically, I don't know what the demographics are, but it's a lot Hispanic side. But no, I love that city, dude. Good food, lots of fun, good people.
Very good.
Park the car in Harvard Yard. I heard you saying that. Oh shit.
Park. It's see, New York is like pork, but like almost like pork. We're so there's no really R. It's more like an So it's park your car, Harvard Yard. So yeah, it's a little different. Everybody thinks New York and Boston accents sound. I mean, I know a New Yorker from a Bostonian or a New Englander freaking like that. Some people can't tell. My dad, if you ever fucking heard him, you would fucking die laughing. Oh, then Nikki, you want a fucking backhander? Oh man, back in the day, baseball games in the truck, arguing with him. You want a fucking backhander? It was cereal. It was cereal. Yeah, Gypsy.
I was gonna ask you if where you were from.
Oh, originally?
Yeah.
Somerville, South Boston.
Oh,
Southeast.
okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And then once Hurricane Andrew hit, ironically enough, the hurricane just hit. In '93, when I was 10, just turned 10, we moved down to Florida because my dad owns a roofing company and whatnot, and we never left here after that. That was all she wrote. We made a good living and whatnot, and made it, built a business and shit, and we stayed down here. I was born in New Hampshire, Londonderry, New Hampshire, but quickly.
Yeah, one of my brothers, he's a foreman on the roofing crew, and one of his buddies moved down there, and he's made good money. Then he started doing drywall and shit. Yeah. He's made like damn near close to $1 million just fucking being down there in Florida and working. You know,
there's a lot of. I mean, we got so much rain and this and that, and then you have hurricane, tropical storms.
It's so different. Well, you know what though? Like, I mean, I live up by Chicago, so it's totally different here, and the crime rate's totally different. I mean, like I said, we live out in a little country bumpkin town now, but
yeah,
it's still different. You know, like the crime rate is really high.
Oh yeah, so I live in Boca Raton, which is it's a nice area. It's got every area has its slums. But you go to Dade and Broward County. I mean, Broward and Dade County are I think, two of the murder capitals of the world. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? It's good. And Broward County cops and Dade County cops are in the top 3 most corrupt in the United States of America. I didn't mean to say world before. United States of America. It's they trick daddies from down here.
Well, I think 1090 Jake, the YouTuber, from the prison community. 1090 Jake, you know what I'm talking about? He's I think he's from Broward County, ain't he?
He might. I don't know who he is, but he probably is.
I could be wrong. It could be somebody. You know what I'm saying? Cappy would know if she's in here. She knows. I mean, that's.
Yeah. Those Dade County boys don't fuck around. It goes Broward, then Dade, then Miami. Miami is crazy too. But we're a melting pot down here. I mean, shit. My neighborhood right now I live in, the condominium complex I live in, it's probably about 75% Brazilian. And I would then say 15% white, 10% black. So we're minorities in this neighborhood. So it's just a huge melting pot, which I love. That's how I grew up.
It's what makes America great, dude.
Yeah, that's why. If it was like that everywhere, you know what I mean? Like people. A lot of people would have different stances on their stances right now.
Hold on. Mackenzie Blue said, I want to know why Sammy went to Miami. Sammy who? You talking about Sammy from...
Yeah. I heard that too. I didn't know if that was
She went to go hang out. I mean, shit, she's going to be in college. Hopefully she's in college doing what she needs to be doing for college, working on herself. I hope that's what she's doing.
She might, if she went to Miami, she might be going to University of Miami.
Yeah, I was gonna say, KDB, we're not far from each other. You'll have to shoot me an email.
Chi-town.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Packless.
I figured you'd be up here talking shit with us, especially about the AWP, because I know you don't like them.
See, that's what I missed. I missed the AWP talk today. I'm fucking pissed.
Well, you know what? Good Egg came up here too. Well, I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but like I said, I thought there was two different funds. I thought there was the reward fund and I thought there was the GoFundMe. I thought there was 2 separate accounts. I didn't know the reward was the GoFundMe. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Well, that's what they said. That's what we learned today, I guess. And
the reward fund is the GoFundMe. So the GoFundMe is the reward for AWP.
No, they got right now was and we haven't even confirmed that Ryan donated the 100,000. Supposedly, Ryan donated 100,000. He said the Hellcat or equal value to of 100,000, right? So then he said he did donate after he was on our stream. Remember, we were over here talking, and
Yeah.
Cappy, he's like, I'm going to donate. And she's like, so then fucking donate. Like, what's taking you so long? You know what I mean? Anyhow, after that, he did. From my understanding, he did. I haven't seen any proof though of it, but I mean, he made a
Yeah.
video that ask AWP, which
Yeah,
nobody's going to go ask
exactly.
AWP. Hey, did Ryan donate to you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
They're not
That
gonna,
was the thing. He's like, talk to AWP, everything. He didn't actually say he's donating. He just said, he what's the word? He and I hope he did, but he kind of like beat around the bush a little bit to make it look like he did. But I assume that he did. You know what I mean? Because he said that's what he said. Talk to AWP, everything's all set. But you know that they you know, or something like that. They could have denied him for all we know. You know what I mean? But yeah, I worked it out. There you go, Sticky. Nick said they worked it out. I don't know what that means. See that? I don't know what that means either. What did they work out? You know what I mean? Or is that Ryan twisting the words? I hope he donated it to someone, the family. I think it should go right to the family, to be quite frank, for all the shit he put them through. But or split it up. But yeah, I only got 12 minutes in when you were telling everybody, or not telling everybody, but she asked if you got your dog fixed. He's like, yeah, he's a lot tamer now. Why don't you clip them things? Oh, man, you got me laughing.
Yeah, he is a lot calmer now. He used to be all over the fucking place, acting a damn fucking fool.
Yep. You clip a dog.
Then once he got his once he got his his little berries clipped, he's totally different dog.
Yep.
It's totally different.
I'm sure that's true.
What'd you say, brother?
I think they bartered a deal, in my opinion, instead of, hold on a second. Jones said, I think they bartered a deal, in my opinion. Instead of them taking the money, they may have requested a song track. Hey, you know what? I was thinking about that because they did ask him if he wanted to do the what was it? The song, the
AWP
intro song or some shit like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it kind of makes me wonder.
Wow.
That's what it was.
That's what he was probably like. He's like, how about I just...
I can't see them bartering for a theme song, though, because he ain't even that good. So, I mean, it's not like he's there. It's not, you know what I mean?
Listen, we have theme songs for almost every opener we have. It's just one of our guys in the chat that used to rap. It's off the freaking chain, like off the chain. And he did it for free for us. So I hope they didn't pay a pretty penny. Well, it's not paying a pretty penny, but you would have got that penny for your funds or whatnot. You know what I mean? For a country song for AWP, somebody that was saying that the girl you were rescuing is not real. Like, that makes no sense to AWP. He was saying the person you were searching for isn't real. Jesus Christ, Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, that was... Okay, so hold on. Nicole B said Ryan offered. AWP said submit it. There is no deal. So yeah, they basically just said submit the money. But
no, submit the
hold
song.
on. Johnson said Church shared a mini clip of what he was working on for them. Girl, we played it and laughed our asses off. I got to keep it 100.
I didn't hear it. What?
He said, AWP. That's about that.
Oh my God, Lord.
Yeah, go play it. Listen to it. Check it out. Go listen to it. Mute real quick and listen to it.
Oh, I think I'll pass. Holy shnikes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
He's gonna put about an hour into it, 2 hours
hopefully
into it.
Hopefully he fixed it up and made it, maybe tweaked it, made it better or something. I don't know. And I don't know who just tried to come up here as Pecan Pie, but your ass just got blocked and kicked and banned from the studio, Joe.
See you later, alligator. Yeah, because Pecan Pie's in the chat.
Okay, Church said, but AWP insinuated foul play. They are all over the damn place. Yes, and you know what, though? We were just talking about how we were really kind of surprised, like shocked that they backed up Ryan when he was sitting here saying she wasn't real, that her grandfather wasn't real, that this... How are you going to donate to somebody, to a GoFundMe that you think is fake? That you think is only being put on to, a GoFundMe or AWP when they supposedly didn't find her because she's not real, supposedly.
He's contradicting himself. You feel me? He's saying she's not real, but he's still going to donate something. So which one is it? You know what I mean?
no! Look, Pecan Pie said it was actually me this time. Oh shit! I unblocked you, Pecan. Shit!
Oh, shnikes.
Shit! Now I'm gonna have to figure out how to go in here and unblock people on the damn StreamYard.
Oh Lord.
You said I'll never come up on the panel, so I was like, "Oh shit! Somebody's really trying to fuck with me today because she's in the chat." That's it. That is it. I'm going here to unblock you because I need you to come back up here now. That does it. That's what I get. I should have said something first, but I seen it come up here and I said, "Oh, you know what?
You got all slick with it too, like bye, bitch."
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, fuck this," because it's the second time now. Somebody came up here before and under her name, and I was gonna let him up here because I thought it was her, and it wasn't her. So she's like, I won't come up there. If I come up there, I'm gonna tell you first. Nobody ever said anything. I didn't see her say she was coming up, so I was like, no, you ain't fucking with me this time. And it actually was her. It was her this time.
That's fucking hilarious. You know how to unblock all that stuff? I actually don't. I
don't even know how to do it, but you know what? Listen, this is how bad it was. I tried to get into this YouTube. This is how I'm not texting whatsoever, but I try to play it cool like I am, right? So anyhow, I figured out how to go into where my blocked list is at. It's 50,000 miles long. Because when Ryan was over there talking his bullshit and sent his little minions over here, I wasn't even fucking with them. I was like, block, use a block, bitch, today. Block.
Bam.
Left and right. That bitch didn't give a fuck. You come over here, you're getting your ass blocked. Don't even fucking say shit because you're blocked. Boom. So I got like my fucking block list is, you know what I'm saying, from here around the world 2 times back around. That's how long it is.
I wonder if it goes by because I block people all the time with my channel because I'm a wrench as well, but I don't know how to unblock them. But I wonder if it's like when you go.
Well, no, you can. Listen, you go in your YouTube studio and you go down to settings, and then you go into your shit, and you can look. My block list is so damn long. You got to hit the shit like show more 3 fucking times just to get extra people up there just to look. A lot of them though are like those web XXX channels and stupid shit like that, or alt channels that are people like one's like K's Man Hands, one is my friend like Georgia, and like I know that's not her, or you know what I mean, like a lot of them are like that.
I wonder if it's alphabetical. Do you notice if it's alphabetical? No, it should be, at least I think it'd be easier that way if they put it like that.
Mackenzie, it's about both, right? It's about AWP getting the reward fund when they already got 100,000 from Ryan, supposedly. So I guess it's kind of about both, really. And then, like I said, I know that I know it's going to be brought up, and my title is going to be changed. Well, not all the way changed, but I mean, I'm going to flip it around a little bit. Take Kylie's hashtag out of here because I don't want to keep it in there when it's like you know what I'm saying? It's out there or whatever. But I wanted to make sure people knew that she'd be talked about in here. So if they don't want to come in here, they don't have to.
That makes sense.
Well, because it's going to get brought up around AWP in this reward fund, and why I'm bringing it up today is because it was just brought to my attention last night that there's a change.org signature panel thing going around trying to get them this money. But you got to get 200 or 300 signatures just to be able to get on this change.org. Well, and it's not going to come, and nothing's going to come of it anyway. So it's a big waste of time.
Can you explain that to me? I missed that part. Just briefly explain that to me. What's going on with this petition or whatever it is?
So there's a channel named like Squirrel Girl or something. I'm not sure. I need to go get her channel link. So if anybody wants to go over there, they can go over there and sign the petition. You know what I mean? Because if you want to sign it, you're more than welcome to go do your thing. It doesn't bother me one way or another what you do. Hold on. There is one for Ryan's channel. What do you mean?
Yeah, there is one for Ryan's channel. What does that mean, Kinsey?
From these guys or from the Squirrel Girl? I don't know. I just seen it. I think she just started her channel, maybe. I don't know. I could be reading your comment wrong, honey. I don't know. Anyhow, though, yeah, there's this petition that they're starting on this change.org to get AWP the reward money. Well, okay. I thought the reward money was different than the GoFundMe. I thought there was a reward fund, and I thought there was a GoFundMe fund, like separate. So you have a basket for the reward fund here. Then you have another basket that's the GoFundMe, and then you have this. You know what I'm saying? The other.
Okay.
Oh no, from Nerdy. Okay, so there's a petition to shut him down.
That's what I got from that one. She just put that. There's a petition up for Ryan's channel.
Holy hell,
Take his
no!
channel off
Take his
YouTube.
channel off
Oh,
YouTube.
hell no, I ain't
You know
signing
that shit's getting
it.
signed by everybody. Holy
Wait,
shit.
Nerdy, hold on. Nerdy set up a petition to take Ryan's channel down.
I'm against that
Who's
bullshit.
Nerdy though?
I didn't know that.
Well, it's bullshit. Ain't
What
right.
are you gonna do if they take it down? You gonna make a petition to bring it back up?
I think it's bullshit to cancel anybody. Period.
Yeah, I do too. I think it is bullshit to cancel anybody. I do agree with that.
I still think he owes an apology, but I agree with you what you guys are saying.
Here, I just told a lie. I just told a whole lie because I said I don't think anybody should be canceled. There's one person I think should definitely be canceled. I won't say his name right now, but I definitely think he should be canceled. Abso-fucking-lutely. But I think you guys know who I'm talking about. If not, I'll put it in the private chat. But most people know who I'm talking about.
From the PC.
He's just disgusting. Oh, hey, girl. What's up, Murder Candy Podcast? Okay, she said there was 2 ways to donate. Okay, one was GoFundMe, and the other was the Find Kylie website. Donations went through both. We donated through the website. The GoFundMe raised $63,000, and the reward was $75,000. Okay, so everybody's saying that the reward fund and the GoFundMe was the same. And now that the $25,000 donation that was actually given was either given back or returned or pulled back or something like that. So it was really only $50,000, not $75,000.
This is crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it all. Like if it's a fund for why I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why why they letting it in the first place if they're gonna take it away. That's the part I don't understand.
Queen Bee, it's like we was talking about earlier, though. That family and that group and everybody has spent a ton of money out of pocket and losing money.
Yeah.
That should not be canceled. That their portion, they should get that GoFundMe money.
Oh, the family?
Yeah, damn
for
right.
sure.
You know, and Ryan should do what he said he was going to do, and AWP should get the car or the money.
Well, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure they already did. But if they got $100,000, then why are they signing this GoFundMe or sorry, excuse me? Why are they signing this change.org to get them the reward money?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
I think that's I don't want to say greedy because what they do is like, you know, it's amazing. And with $175,000, good Lord, they could do so many things for all these other families that really need help, you know, that could really use their help. It could be, you know, they could do amazing things with that. They could travel a lot. They could pay, you know, put up maybe even a third dive team and have 3 dive teams going in, you know what I'm saying? And really get shit pumping, you know, maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying like it could really, you know, I don't want to say like make them and break them because they can't break them by not getting it, but it could definitely benefit them by getting it.
That's one stream I didn't like with the Glare recently that, you know, he was bringing up there how much they make a year. He's like, they make close to $1 million a year. And I said,
but they have to pay, they have to pay taxes and they're away from their family a lot.
They have 20 employees. You break that down. That's $50K a person.
Oh, well, yeah. I didn't know they had 25 employees. Is that what you just said?
20 employees. 20 employees. So that'd be $50K a person. And I make more than $50K a year. You know what I mean? These guys are on the road all day with families and shit like that. And obviously the hierarchy gets paid more, like Jared and what's it called? So that's like nothing. And plus, like you said, then there's taxes. It was actually $700.
Well, and I'm sure like divers, you know, the divers probably get paid more or they get, but sometimes, you know, like I said, they actually, even if they didn't get paid or even if they they make a lot of money from their YouTube channel for one. And they have the AWP YouTube channel and they also have their own YouTube channels. Jared, Doug, Nick, they all have their own channels. You know what I mean? So I'm sure they make a little money off that, a little pocket jingle. It ain't much, but it's something, you know what I mean? But they add that in, add their merchant, add their, you know, their big AWP YouTube channel and the rewards. But I think I want to say they've only gotten one reward from out of like 37 cases that they've done.
It's crazy. These guys aren't rich by any means. They're not going to.
No, they're not. And what they do is really amazing. I think it's awesome. Yeah. I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I used to simp for them hard. They couldn't do no wrong in my eyes. You hear me?
I feel you.
Amen.
But after this case, I was really kind of upset that things went the way they did. Now, I mean, nobody's perfect. And like I said, even after they found Kylie and things went the way they did, and you know what I mean? SF Investigates came out and said this, and this against them. And, you know, what really left a really bad taste in my mouth was the whole tow truck or AAA guy. Yes. That interview should have never been put out the way it was. And there was one comment where Doug was in the boat and he read or was sent a screenshot from a Facebook group that there was a fight at the party.
Yeah, it was almost like they were making too much of a story out of it as opposed to what they.
Well, it's just they were running with the narrative already, so you know.
Yeah, they're basically painting a false narrative without even knowing, you know what I mean, what's going on. So they kind of messed up.
Well, yeah, because it automatically made people think Jagger. So, I mean, Jagger and Sammy or Jagger and Kate or whatever. And then people ran with that. Like, I mean, there's so many fucking rumors and lies and bullshit that is in this case. Right? People just run with the shit.
For the first couple of days after he said that?
It wasn't until the son called the police department and spoke with the police about Jagger and wrote up an article saying that he was cleared, that people stopped fucking with him. He was getting death threats. They were getting followed home or followed toward their house or whatever, wherever they were staying. You know what I mean? Like at the time staying, I mean, there was, you know, they were just, you know, people on social media were talking so much smack to them and asking him what he did and why he wasn't even there. And obviously the FBI spoke to him. What really kills me though is, you know, people doubt the FBI and the police departments and, you know, we'll say like TBI, you know, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations with the Summer Wells case. You know what I'm saying? Like they really act like these people are not, and you know, they are not good investigators. Like they don't do their due diligence in these cases.
Well, I will say one thing. You got to admit it's kind of weird that they cleared that lake and it wasn't cleared and AWP found it. I mean,
well, see, that's what I'm saying too. I think that's very sketchy.
Yeah, that's what LE needs to worry about. You know, they need to, I don't know. I mean,
well, first, listen, I was like you. I thought it was very sketchy at first. And I'm like, oh, wow, they said they checked it. They didn't, blah, 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 blah. So, but then I thought, you know what? The police, what is it, Placer County or whatever, whoever was doing the searches, they didn't have the equipment that AWP has. Also, the vehicle was said to be 50 feet or 55 feet out. They searched 30 feet out. They didn't go 50 feet out. So they were still actually 20 feet off of seeing the car. Yes, they did search, but they didn't search out far enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like, they should have searched the entire, they should have searched the entire, reservoir or whatever. But actually, I think they just searched like 30 feet off the embankment or something like that along,
it's more
that's what I got from
it. I don't think any type of
and I thought, AWP, they did make some mistakes, but they did offer, from my understanding, the police department, to help train them, and using their sonar equipment and reading their sonar equipment and stuff like that, so that they can focus on doing better if something ever happens again, if this ever happens again.
This is one thing that bothers me a little bit though, is they searched that area, didn't find it. AWP does, right? And then they don't let AWP bring the car out. They insist on taking the car out. You know what I mean? After they've already searched it, didn't find it, AWP searches it, finds it, and now they want to pull the car out and they do it the wrong way. So they fucking buckle up. They buckle the situation twice. You know what I mean? Basically. So,
right. Well, they did.
And, the other thing about like out there in Nevada with Lake Mead going down like a ton of bricks, they're finding all kinds of.
Well, and why did they drain it?
Do what?
Sorry, I'm sorry. What was you saying? I just said, why didn't they drain the reservoir? Why didn't they just drain why didn't they just drain it? You know?
They could have lowered the waters big time.
They need the water bad, and like Lake Mead, they're finding stuff. And here where I live, this lake dropped a lot like 7 years ago or something. And they found a couple cars and a couple bodies in it that they didn't know that they missed years ago.
Yeah.
So
See,
that's
that's
a
the thing.
business, So AWP, I mean, that's a nasty job. And I'm like him, they ain't making a ton of money. I mean, everybody's acting like they getting rich off this crap. They ain't. I mean,
right.
Well, Mackenzie Blue.
I don't think they're getting rich, but I don't think they're broke by any.
No.
Rich at all. But
you're talking to a broke person. They ain't
hold on. Okay, excuse the sleuth here. Let me see. She said, "What do you think about Deborah Caller?" We're gonna go live tonight at 10 o'clock about Deborah Caller. So if you want to, if you get time or you get a chance, slide over at 10 tonight, and we'll be talking about her. We'll be talking about that case. Also, let me say here, somebody else was talking about. Let me see here. I'm still looking for the update on Don B. I was waiting for him to get. There was no updates. There wasn't anything to really talk about. He just went to court, and we'll talk about that. I did go over it, but I will make a stream maybe tomorrow or something. Like we can just go over it real quick. Sorry, go ahead, guys. I just wanted to address those. Yeah, come up, Pacos. We told you come. You bring your ass up here a while back.
Mackenzie Blue says, and part of their credibility is that they always state that their person was they didn't know that she was there. That's not why they searched that area.
Well, I'm just saying, like, as far as draining it,
no.
They can't drain. They can't just drain it on a whim that they think she might be there. So I guess I answered my own question. I was like, why didn't they just drain it? Well, they can't, especially if they can't just go out and drain it and be like, oh, well, she's not here, so we just drained the whole fucking reservoir for nothing, No,
I hear you saying there, but Mackenzie Blue said a part of their credibility is that they always start where the person was last seen, no matter what. She wasn't.
Yeah, within a 5-mile radius, and I think that's amazing. I mean, I think that's a really good technique to use, honestly. I really do, and it's worked out really good for them. It's proved successful
but what
for
I'm saying
them.
is she wasn't last seen there at the beach. She was at the camp.
No. Her phone pinged right where they were at.
I thought it pinged in the campground.
It did, but it pinged down where she was at too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they said it. They said that. Matter of fact, I believe Doug says it. He says when he's sitting in the boat, he says her phone last pinged right here.
Yeah, then that's the law enforcement fucked up even fucking more. Oh my God, I did not know that part. Oh, I don't know how I did not know that.
Well,
part.
I mean, I feel like law enforcement definitely could have done a better job for sure. I don't think they completely botched the investigation. I think there's things that a lot of us don't know, don't have any understanding of because they've kept it private or kept it to themselves.
Agreed.
Also, I know that there's been a big argument about her autopsy. Okay, so a lot of people are saying, no, you can't get it because she's a minor. She's a minor. She's a minor. Okay, I've even said it myself that I said it should stay private because she is a minor. I believe it's up to her mother. But they said, no, in fact, it is not up to her mother, and it is available for the public.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Well, they should keep it, as far as I'm concerned, private, unless like they find her in the car naked or something like that, or they know something bad.
Is the talks out yet, guys?
Accident, keep it private. Ain't nobody's business.
Is the talks out yet? Does anybody know?
Hold on. Ellie, you up here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be sure it was you, baby. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nick. Go ahead.
Is the toxicology out yet? No, right?
I don't believe so. I think it comes out what they say November 1st. All of her stuff will be out, I believe.
Yeah.
She was cremated, I heard, right?
Yeah.
So she's getting cremated. Yep.
Yep. Which honestly, I believe that people are like, oh my God, she was secretly cremated. No, she was not secretly cremated. Just because the social media wasn't flashed across social media and everyone on social media didn't know does not mean that it was a secret.
It's disgusting for people to think that.
If it was my minor child, I would not be announcing it to the damn internet that everybody that my daughter was being cremated today.
It's none of their fucking business. Excuse my language.
Yeah, so I mean, oh hey, we got a super chat, girl.
We got a
Hold on,
super
she said,
chat.
Queen Bee, I've unsubscribed to many channels since the KR case. I didn't realize how many crazy YouTube can become until you explained it to me. I now know. I appreciate your channel and you. Thanks, mods, too. That was really sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, YouTube can get really, really crazy. I mean, I've made my fair share of mistakes. I have learned a ton of valuable lessons.
I only fucks with 2
But when you
channels.
come to YouTube, you don't realize all the crazy stuff and all the crazy things and all the crazy people. Like, you legit do not know who you're dealing with behind these screens.
And you start to see a little bit of the slime baldness too of certain people too. That's one thing I've noticed in the YouTube game. And I've been doing it, like I said, for 4 years too on the gambling side. I've had people that I thought were my friends for 2 years, 2.5 years. I don't even talk to anymore. It's just straight scumbag.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I had a really good friend somebody I considered a really good friend, and she actually ended up not being a good friend at all, and actually allowed someone that I do not get along with at all. Well, at the time, I did not speak to her. We did not speak at all. We did not get along at all, but she allowed her to record our conversation. Not that I said anything that I can't stand on, because I stand on everything I say. However, it was the point of her allowing this person to record the
You
call.
thought she was a good friend of yours, right? Like a real friend.
Right. We had been friends for almost 2 years. Yeah, I was like sick over it, because I considered this person a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Now, I consider a lot, people, acquaintances, hey, how you doing? But I mean, we talked a lot. She knew about my personal life. I knew about her personal life. Like, we actually talked on the phone about other things than YouTube. It wasn't just about YouTube. We rarely ever talked about YouTube, matter of fact.
That's gross. I had a similar
So it
situation.
was very upsetting that she did that. But you know what? You live and learn. And obviously that was a life lesson, and I learned from it, and it is what it is. You just got to move forward. I have talked to her. I don't know what she's doing. I don't follow her. I hope she's well, and I wish her the best. And that's that.
It happened to me too, B. Me too. I was friends with this kid for 2 years before I got hired with the first place. I got him a job there. We both quit that place, went to another place, got him a job at that place with myself. We were working about 8 months at that place. Next thing you know it, he's trying to get me fired for zero reason, just so that he can get paid more. And
some people, like I said, some people are
every day on the phone talking to him about, sports, gambling, this, that, hours, and just like, oof. If I ever see him, he's getting thumped up and lumped up. That's for sure.
Still, but it hurts though. Shit,
Oh,
it hurt my heart, because I'm like, damn, man, like, I really considered you a friend. And normally on YouTube, I've met some really great people. I've really met a lot of really passionate, compassionate, passionate, like, what I mean, amazing souls on this app. But I've also, on the other hand, met some really, hurt people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And hurtful, hateful, evil assholes on here that, they are miserable in their own life. So they come here and they are miserable and mean to everyone around them.
Yep. And I don't like the two-faced shit that goes around. That's one thing I don't like, to play on both sides of the fence. That's one thing.
Well, that's just YouTube. That's what it is. People have, and everybody has the right to go wherever they want to go. That's one thing I don't like.
I'm talking about like kind of what happened with you. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. You know what I mean? Talking to somebody that you know what I mean? The whole backstage conversation you have, and then they're recording it. That kind of shit. Not talking about
I don't like that at all. I don't like that shit at all.
I'm a loyal person, and I'm loyal to a fault. You know what I mean? Like, to a fault. I'll get
been there, done that. Been there, done that. And that's the other thing, is I had to learn a hard life lesson. Is I'd be going hard for people on here that wouldn't. I'd jump oceans for people who wouldn't jump a puddle for me.
Yep.
And so I had to stop and realize, like, I'm fighting other people's battles that have nothing to do with me, and they wouldn't do the same for me. So
exactly.
I'll tell you what, Cappy's been one of my best friends, and she has been an amazing friend to me. And a couple of the other girls, I don't want to just be putting their business out there, but they are amazing. And I'm so grateful that I met some people on here that a lot of you guys are really good and good people, and I'm so glad that I met y'all.
Oh,
hey, Queen Bee, I got a question.
What's up, man?
One question.
What's that?
One of you ladies that I found in the crime community, I was following. And I know y'all are all competitors, so I understand that side of it. But Mountain Girl 212, she just like a few days ago just said, F it, bad stuff was going on. I mean, you and her, do you have any insight to that or nothing or whatever?
Well, yeah, give me a second. I'm going to read these super chats and then I'll go into that.
Okay.
Murder
Super
Candy
chat.
podcast. She said, I like your channel so far because you don't bash other creators for content. No, but I do speak my mind and my opinion, and I think some people get upset or they consider that bashing. Like Zav Girl, a lot of people think I bash Zav Girl. I don't. I like Zav Girl. I just don't agree with the stuff that she's doing. I don't agree with some of the things that she does, and that's all right. I don't have to. You know, she does. I'm sure there's things that people don't agree with me. They don't agree with what I do, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. It is what it is, but I'm not going to sugarcoat the shit, and I'm not going to play nice and smile in your face, and I'm not doing all that.
Yeah, you don't
So,
stream.
no.
You don't. Your point of your stream isn't to go on and just make content by bashing other people, is what she's getting at, I believe, and I agree completely.
And thank you, Mopsy, for the super sticker. I don't know, it just says super sticker. Thank you. I don't know what goes with those or whatever, but
It's a little super
I
sticker.
appreciate it.
Yeah, little super sticker.
I gotta play our little super chat sound
we
here.
got a super chat.
Yeah.
We got a super chat.
Woo!
All right. I think we got a super chat.
Better be careful. Ryan probably copyrighted that. You better be careful.
Well, that's Tony's shit.
Oh, you're right.
But that was Ryan's
It's a little bit of
voice.
Tony and a little bit of Ryan. It's a little bit of both of them mixed up together, and it's both of them like it's Ryan making fun of Tony, but Tony in there saying, "Yeah, yeah."
But I mean, no joke. I mean, Mountain Girl. I mean, do you know anything? I mean, I'm not.
So okay, Mountain Girl. Let's see. Let's go there. So, anyways, when Buttercup had said, was reading that article or whatever, and Ryan was like, "Oh, I'm gonna sue you guys. I'm gonna sue the channel owner. I'm gonna sue the girl on here." Blah blah blah. She did a stream and said something about Queen Bee is gonna get sued or something. I don't know, something like that. So of course I get a screenshot. Somebody sent it straight to me, and I'm like, "Oh, okay. So who the fuck is this?" And so I sat back for a minute and watched her stream, listened to what she had to say, and let's see. She seemed like she was all right. I think she quickly figured out that it wasn't me that was on the panel, that it was Buttercup that was speaking. So then she had changed the title of her live to Queen Bee's panel guest is going to be sued or something like that. Anyhow, I didn't listen to all of her streams. I didn't have time. I was going live in like 2 minutes, you know. So anyhow, she was talking and chatting, and she was like, I think she got a shout out by Ryan or $500 super chat or something from Ryan. But anyhow, I didn't realize at first that I had already known her. I didn't realize this. So I was like, well, I don't even know who she is. I didn't know who she was at all when I was looking at her picture with the blue hair and stuff. And I'm like, I have no clue who this woman even is. What is she talking about? You know? So anyhow, I was listening to her stream and all that, and my, Cappy, I'm like, who the hell is this? Well, we got to talking, and she's like, yeah, don't you remember when, sorry, not Cappy, my other friend. She's like, don't you remember when Ernie, Shell, and Tina Simmerly, which they used to be a team together, Ernie, Shell, and Tina. She's like, don't you remember when they went back and forth with Mountain Girl and they doxed her? And I'm like, oh, fuck, yeah, I do remember that. So the very next day, Mountain Girl did a stream, and Tina Simmerly unprivated her live and doxed the ever-loving fuck out of her again. I don't know why she does the shit, but I guess every fucking time Mountain Girl comes back to YouTube, Tina doxes her. So she turns around and leaves again. You know what I mean? As far as I know, that's what's going on. I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand any other of the drama that's with them or that's going on with them. But from my understanding, she doesn't want all her personal information out there every single time that she comes back to YouTube. And apparently she's left 4 or 5 times now because of this.
So a question with doxing. is doxing? I mean, what's
Well,
the point
they
of
got
it?
her. Okay, so this is
To show
why I
up at somebody's
considered it
door? 'Cause I
doxing. They
wish a
have her
motherfucker
mug
would.
shots, they have her pictures, they have her address, they have her Pinterest, her Facebook. She had to go through and delete everything, her Twitter, her Pinterest, everything, because they had screenshots of every fucking thing on there.
So that's just to basically social media blast somebody on all their social media platforms.
Yeah,
basically.
their social medias. I mean, all that. Her, like I said, I mean, her mug shots, her fucking pictures. I mean, her social media accounts. I believe her kids were on there. Like, I don't know why the fuck they do that stupid shit.
Well,
People
I
just
got a
they
few
do that
muggies.
stupid shit is like to make it a threat or something. I don't know.
I got a few muggies from fighting.
I just thought she was.
Oh, wait a minute. She accused Tina and Ernie of taking Summer. So, okay, that's where the fight started. I was going to say, please help me. Facebook would know a lot more than I do about that. I don't really know much about her. I did hear that she was involved in the Summer Wells case, but then again, she was doxxed and all that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know all the other details. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't either.
Tom.
But if she accused Tina and Ernie of taking Summer, then right there is what caused them to go off the deep end like that.
I ain't got a clue. I just thought she shot straight, wasn't no bullshit, you know. And I was subscribed to her channel also, but all of a sudden, boom, she was like done.
I guess that's why. I've never. Wow.
Ain't none of my business. I thought, well, you may know. I was like, well, fuck it. I'm sorry I brought it up.
I think things just get crazy on YouTube. I'm like new to this whole kind of arena, and through this Kylie Rodney case, I didn't even know these smaller like channels existed. And I feel like it just in like this void of things, sometimes people just like to attack each other a little bit, you know?
Some people just love drama. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah. And some people like
I mean, we all like a little bit of it, but it gets to an extent where it's way too overboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where there's no there's nothing coming out of it. Like that's what
Yeah,
I
they
like
push it, they take it too far.
Yeah, to like doxing and to like mean catty stuff. And I think that's like how it is with life too. You think about it, you know, this is just
well, yeah, but there's a lot of people on here, and see, I think it's a lot different on the internet. See, and that's the thing. That's one of the things we're having trouble with is, you know, mine in high school, and we're having a lot of trouble with a lot of excuse me when I say this, but she's got a little temper, and she's having a hard time understanding that not everything people say behind a keyboard can they back up, or will they say it to your face.
Exactly.
It's a lot different when you're face to face with someone. 9 times out of 10 they will not say to your face what they said to you on a keyboard, behind a screen, or a phone at home or around someone else.
Yep.
So
that's exactly it. Like from the keyboard to like the voice, you know, like you go from Facebook and then to YouTube, it's like kind of real time conversations.
Right.
Like, 10 out of 10 people wouldn't say that shit to my face.
Wait, Tom, what happened to CDT? Because I really like her and I really like her channel. I think she's a sweetheart. So she said, you heard what happened to CDT again? Or he did. What happened to CDT?
Who's CDT be?
Just happened, and that's why she ended the live. I don't what happened.
Who is this channel?
I think she was doing something this morning. I saw she's a really
good
channel.
I was gonna say I really like her. I mean, she seems to be like a really, you know, down to earth, like a, you know, she was really good. She doesn't.
I think people like to pick on those people that are, you know, that they're like it becomes like a little bit jealous of each other. I'm just human nature.
Bombed. See, that's the thing. You have to really be careful. CDT got peen bombed. See, that's the thing. And you know what? It was probably the same person that's been going around doing it with the curve pee. See, that's why you have to be really careful who you let up here, and you always need to have an overlay. So if you have a channel, you know how when you click the link for me, I'll have people wait a few minutes. I'll make sure that, you know, I'll leave them back there for a minute or two and let them wait for a minute or two, because if they're coming up here to peen bomb or something, they won't sit back there and wait. And if they do, then that's a serious, you know, that's they're really serious about it.
It was the N-word.
But I also put this up too. like overlays like this, and then I'll bring you up on panel and say, hey, Ellie, is this you? And you'll say, yeah, and then I'll leave you on here. But if it's not, or you take 2 seconds, or you don't answer me right away, I take you right off panel. I'll bring you back up, but I mean, I'm not going to risk it.
They could take down your whole channel, right? They could totally nuke your channel for certain things.
It becomes a liability, yes.
So you get off and you like delete your live right away. And that's
a troll got on and started saying the N-word.
Yeah,
why?
Oh, God.
And it got worse right after that.
Oh, gosh.
Damn, is my mic working right now? Yeah.
And she's such a sweetheart, too, so that's really shitty.
Is this working right now, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, fuck. I thought I dropped my mic. Oh, my God. God damn.
I can hear you fine. I mean, I've just heard a whole little, rant right there.
Sorry about that.
That New York Post AWP article, like the interview on the interview room, because I saw that too. Because I heard you guys talking about that earlier. How AWP, I heard them say it out of their mouths that New York Post was following them for an unrelated article, and they didn't know they were gonna. I mean, I have like issues with AWP too because of like if they never released that video the way that they did, I probably never would be like talking to you guys right now because it threw everybody for a loop. It just threw everything off for everybody, and I think hopefully they learn from that and they don't do that in the future. I think because they're like crossing that fine line of playing like detective and people trust them and I trust them and I think they're amazing. But I think because what they did, everybody put them on a pedestal, and what happens, you do that, people like have nowhere to go from that pedestal, only down, and so that's the backlash. But I think hopefully they could learn from this. But even like they put out a video recently and they even said something about was kind of alluding to the Kylie Rodney case a little, that it could just be a tragic accident. We never know. Like almost trying to because I think what they did really threw everybody for a loop, and it's upsetting. I think.
For me, it did, yeah.
So sure. Wait, so Tom, so she let somebody strange on the panel because he's saying something about her being hacked or something. No, I told y'all, I seen a channel get terminated within less than 5 minutes because of
and then we've seen that where Murder Merc was, there was a guy that was raping someone or attempting to, and he was streaming them to turn it into the police or trying to get a hold of the police, and they took his channel down right then and there. He never got it back either.
Oh my God.
But the guy that was originally doing it did not lose his stream. Now, how crazy is that?
No, he didn't, and that is insane.
All he was trying to do was help by keeping his streaming. Oh man.
Yeah, he was trying. Yeah, he was trying to stream it for evidence for the police, so that because obviously the guy was, if he tried to deny it, he was going to, give it to the police department, as so that they could obviously put it off on like a drive or something. You know what I mean? Like to save the video clip, and they terminated his entire channel right then and there.
Because he was trying to get people to call into law enforcement. He was actively calling in. He was trying to get people to call in because people were like, why didn't you do it privately? He's like, well, I wanted people to get in touch with, because I think that there was an issue with the cops didn't take him seriously, or he was having a hard time finding out where he lived exactly or something, his location or something. I don't know. I remember that though. Dude, that was fucked up. And
no, Tom, he said, did y'all see the last time she got, it was the exact same video, but if she was that traumatized and that upset, just stop talking about it right now, so that way she doesn't come in the chat and have to deal with that again. You know what I mean? So we'll just talk about it later or something. You know what I mean?
Cappy, you said that you saw somebody's channel get done without even 3 strikes in 5 minutes, done.
Yeah, my friend Holly Undead. She was all drinking and shit, and she was she put the link in the chat and she was just letting people up, and she got a couple trolls that said some crazy shit, but this one guy came up and it looked like he was playing a video game, because video games are really realistic looking nowadays. And it ended up being the mosque shooting, that one mosque shooting, because that guy was wearing a GoPro when he did it, right? And somebody had got it off the dark web. Well, videos that come off the dark web and shit like that, those type of videos have encryptions that and YouTube has like a filter that filters them. So YouTube recognized that encryption, and boom, like within 3 minutes of that guy getting up on panel, like it was so creepy. It's the most creepy experience I've ever had on YouTube in my life. Like it was a weird vibe. It was like we were all watching the video, not knowing what we're looking at, right? Like on his avatar, and thinking it's a video game, and then all of a sudden the screen just went black, and it went, "This channel's been terminated," and I was just like, "What?" And so I go back to the link, thinking it's some fucking weird thing she did or something. Like I didn't understand it, and her channel was gone. Not just the video, her channel was gone.
Wow, and that wasn't her third strike. That was.
Mm-mm.
They just took it down.
She had
That's
no strikes.
crazy.
Yeah, because they can do that. They don't have to give you 3 strikes. They can just terminate your channel.
Wow.
If they feel like you have violated terms of service, they can take you out.
And the problem with YouTube is you can't talk to nobody.
Right, and she tried really hard to get her channel back, and like you know, when people tried to help too through Twitter, like she was a victim of a troll, and they didn't give a fuck.
YouTube changes their rules so much, and to not be able to speak with somebody and to like
Right.
at least like state your case, it's pretty ridiculous, especially the money that they're making through us. You know what I mean? I mean, they make a lot of money through YouTubers just putting content on there. They're doing all they have is a platform. Everybody else uses that platform, and they get 45% of donos now, which used to be what 35% or 33% or 30% just a couple months ago. Now it's at 45%.
They changed it?
Oh yeah,
Is it really?
Donos are 45%, and it has been for 2 months.
Yeah, because it used to be 30%.
Yep, 45% now they take.
They're
donos.
so greedy.
Yep.
Wow.
What the fuck? Well, they have changed a lot though, because I remember they used to not. It used to be against terms of service to share Cash Apps and PayPals. Now they allow you to link those things.
Yeah,
so
that
I
helps.
guess that's their way of being like, well, we're going to take more since we're allowing you to run your Cash Apps and PayPals.
Yep. Most people are doing that Cash App thing right on the bottom or whatnot. Or you could like, there's a one channel like I don't know if you guys watch Flodzilla. He does like Tom McDonald breakdowns every once in a while. He has a thing where you'll donate and it'll read it off over. You know what I mean? Just automatically, like a robot reads off the message.
the talk to text donos.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool. But the problem with that is
I know, but
trolls,
yeah, you could say
trolls
you could
will
say,
donate a
yeah,
dollar and say horrible shit too.
Exactly.
Because I follow the in real life streamers, the IRL IP community, the Ice Poseidon community, where like they're just constantly live streaming, and they all have those talk to text donation things, and people will call in and say the worst shit. It's horrible.
It's so crazy.
But they get hella money off of it because, you know, people want to keep saying bad stuff, so they'll keep paying to say the bad stuff.
It's weird how it works. And if YouTube's making money off you too, they're gonna be less likely to take you off the platform. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, I know they took Andrew Tate off.
Yeah.
He was making them a bunch of money, and then also what's his name from Nelk Boys? Steve will do it. I don't
Do
know.
you guys
why
know
Steve-
Ricada Law? Like he's a law channel. They took him down. They keep like striking his channel. He has like 400,000 subscribers, but he's like a law channel that live streams like Johnny Depp trial, and he live streams trials.
Yeah.
And he got struck by like law and crime, tried to strike him, you know, and he's a lawyer, so he won against them. But like now YouTube is kind of after him, and he makes them a lot of money in super chats, you know, because he
makes a lot of money. Ricada does.
Yeah, all like a lot of law tube they call it, like during the Johnny Depp trial, and they had their own drama too, you know, like because it just happens. And some of the channels went from like Legal Bite, she live streamed, she went from like 50K to like 250K, and then people got mad at her, you know, like things happen, you know. I think that's what happens it seems like what I've seen in this world.
The attorney fucking community is popping.
Yeah, LawTube. Yeah, they call them. Well, they're like Ricada.
Emily Baker had
I love her.
300,000 people in her chat or some crazy shit like that during
during Johnny Depp. Yeah. And they were making like you could look it up on like Playboard, or there's a couple of things, and they were making like $60,000 a day in like super chats, just because people were asking them like law related questions about the trial. It was really fascinating to watch LawTube during. I didn't know that Zab Girl covered it as well, because I'm like, new to all this, but it's really interesting, that side of it.
Kathy, where'd you go? She just dropped off or yeeted herself off here right in the middle of the conversation.
Uh-oh.
She hit the button on accident. Is she on her phone maybe?
But see, I love Emily Baker. She is, and she's so smart and she's so nice. You know what I mean? She's always
so
such
great.
a sweetheart.
And
She's not, mean and hateful. But I did hear that somebody struck Ricada. They were trying to take his channel down. He had like 2 strikes or something.
He had like a 2-week. He was off for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, he had like a 2-week ban, and that hurt his pockets because he makes good fucking money.
Yeah,
that's the problem though, guys. 2 weeks after that, if you get another strike within 90 days,
you're in trouble.
You're done. So it's like you want to walk away for 90 days and let all those strikes go away, and it resets you back to 0.
And he talks a lot of controversial stuff, and he does it late at night and stuff. But he's careful, with the censorship stuff. But now like Twitter's attacking him. I think he's just getting it on all sides because he, I think it happens, when people get too big. People get
but I mean, he streams to Twitch and Facebook and YouTube and
Rumble,
like Odyssey and Rumble, and he streams to like 10 different places. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They also do that other one, that locals.com, locals, where it's like chat, and they do a lot of the lawyers do that, like the locals chat, and also they stream on there for like subscribers kind of thing. Sorry, my dog.
What kind of car is this? Land Cruiser. Everybody's moving out of the West Coast.
Well, all I know is they stripped Alex Jones of his YouTube channel.
Good.
Oh yeah,
he's on Rumble now, but
I was gonna say he fucking he buried his ass, didn't he?
Yeah, he buried his own self.
That's the remainder to be seen. He got sued for a ton of money in Texas, but Texas has got a law.
He's still got like 4 or 5 lawsuits against him now that he's fighting.
Oh yeah, he's in Connecticut now fighting another one, but
yep. And look, you know what I thought too was like the best part of the whole entire trial was when his attorney sent over all his text messages.
Yeah.
To the did you hear me? Yeah, did you hear about it?
I didn't.
Oh yeah.
And then he just sat there and looking stupid as hell. Like he lied to him, and he knew he lied to him, and they knew he lied to him, and that was it. That was it.
That's all she wrote.
Yep, he was done, son, and he knew it. It was just a matter of how much money after that. Like, you know what I mean?
It was like, wasn't a lot of money, like 48 million or more than that?
Yeah,
maybe?
but they ain't gonna get it. You can't get that much.
Well, he makes a lot of money, but he was gonna file bankruptcy. I think that's because he either put in like his mom's name or something. You know what I mean? But I'm sure he's not losing all his money. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, in Texas you
He
can't
live as lavishly, but yeah.
You can't. You can only get so much in Texas. They had tort reform here, so you're not going to get $50 million off somebody. No way.
Is it kind of like the Johnny Depp trial where they, 50 million, 100 million, and then being 10 and change and 3?
They're going to pledge it.
I pledged it. Okay. No, you did not donate. I pledged it. Ma'am, that's not the same as donating. Like, that's how much she can't that woman cannot accept responsibility and cannot just simply. I guarantee she's never said I'm sorry. I mean, I don't. That woman right there, that trial frustrated the fuck out of me. I don't know for you guys, but it was so frustrating for me when she was on the stand and the way she talked, and she would look over at the jurors.
Yeah,
it was like she was in a movie acting.
Oh yeah, she was. She was acting. I don't know. I think so.
She put her game face on right before she walks in there. It's just like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a movie coming out. You know, there's a movie. You see the movie?
I heard. Yeah.
It's
like
the trailer is freaking hilarious.
I know it looks crazy.
It's hilarious. The guy they have playing Johnny Depp, he talks in like an Irish accent. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh. That was like a circus, that trial. But it was really interesting. I just think it was interesting for people to see like our legal system like in the works, which is, which is why it got so crazy.
All your guys' channel, by the way, was that. And then right after that happened, the Kylie Rodney thing happened.
So you watched like Zab Girl during like
no,
no,
never.
Okay.
I've been watched her a couple times. When,
so Queen, you
Fuckface
covered Queen covered it too. Covered the Johnny Depp.
I don't know if B did, but that's how I got like this community, like with everybody. Just the channel started doing this, and I saw this.
Yeah, we covered some. Yeah, well, I mean, we didn't cover it like that. We talked shit about. I mean, like we chatted and stuff about it, and like the main points and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, we went over it. You know what I mean?
I mean, everybody was like obsessed with it. Even like I'm in California. It was
every channel had it on. So yeah, we were. It was like talk.
I watched every hour of that trial. Every hour.
Yeah, I watched it all too. Because I
was fascinated. I don't know why, but I guess because it was just live in there and whatnot. It had to be that, obviously.
Yeah, no.
Well, not only that though, but like Molly Golightly, she was there. Like she went and made a spectacle. You know what I'm saying? Of course, there was like,
yeah.
But you know what though? It was funny as hell because his attorneys and like just the way the whole trial was. You know what I mean? It was. I don't know.
And he's dating.
I have split feelings. I have like mixed emotions about it, to be honest with you. Because I think that, honestly, I really do. Because I think they both use drugs. They both partied. They both done some fucked up shit. They both have done fucked up shit to each other. I don't think we'll ever know exactly what really truly went on in that house other than what she video recorded. I think it's bullshit that she recorded him in his own home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that was some bullshit. You shouldn't be doing that little snake ass shit.
And then lied about it and then said she didn't give it to them. I know. I mean, they both were, it was a toxic relationship.
And then she turned in the part where he snapped the fuck out. Well, I'd be snapping the fuck out too if I found a camera on, recording me after my mom died and I'm pissed off and I'm mad at the world. And, here you are fucking taunting the shit out of me. No, I'm going to snap. I understand. Some of the things, taking pictures of him when he's all pilled out and like slumped over, and he was not shy about doing drugs. He was definitely not shy about it. But I mean, why sit up there and lie and be shy about it? There ain't no reason. She's gonna tell the whole fucking world, so you might as well get it out the way and tell him yourself.
Well, thought real quick before I forget, because I'm a stoner. I promise you, I'll forget this. That phone call they had when he was like, you hit me, Amber. She's like, no, I my fist wasn't even closed. I was hitting you from the side of the. I promise you, if she was a victim of what she said she was, she wouldn't have said, you've been in so many fights before, Johnny. You're all right. She would have been like, you've hit me so many times, Johnny. You've done that. You know what I mean? That is what a natural reaction of somebody that has been, that has been a victim of X, Y, and Z would have said to somebody that she just did the same thing to. Oh, you've hit me so many. That was, that wasn't in the conversation whatsoever. That's what sold it for me.
Yeah, she didn't behave as like a victim, like a usual victim of domestic violence. She'd be like petrified. She wasn't petrified. I mean, I'm sure that they got into their fights in their relationship, but she didn't act like usually domestic violence people that are real victims. I'm not saying
that phone call. She would have said something like that. She would have said like, Johnny, you've hit me so many times, and because I hate you, that would have been said like. 9 out of 10 times that would have been said in a conversation that related to what you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sorry. When I heard that, I was like, wait, why is she saying, oh, you've been in so many fights before, Johnny? You know what I mean? Da, 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 da. She didn't say you've hit me so many times, Johnny. You've been so many fights with me, Johnny. You've been in fights before, Johnny. And then she laughed at him and did all the thing. She didn't say a damn word about him hitting her. I would have thought that would have been the first thing she said, like, Johnny, you've beaten me up so many times. You've done this to me. No, none of that came out.
Yeah.
Well, all I know is old Texas saying, well, shit the bed. Well, now that's a whole different meaning.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was probably, it's like her picture's going to be in the dictionary one of these days.
Yep. I mean, her career's done. Nobody's ever going to hire her again. So she's going to, I don't know what she can do. I mean, maybe 10, 15 years from now, it might fall off, or 10 years. I don't know.
Maybe with time. Like sometimes like Hollywood is kind of forgiving in a way, but this was so big, but you never know what's going to happen. Like she's also like people will be like, "Ooh, what is she doing now?" People will want to see her in something as well. Like, you know what I mean? Just how people are, you know? Because she became like infamous, not famous, you know? Like
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
like nobody really knew who she was so much before, other than she was married to Johnny Depp, you know?
She got petitioned to be off friggin' the new Aquaman movie and whatnot. I mean, I don't know who's gonna want to pick her up after that.
Yeah, not for a while. She needs like a couple of years just to go away. I think she's doing that. It seems like now. I haven't seen her in the news really, other than that she's, you know, like suing people for like bashing her online, you know?
If that baby is Elon's, she's gonna be all right.
I bet it is. I have a feeling it is. I don't know why. I have a feeling it is. Just because like they were in court
somebody
for
showed some pictures
surrogacy.
of her. They were like, "What in the hell is wrong with Amber?" And she looked like she was just like so stressed and just skinny, and it was awful. She looked terrible.
Yeah, they had like a court case over embryos that they like created together. Like it's like known fact. It's like not just here's, you know, it's like fact that they were in a court battle for embryos that they produced while they were together. And then
I heard that too. Yeah,
it's for real. Yeah. And so if you think about that, then she probably and he lost that. So and then all of a sudden she had a baby via surrogate. It's like do the math. I mean, you can't say 100%, but it sounds like it. And I heard that he was paying her like law bills and stuff. So you never know. You never know.
Yeah, I think he has like 12 kids too right now or something like that.
Yeah. And her kid looks like his kids at the same age. They showed them. It could be. He just because he has like a round face and
yeah.
He
looks like an alien to me. Like something like there's like you pull the skin
probably
off.
Is. Yeah, probably is an alien.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Like a creepy weird.
Yeah. He's a little creepy.
He's not my cup of tea. But yeah, that was a fascinating trial. Or case, whatever you call it. It was a trial, yeah, right? A defamation case.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really fascinating too, just to see it all in action, you know? See just how it all, you know? And I've watched other trials, but this was it was also like Hollywood because Johnny Depp was there, but it was she was difficult to watch a little for sure. And I think the diagnosis of her is pretty spot on, you know, which explains the whole thing, like why she thought she, you know, like they probably weren't a very toxic relationship, but I don't think I don't know, who knows, but I don't really think he ever abused her like he said, you know, it just seems too crazy.
I could see like a smack fest going on between both of them, just smacking each other, like sitting there just pimp smacking each other, you know, just blah,
yeah.
Blah. I could see like that kind of stuff, like none of them backing down, you know what I mean?
And verbal abuse, definitely verbal abuse, both ways.
That happened between both of them.
Tons of that,
he
know what I mean?
Verbally abused her, and she verbally abused him.
Yeah. But there's like a certain kind of guy that's just never going to hit a woman, you know? I just believe that.
That's me.
Because I know people like that. Yeah, you're one of those. I just know guys like that that is a line they won't cross. And I just feel like...
I'll put you in a bear hug, put you down, and run out the door is what I'll do.
Yeah, and he was always like running away from her and such. So, I mean...
Yeah, lock himself in bathrooms. Like, obviously he's somebody... And then she's the one like, you can't just run away when we're arguing in a fight. He's like...
Yeah.
It's fun to hear that. Like, that's how you know the aggressor. It's... I mean,
yeah, the truth comes out, and when, especially the amount of time that they were both on trial, like you could discern from what is truth and what is like, you know, exaggerated from both of them, you know, and then you can come up with your own conclusion so easily in this case, and I think that's why it was.
That's why he walked away. Exactly.
He's
ran away. He walked away multiple times
to get away from that, so he didn't want to fight. I mean. Some people, I don't like to be like in confrontations. I leave too. That's how I do it, you know, like, but Amber is somebody that doesn't. She's very like, you know, extroverted and kind of in your, you know, she's a certain kind of a person. We're all so different, you know, and they just together, they were not good. That's what the big.
She was using him. It was so apparent that she was using him. We start like once the case got broke down, I didn't know anything. I didn't even know he was married to her. until the case happened. I had never knew who Amber Heard was.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Didn't understand.
No clue.
And then it all broke it down. I'm like, oh, what the hell? What's going on here?
Yeah, when
He
you know
didn't
nothing about it. I didn't know anything about even the UK case, just the little that he lost. But like to see it just with like, and I watch all of like Law Tube, like Emily Baker and like all these other, and so they just took it from a very like, you know, so they were
He's
like
gotten her so many jobs too. Like of most of the movies, the big movies he's gotten for her. It's just like she knew what she was gonna.
Yeah, like it definitely like she probably got Aquaman because of him, because the same company.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like this. He had a relationship with that company, you know, with same from what he did. Yeah.
Yep.
Johnny Depp. Yeah, we don't want to like. I know this is.
I'm just happy he got. You know, he's invigorated from this, and he's not.
Now he's dating the UK lawyer. Did you hear
That's
that?
crazy. At first, I thought it was the other one, and then I went and looked it up, and
Yeah.
I realized it's the UK one. I'm like, damn it! I wish it was female, but
She was like in court with him like every day, pretty much.
She was like right behind them, though, right?
Yeah. Not like in the front row. She was like in his side, like the front row of his side. And I was like, who is that? And then
is that why though? Because they were dating before.
That's when they started. That's supposedly like she stayed in the same hotel as him. I read a couple articles about it, and like that's when things started because she wanted to be there to support him, and she was separated, I think, from her husband. And that's when things kind of got during the trial, which is interesting too to me. Like
I think she's around her, this like say maybe a little bit younger, right? But she's around the same age, right? Because he's been dating young girls his whole life.
I don't know how old. I don't know how old she is. The
I
UK lawyer,
she's like maybe early 40s, and
I would think.
Depp is
I
like
would
late
say
50s.
about that. Yep, I would say she's probably in her 40s for sure. The UK lawyer, she seems
Homegirl
really
is like in the 20s though, right?
Yeah, she's like you know, she's and she's like part of that like Hollywood scene, you know, like she just she's a certain kind of like I'm in LA, so I know the kind of person. I know people, you know, it's just a certain kind of circle that she's in. You could kind of understand her like psyche more, like why she came to LA. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like people trying to understand Ryan Upchurch and this whole thing. They're like different because they're on this like it's like a personal like you are your own product, and that's like Amber Heard and like people like Ryan Upchurch. You know, you become like the person who you are becomes the product you're selling to the world. You know what I mean? So it's such a warped view of things. You know, I think that's why this Ryan Upchurch thing with the Kylie Rodney case was so, because he's a certain kind of like celebrity, you know, to a certain kind of world, and that brought this different slant into things, you know, and that's probably
it's usually the other way around. I mean, it's sad to say, but it's usually the abuse was obviously said from Johnny to Amber, but in reality, looking back on it, it was the opposite, you know what I mean, type thing. And that was the first of its kind, really, to kind of shine a huge light on that, you know, domestic abuse and all that kind of stuff. It's both ways.
Oh yeah, especially somebody like, it seems like Johnny is very like reserved, you know, and you know, and different than
no prior girlfriends or anybody ever. You know, he's never hitting any of his prior. You know what I mean? So that's
they only get like Ellen Barkin saying that he threw like a bottle in the direction of like somebody like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Like that's all they could come up with, you know? Yeah, it was really interesting. It did bring like a light to domestic violence, though, in a way, like you said, because nobody ever could think it's the other way around, and it definitely is a lot of times, you know, the other way around. You know, it could be.
And a lot of times it's both ways as well. You know what I mean? You know, they're both abusing each other.
Yeah, verbally for sure. You know, I think she definitely probably hit him because, like, even like clips I saw, she's like kind of somebody that's very like you know, like she'll touch people a lot, you know, and like
she smacked her sister up multiple times.
Yeah,
you know I mean?
her friend.
That's Whitney for getting her back. I don't know. If she was smart, she would have got Johnny's back, and she would have been good for the rest of her life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Instead, she chose the wrong side again. Someone that abused the shit out of her whole entire life, probably as a young child as well. You know what I mean? She was the mean sister. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
Yeah.
And now she's stuck with a even more crankier sister.
Yeah, totally. And I think like Amber, she definitely like, I don't know if you heard the rumors that like when she was younger, she like was in an accident with, well, definitely one of her best friends died.
and she might have been involved in that accident. Did you hear that whole story about her?
I
And
think
like,
I think I did.
yeah,
Ring a bell.
which would explain why she is the way she is. Like, she definitely has like a personality disorder, like that doctor said, Dr. Curry, how
Yes.
she like explained her. That's like, she's typical like that BDP, you know. Definitely she has a personality disorder, so like you can't, they make things up. Like, it's hard for them to not do it. Do you know what I mean? Because they actually feel like that's happening to them.
Yeah, they believe their own lies.
They believe it, and it becomes the truth for them. And so when, it's so hard for people
And after
to
a
get
long
that.
time, like years and years and years, and believing that, it just becomes the truth in your, you know, to yourself. Like you basically convince yourself it's the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when I was an addict, I convinced myself I wasn't an addict.
Yep, that totally
You know what I mean?
happens. Yeah.
And then I got clean and looked back and I'm like, Jesus Christopher.
What was
I
I
have 11
doing
years
back
clean.
then? Oh, that's great.
Thank you. 2011. So wait, 2011 to 20. Yeah, 11 years.
Wow. It's crazy.
But
last 10 years
I
too.
definitely was like, when people, you're an addict. I'm not a fuck. What are you talking about? Addict? What's addict? I can't even spell addict. I'm not an addict.
Well,
But
it's hard
yes,
to
I was
accept
100%
things
an
about it's hard to accept things like when you're in the midst of it. I mean, maybe Amber Heard too will someday look back, or maybe she already has gained some perspective from this whole
I
thing.
think she went so deep in that trial, though. What's your first? What do I call? What should I call you? I'm sorry.
Ellie.
Ellie.
Yeah.
I think Ellie. She went so deep that she can't get out of that.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's what happened, I think, from the get-go with
It
like,
would be worse if she did.
If you watch like the depots from like when the divorce depots, like it started back then. Like, she was trying to like start her case back then, and what she wanted like the penthouses, and she wanted certain things from him financially, and then she came out with the article, you know, and that's the op-ed. You know what I mean? Like, she couldn't get it one way, so she went full on in, and she couldn't turn back from the beginning, from that original like divorce. Like, she just couldn't go back. Like, and hopefully someday she'll wake up. I think she will. She has to know that she has to go through therapy and figure out, like, you're living a lie in a way. You're living in a false reality. She threw herself into a false.
Definitely a false. What up, Tim? Definitely a false reality there.
Yeah.
Pray for rock and roll. What up, man? B will be right back. She just had to step out for a quick second. Trying to listen and work. There you go. Work is losing. Mopsy goes, hey, Tim, just trying to listen and work like I am. Work is losing, though. I hear you. I'm working right now as well. I work from my house. I'm an auto transport broker. I'm supposed to be booking jobs right now, and I'm just having some fun with y'all.
I know. I like this channel because everybody's very like open-minded, and I've been watching this a lot throughout the like with Kylie Rodney and stuff, just because everybody's just has something different to bring to it. And
we have some fun and stuff like that. It's not all like so serious type thing, and you know, you're not gonna get yelled at by another panel member if they disagree with you type thing.
And like the group think thing doesn't.
Yeah,
I think that's what I didn't even know anything about, like these channels and these panels before the Kylie Rodney case. Like, I would just watch like the bigger true crime channels, you know what I mean? And then I think I got so deep in this case that I found these you know, these channels, and I didn't know that there was like a trauma kind of world. I didn't know all the different worlds existed. It's really fascinating to me, you know, that and there is this level of like it's true, the anonymity is like a couple of times removed, so that's why people could do what they did to like trying to like oust that CDT channel, like doing something like that, because they're just you know, it's like you could do anything. Like, and there's always there's like people that are like putting graffiti on like businesses, you know what I mean? There's in the real world, so there's going to be people like graffiti artists and stuff in the like true crime ghetto. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? There's like this world that exists that attracts these people, you know, to it, which is a kind
and
of.
And there's a lot of good people like in this chat.
So,
I don't think I've met
so many good people.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I've seen people in other chats, the way they troll. It's just sickening. It's like, do they have nothing better to do in their life than to just say nasty shit?
Yeah, or they come into like other, like even this one that was covering Kylie Rodney, like somebody from her drama world came in and started like saying terrible things about her. You know what I mean? So they're trying to like kind of like the new people that are there, they're trying to like diss them, diss her in front of them. Like it's just slander, it's really interesting.
It's just, I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's people that are
interesting.
deeply depressed and
Yeah.
makes them feel better to try to make somebody else stressed and depressed or something like that. I don't know
Yes.
what
It's
it
like
is, but
like the pain body. Did you ever get Eckhart
yeah,
Tolle?
it's like, but
Yeah,
I
like if
believe in
you
karma
feel
and all
in
that stuff.
pain, you want to put
So
pain on others. It's like
treat, yeah,
that.
it should be treat people how you want to be treated.
Yeah,
Um,
totally. That's how I try to do it, But
I
it
don't
just
get it. Yeah. It's I don't get it. I could talk some shit, trust me, but I'll talk shit if it's warranted. But just to attack people for no reason and to just, I don't know, man. Maybe the chat. Do you guys agree? Everybody in the chat. I'm not, Pixel says agreed, boss. It's just like they're either doing it to get a rise out of you, or they're doing it because they're that evil. Either
or they're just
way,
jealous, or it's even
yeah, that too.
subconscious. Like their reasoning is maybe on a subconscious level where they're just doing it and they don't know why. Possibly,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, or like they're just doing it, yeah, and they like it's not even out of being like malicious. Like it's just their pain, but like I said, like the pain body. When you're in so
Yeah.
much pain, like that's all that comes out of you is pain. Do you know what I mean? Like,
No, I hear you.
and so they try to inflict that on others, which is just sad way, but it happens in the world too. Do you know, in relationships, but this anonymity that is with like YouTube, like I've seen it on
Sean says
Facebook.
trolling, and that's what it is as well. And excuse, I know everyone has different opinions, of course, but your opinions when you start calling people out and just being nasty, that's not an opinion. That's just being a jerk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if there's no truth if you're trying to get to the bottom of like reasoning or, like if it's, but if it's just about like doxing and just being mean to people and trying to like get people to not like them,
if you're
then
trying to get a
like,
rise, if you're trying to get a rise out of somebody, you're trolling and you're not. That's not an opinion. You're just trying to get a rise out of somebody.
Yeah.
But an opinion is, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but the way you say it and express it, I guess, is probably more or less the.
Well, and think about the chat too. The chat is like, in a way, texting versus talking. That's why I don't like chatting so much, like because there's so much affect that is lost when you send a text. Like there's so many different ways to read a text, and with I mean, it's great to chat too, but yeah, I think so much gets like misinterpreted in like just like one line, like chatting.
Text can come off differently. Like I'll be texting with my buddies and whatnot, and I'll be, is that sarcastic or not sarcastic? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. There's no tone in texting and in certain things, but yeah. So that's what the phenomenon I think with like the anonymity, because then people could like say anything, but like you're more accountable when it's coming out of your mouth, I think. But that's not always the case. I realize, And when the trolls come in, they kind of come in the chat because it's like more anonymous for them. So like they could say things in the chat and then once they come up on panel, it's a little bit harder, and then doing it in face would be the hardest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah.
And most of those people that say that stuff in the chat won't come up on the panel. That's the funny part.
Yeah, that's yeah, because they just rather hide behind like the 2 layers of screening, not just being words and like a little picture. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating.
That's what I love about this channel, that we don't. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen someone in the chat like that.
Yeah, everybody who I've heard
people
is amazing too. Like all the panel guests, like Kathy and Tiffany, I've heard. Like everybody has like just open minds, and Queen. Everybody is like just so.
Pixel agreed. Like psychobabble, not always going about things the right way, but people using his son against him is disgusting. Exactly. I don't agree with. I think 2 things with Babel, and it has to do with TD. Tony Dodd, you know what I mean, about the whole Tony Dodd situation. The last night's stream he had with what's it called was with the Triple T guy was. I wrote a message on saying like, this is the most productive stream you've done in a long time. Freaking, you killed it. Da, 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 da. And I've left messages on his thing before, like, hey man, this is starting to get redundant. You know what I mean? Every day he's doing the same damn thing, and kind of keeping it going. But last night's stream was way different. But yeah, I agree with you, Pixel. Using his son that just passed away 8 to 9 months ago against him is disgusting. Oh, did I lose everybody? Uh-oh. Hello?
Where is it, Tim? I gotta jump down, but
Can you
thanks
hear me
for.
or no? Hello?
I can hear you. I can
Oh,
hear
okay.
you.
I thought you couldn't hear
Okay.
me at first.
Oh yeah, no, I can hear you. I just
I
heard
was just
some
waiting
kind
for
of
B
like,
to get back.
yeah, before going down. I know. I felt bad
Yeah.
just like leaving you guys hanging. You know. Did you
I
guys
haven't
talk
used
about AWP at all? Like about that New York Post article? Did you see that on the interview room? Like when they talked about New York Post was following them for a an article unrelated to Kylie. They just happened to be with them that day, and that's why they said they turned off the phones. And then that's why they said they called the parents and then did the Facebook post because they wanted to do it before New York Post. Did you
Okay.
hear that? That's what they
No,
said
I
in the
didn't.
interview room. I think it was Doug that said it in the interview room, and I heard it out of their mouth. So that's why, like New York, I didn't know New York Post was following them, but they were following them for that, for just an unrelated interview about them. I think they're trying to get like government funding. They were saying that too on that stream on that interview that they're but which would make sense because like a nonprofit could get government funding.
I wonder if they get government funding if they can still do nonprofit and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. There's like I'm a business owner, and for especially during COVID, and there's still so many like different programs right now for nonprofit and for profit. You know what I mean? So there's because all kinds of sectors were hurt during the pandemic, and I know that just in general, like nonprofits, like they could apply for government funding because out of the nature of being like the type of business that they are, but it seems like I don't think that they're making like tons of money. I think they're like, any kind of money that they get, they're probably putting it into buying more equipment and sending out more teams so that they could probably spend more time with their family. They don't always have to be traveling, and they could rotate more and have multiple dive teams and such.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they kind of went into uncharted territory with like calling it like putting foul play or accident, because I think that's what caused this whole like fury on the internet, right? That we're experiencing just from having like that, because we trust them so much. Like I was saying before, like we just put them on such a pedestal, and I did too, because they found her and they've like put closure to so many families, and now they're they're like trying to play like what everybody else is doing on the internet. And because we trust them so much, we take what they're saying like as like absolute, and nothing anybody says is absolute, but I really thought that like the tow truck driver 100% had to be verified and everything. And then I thought, well, why? Just because they said so, or they thought so, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's
a tough one.
Yeah, it is.
It's a tough like line, I think, and hopefully they'll maybe learn. But somebody said this wasn't their first like open case, but it was probably their first like high profile case.
I heard it was their first open case. That's the thing.
I did too. And then I heard somebody else say, "Oh no, they've worked on a couple other ones that were still open." But I haven't verified that.
They might have been open, but like
no matter what,
like 3, 4, 5 months down the road, not like a week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
This was like I could be totally freaking wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this one was like super open and super high publicity. Yeah, high profile.
Get my pit bull there. Get my pit bull moving shit around. I think that's why they fucked this one up when it came to the video, because they didn't have time to do all the editing correctly and maybe think properly and yada yada yada.
But what about their lawyer? Do you think they have lawyers that like advise them about what they were putting in this, or no? I've heard
they
like
better.
They probably,
I mean, they should have, but they probably didn't. Just so that you know what I mean, because that costs money as well, right?
But nothing that But I'm sure they have lawyers in general, though. But I think I don't know. I just think
I just don't think they have lawyers that gave them the nay or the yay on that video.
You're
because
right.
they would have said
Who
no.
knows?
There's no way they would have said, put that out there and
know.
incriminate an innocent young man. As of right now, he's innocent, and I believe he's innocent.
because they did like imply him. They put like pictures
Oh
up
yes.
of Kylie. They like did a lot of like subliminal like pictures of like a broken phone and like a picture of Kylie went in their story. But
Because
then
when you identified we identified the male. Well, what's the only male that they know about and we all know about? There's only one male. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So, and
I
and
know.
it was Kylie's car. So it's Kylie's car, and they identified the male. The only it's they're talking about Jagger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A 10-year-old could have put that together.
Yeah, and I think that's why they came forward. The son, maybe like because he was getting death threats and stuff, and that's why they said they cleared him. But they probably cleared him at the beginning of the investigation when she was still a missing person. Do you know what I mean? Not since they found her, but before. He was probably cleared with his alibi at the beginning,
Oh, I didn't
if
know that, Katie.
anything.
Katie said they had over a week to edit and put together a video. They have 2 videographers. Well, that video wasn't put out a week later. I think that video was put out like 5 days later, I thought, but maybe
Pretty
it was.
quick.
I thought it was,
wonder when.
yeah. I thought that was pretty, yeah, right? When was she
Yeah.
found and when was it?
She was found, I think, on the 22nd, and then they released it as like a members only.
On a Wednesday. Yep, on a Wednesday, and then Friday it came out for everybody.
I'm looking up right now. 3 weeks ago.
Also, he was posted as cleared only because the reporter asked. What's up, Perfect Imperfect?
I can't find the date on it. It just says 3 weeks ago. Let me see.
That sounds bad. It feels like it's been longer.
September 2nd.
September 2nd, they released it?
Yeah.
And when was
How
she
we found
found?
Kylie. But this is maybe, I don't know if they released the members only a couple of days before that. Let me see what the date was.
Yeah, yes. It was on Wednesday. They released the members only.
Okay, so that was like a few days before.
Yep,
like
2
on
days
the
before.
29th.
Yep. When was she found?
Or 31st. She was found on the 22nd, I believe, right?
Okay, so that's about a week.
And then she was cremated on the 29th. So wow, they came out with the video after that. I hope we have these dates right. That's she was cremated on the 29th. I really think if she was cremated, I mean, I'm sure they got all the things that they need for if it was any possibility of cause of death, and then
Katie said 21st she was found. Yeah, Wednesday.
21st.
Was
Okay,
the first one.
And then they came out on the 31st. That's 10 days then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Whoa, Pecan Pie says they released it behind a paywall on the deceased son's birthday. It was her birthday too?
Her birthday was on the 1st, I believe. No, they think they released it on the paywall on the 31st then. And then it was available for everybody on Friday. I think it was 48 hours maybe that they
I
released
didn't realize her birthday was coming up or was even close to it. That's horrible.
She was going to be 17. I think it was on the 1st or 2nd. Yeah. Wow. So they did release the video. Yeah, like, right. Oh, that's sad. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that either. That is pretty damn sad.
But I mean, I understand them wanting to, I mean, I don't know if they even had, but they wanted to do a post, they said, before New York Post put out something about, because New York Post is onto everything. They were there. So that's why they said they turned off the phones. And then right across like the water, all the other news agencies were. And then that's where they ended up going when they took the thing out. But he said, like, I heard they didn't even stay around and like dive or anything. And that's why all the stuff was just left there. They just took the thing, her car out of the water and like left. They didn't like,
crazy.
They didn't like, it's so crazy that they didn't like, I would think that they would like completely like, like crime scene off the area and then like spend like 2 days diving for stuff or, seeing if they could get any clues under it. I don't know. It just makes no sense. Yeah.
I have an emergency phone call coming in. Can you just give me 2 minutes? Just hold it down if you could.
Sure. Okay.
If you would just read the chat, whatever, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Right back. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I know Bea will be back in a second too.
Oh yeah, it was gonna be her 17th birthday. 2 days before. Yeah, it's crazy they released it on a paywall first. Well, they do all of their things like that. AWP does all their things on a paywall first, and then they release it without the paywall. So that's how they release all their videos for as long as they've been doing it. That's what I heard. But yeah, I really agree. I feel like they should have just left out, if they left out the part about the tow truck driver, and just like they say they have like 90% more of that interview. If I feel like maybe they should have left out the entire interview. Yeah. Linda H said that. I agree. They should not have released that video, maybe a shorter one that she was found, but not with that much footage. I agree. It was just a little too much. And then I think that's what created, because we had that underwater footage of finding her, that's what created all like the internet sleuths to like kind of go crazy and start like screenshotting things and analyzing it for what was there, what wasn't there. That's, I think, when it like which way she was and such. And even like when Nick came out of the water and he said something isn't right, even him saying that too was a little tough, because we trust them so much, I think. So yeah, pecan pie, it's all in very poor taste. No one would have been glad if that was, yeah, if it was your I know, but I think they did try to contact the family, right? And then I think they didn't have the right numbers. I know SF Investigates was saying, oh, they should have had the numbers from like the trailer, like the center that they had in town. But I don't know. I think they should have just left out their opinion, just said this is how we found her, and like left out the part about the tow truck driver, because it just doesn't seem like, I don't know, it doesn't add up. And that's why everybody is going nuts over it all. Hope AWP isn't just using bad publicity as good publicity as a tactic and actually learns from their disrespect. I think they will. I think it's like a learning curve for them. So I think hopefully that they'll learn from this, and in the future they won't like interject any of their opinions. They'll just go with just the facts that they have and not say, oh, accident or foul play, because I think that's what has confused everybody. Like analyzing and people trying to look him up and figure out who he is. And yes, like Kathy's saying, yes, they were supposed to be the where, not the why. Exactly. I think that is just what has caused this whole circus, all the speculation, everything, is that they should have just focused on the where, not the why, and if they left the why out, we wouldn't probably be having this conversation today about this. Are you back?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. My little one.
That's okay.
So, okay. So she didn't feel very good, and Grandpa brought her home, and she was laying in the living room watching TV, and all of a sudden, boom, it just came out and everywhere. So I was like, guys, hold it down. I got to go. I didn't want to just end the stream abruptly, like just click in, end it. So I was like,
okay.
Can you hold it down for me real quick? And I went and cleaned her up and got her in the tub, got her out, got her laid back down. You know what I mean? I just wanted to make sure, because they come first, and I will end the stream abruptly. I don't give a shit, but I didn't want to be rude either.
No, it was fine. And then like Tim,
if you guys would have said, no, I can't hold it down, or I got to go, I would have been like, yep, we got to end it. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. Got to go.
Oh no!
So I appreciate you chit chatting.
Oh yeah! We were talking about Johnny Depp, and then like everybody laughed, and then
well, yeah, because I mean that's like you know what though? One of the girls that I really, really enjoyed, and I followed her like really, even through all the crazy shit where people are like, "You don't like her, don't be around her. She's horrible. She talks about these people. She does this. I looked past all that. But when it came to the Johnny Depp case, like it was a little overbearing, and it was a little too much for me.
Yeah, there was a lot. It was like so many eyes on that whole thing. There was so much like social media about it. It was like too much for everyone, I think.
Yeah, we all have our opinions, and we all, I believe we're all entitled to those opinions, and I don't think anybody should like have their opinion or someone's opinion shoved down their throat. Like if you don't, agree with me.
That's why I like Emily Baker too. Yeah.
That's why
But I
Emily
don't
Baker
think
is
you
so good
should.
for that kind of thing, for like law stuff, like you were saying before. Like, and that's, you're kind of like that too. Like you're just the neutrality of people,
Yeah.
like, or just the, yeah, I think that's important, because if it's too much one-sided, then it just becomes group think, and you
Well,
know,
you
it's
know
like,
what? Even back in the day when there was like this side and that side, I was friends with both, and I was not picking between either side. So I said, well, when you come to this channel, you either learn how to get along, or you block the other person, or you're going to be blocked in chat. Don't come over here because, we're adults.
yeah,
So
it's good to
if you
see
want to
other
be over
people's
here, have
opinions.
respect for my channel, have respect for me, and come shoot the shit. You can fight
Yeah.
with somebody in any other channel or Discord or email or something like that. Don't do it over here, And
Yeah,
it worked
it's too
really well.
much.
People got along
Yeah.
very well. Like it worked out for a while, until it didn't.
Yeah, well, there's always like dips in the, there's always like ups and downs, and and
Yep.
different things happening, and it seems like this Kylie Rodney case has just really been like kind of a huge thing for YouTube world, and
Yeah,
it's
it was that
created a lot of,
it got turned into a huge case, and I think that's because well, I think it's a lot of things, but I think it's
yeah.
one of the main things is because AWP got involved.
Yeah.
I
If it
think
wasn't
that's
for
what
them,
made
I
it blow
wouldn't
up.
have. Yeah, that I think it was when I saw their video, that's when I started to like, all of a sudden I was like watching panels, and I guess because I couldn't figure it out, because it messed up my head so much. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't figure it out from what they put out. So it did, and because I think we take what they're saying like as like absolute truth, because we respect them for what they do so much, because they do such good. But somebody, I think Kathy or Tiffany, was saying like everybody makes mistakes, and they could say that this is a mistake that they made for sure on this particular journey of this huge publicity Kylie Rodney case,
Well,
because
yeah. And they can learn from it too. And that's what I said too. They're going to make mistakes. Normally they do cold cases. This was like an open, active investigation. You know what I mean? Like there was, on top of that, there was a lot of social media eyes. There was a lot of eyes on this case. Well, they were under a tremendous amount of pressure, I feel like.
Yep. Yeah. And then especially once they found her, and then it's all like what we're like Monday morning quarterbacking things with them, because you could always say like afterwards, like, okay, they should have done this, 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 and this. But at the moment, they didn't know, they didn't know they were going to find her. They were hoping, I'm sure, but like they had no idea. And so like, if they're, New York Post was following them, like they said in that interview, then they were just going about doing their thing. And this is like how we find somebody, like they weren't thinking until afterwards. You can be like, oh my God, New York Post is there that day. It just so happened. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
They had no idea.
Excuse the Slew says, what about Jalissa Fuentes? Well, you know what? She pretty much got overlooked by the Kylie Rodney case. Like it was almost, that's what it felt like to me. It felt like she just got overlooked.
But at least they were contacted by the parents, contacting them, right? And that's like a different kind of dynamic than this one, because it seems like, like the parent, there's a split in the family, I think, of who supports AWP, who doesn't possibly, and I think that when you're going through grief, you just start blaming a lot of people at certain stages of grief, so you can't really get mad at the mom or the dad or any of them for doing any of that, right? Because everybody acts so differently in that situation, Anybody there?
Sorry, I was talking to you with it on mute, but yeah, I mean, grief is really hard. It's very hard. And you know what? It really works my goddamn nerve when people say, oh, well, she didn't cry, so her daughter doesn't mean anything to her. Her son doesn't mean anything to her. She wasn't on here bawling, and like you said, you want to blame somebody. And it does come in stages. And, I'm sure that, everybody wants to stone Sammy. They want to, nail her to the wall and, you know what I mean? Like get the firing squad out. So, and another thing, which I think is crap, but, which is my own opinion. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. It is what it is. I just, but what I think is it was intensified by AWP and the AAA guy or tow truck guy or whatever.
Yep. That's what got me crazy for real. You know, I think I would have thought it was an accident from the beginning, which I did. I was
Yeah,
like, oh
because
my
I mean,
God,
we were okay. My friend had called me, and it was the second day. I believe it was the first, or it was okay. So it was the first day we found out about it. The second day of the search was when we started covering it and talking about it and bringing it up, and then it was like boom, it exploded, and everybody was talking about it. A friend of mine lives like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes from there, so she knew about it before we all did. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So you had like eyes on like that were on there before. Yeah, but yeah, I think, and it was a different thing before. And like I
Well,
think
and
the
I
way
think
that
this.
we're looking at all the,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I just think the way that we're looking back at the interviews and such and the press conferences and everything, we're looking at it in different eyes because she was already found and where she was found. Do you know what I mean? So I think looking back at stuff, it's warped. Somebody even said this on one of your panels one day, and it really made me think that like even AWP did that interview with Nick right before they found her. So they were going in the water thinking, hey, something doesn't add up with this interview. I think UFC Frog or something said it one day, and I was like, wow. So they, even their predisposition when they were going in, they thought something didn't add up. You know, so that could have also affected their, you know, thought process and their.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? That's the thing, is they had been getting messages, and that's what he says. And that's what I think threw a lot of people off, because he specifically says, we got a text message with a screenshot from one of the groups, and it said that they had a party and Kylie was in a fight. And you know, when you have 300 and 400 kids at a party, you know something's going to happen and something's going to go wrong. And that's all it took for him to say. And then you have Nick diving down and coming back up, which it is his first dive to find, you know, because normally they find people who have been missing for a long time. You have to think he just found a girl who's only been down there for 2 weeks, and it was probably not anything, you know what I'm saying, like that he would want to tell anybody about, or you know what I'm saying, like experience again. Obviously, you know, it's rough, it's traumatic.
Yeah, it was he like traumatized a little when he came up.
Yeah, and you could tell, like the look on his face. When he come up, it looked like he wanted to throw up. Like it just looked like he was in shock. But when he comes up, he says, "I found her in the back or whatever, and it's suspicious. Call the police." That's another red flag right there, where they said he put out, "It's suspicious. Call the police." He should have just said, "Call the police."
Well, people like respect him. He's a respectable guy. Like he was
exactly.
Like,
so when he said that, people ran with it.
People ran with that. Was the moment. That is the exact moment, I think, that you just pinpointed. That is like when everything went crazy. You know, like that's when I was like, "What?" When I remember what, you know, like I was like because I just had it like, you know, like also I think the idea of like an accident, a drowning accident. Drowning and fires are like the worst way to pass away, in my opinion, you know, and I think people also, it's hard sometimes. Like I know the people that have passed in my life that have died of like terrible accidents, like skiing, like kayaking, like just where you die suddenly, are too hard for like the human mind to like comprehend sometimes. So instead, it's like a coping mechanism. It's like creating like, or having somebody to blame, creating a story that is more easy in a way to comprehend than the simplest idea that it was just like maybe she made a wrong turn and boom, like all like the most horrific thing. You know what I mean? Like those horrific deaths are sometimes harder to take in as a human being, you know, because it could happen to any of us, or any of our kids, you know, where.
Well, yeah, and it almost seems like people want something bad to happen. People want it to be something horrible that happened to her. I don't.
No, I mean, because that's the reason for it, is because I think is because like the accident is like a god, like, oh my God, it's just been like a wrong turn and boom, she was in the water, and like that's horrific. But like almost like finding somebody to blame instead of blaming like God or whatever, you know what I mean, is sometimes easier for people. I mean, that's the kind of feeling I've gotten out of it, to create all this drama. You know, it's bringing their own stuff into this world, right? Into this case, and what hurts them and what doesn't. And so that's part of it too, you know, let's blame somebody because that's easier to accept sometimes, you know. Well, I don't think that's easier to accept, you know, but just a thought, just because I know those accidents those people that have died of tragic accidents are just like so difficult to comprehend on like
So
your mind just kind of spins a little bit to comprehend it.
I heard Uncle Will posted an apology.
Who's that?
Uncle Will? You know Uncle Will?
Oh, you're talking. I was gonna say you came in like a wrecking ball about something. I don't even what are you talking about?
So, I took myself off mute before I said, my bad. I had to do some real quick.
No, that's all right. We were just talking about Lindsay's mom, or I mean Kylie's mom grieving and stuff. What'd you say though? I missed what you just said.
I just saw a message because I put a message on Babble's thing last night saying just finished the stream. This was a big deal in regards to people needing to make their own decisions and think for themselves. Triple T is the absolute man. Thank you for your service. Times 10. Babel, I think you and T have put the horrible allegations about that Ryan made to rest. The rest of the stream tonight, you and I don't get along on certain stuff with Tony Dodge, but respect for the stream. He liked it. Then some right under that, but oh no, Uncle Will posted an apology. He thanked her for her service. He couldn't be a man though and admit that he was wrong and apologize completely. Instead, he desperately looked for a reason to hate her, so he said she did not represent America properly. I guess that was a half-ass apology then.
Yeah, it was a backhanded apology. We talked about that yesterday, or last night, I believe. But yeah, it was a real.
I didn't see it yet.
Asshole backhanded apology that really was not an apology.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't even know that was out yet.
Hey, B Tim.
What's up? How you guys doing?
How you doing, man?
So, I missed a bit of the earlier stream because I was working. But did they actually confirm that Ryan gave the $100,000 or no?
No, that's the problem we're having. Is okay. So no one can confirm whether Ryan gave this $100,000 to them or not.
Okay.
So we don't know. He says ask AWP. AWP. They're probably. I mean, I don't think anybody's asked him. I don't know if anybody wants to ask him. I don't know if anybody has asked him. I don't know, but I have not seen any kind of statement saying they honor Ryan's donation or nothing. You know what I mean, or whatever. So I don't know if he did or if he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Secondly, we were having questions, and matter of fact, you're the best person up here to be asking right now, actually. So there was a $75,000 reward for anyone that found Kylie, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. And then there was also a GoFundMe. Now, everybody's saying that the GoFundMe and the reward money are together. Like it's one thing.
Yeah.
Now, I thought it was two separate things. I thought there was, like we'll say baskets. I thought there was a basket for the reward fund. And I thought there was like a basket for the GoFundMe, like two completely separate donations, completely separate from each other. And they said, no, it's actually together.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That it was together. That was my original thought process because at the time they wanted to increase the reward.
So basically we're saying is, I even did like a poll for my first time, the first poll I've ever done. I put one up. Then I said, do you believe AWP deserves to, should have this refund or reward money? I'm sorry, refund. And if people don't like or don't want to donate, they can get a refund, if they can fill out the paperwork or whatever. But I thought they had already started refunding people.
Yeah, I thought so too. Because a lot of people were like with the conspiracy. Like I literally saw a straight like someone's video. They says, well, if you have someone like what do they call it, cremated, it should cost this much, and this should cost. They don't need $60,000 to do all this, and it's like they didn't.
They have no clue what it costs. That's a pissing me the fuck off. My brother was cremated. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, usually it costs like $4,500 to $5,000 to do a cremation. I know that because my stepdad had that cremated, so that was in New York. It might be cheaper in other states, but like it's so ridiculous that they're like itemizing, like, well, this is how much a cremation costs, and it's like, guys, like, did you lose the plot or something?
The cremation might cost that, but then the services for what I mean.
But yeah, it's so crazy that people are actually running around with these theories, and it's like you sit there. And you wonder, like, what do these people do all day? Do they like just, like, are these the reason why they have calories for the back of water so they can know how many calories water is? It's so
fucking what prompted me to even make this stream was I happened to see that a woman had made a channel basically to push this change.org
Yeah.
For AWP to get the reward money or whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, well, if they just got 100,000 from Ryan, then I don't see the point in this woman, you know, doing this petition for the 75,000, which actually is 50,000 because they took the donor that donated the 25,000 took it back.
Yeah.
Or they got it back or whatever. I don't think
Thanks
they
to
took it
Ryan.
back. I think it was given back to them. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but thanks to Ryan, of course, because Ryan had all his fans report the GoFundMe and go after it probably because they thought it was part of a GoFundMe scam in their original theory.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering. I don't know what happened or how it happened, but a lot of people ended up getting their money back or getting refunds or whatever. And I know that the GoFundMe was actually shut down. So I don't recall when it was shut down, but I know it's shut down now. But anyhow, she's basically got this petition out for them to get this reward money. And so my question is, you know, should they get this reward fund? Should they get the 75,000? And did Ryan donate the 100,000? If so, you know, is $175,000? I mean, is that,
I mean, my thought process is that huge. I mean, like, first off, I don't even know if they have the money because I don't know if all the money is refunded. So we're just speaking in terms of if it exists. And it wouldn't be 75,000. It would be because the GoFundMe takes a certain percentage.
Yeah, well, and not only that though, the one lady, she took back her 25, or the anonymous donor, took back her 25, so it would be down to 50,000. I don't know what.
And then GoFundMe takes 15%, so about that would probably be 7,500. So it'd be like 43,000. And I don't know if you have to pay taxes on that sum of money.
You can take your GoFundMe back if you leave it. You can actually take your money back.
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by taking
like you said somebody took 25. Like
you can. Well, it was given. Okay, so when Kylie was found, the reward money or reward fund was they started giving it back to the people who donated.
Oh, I thought
one of the big donors. You know, they had donated 25,000. They gave it back to that anonymous donor. They sent it back to them, like, you know, gave them a refund because. I believe, like Tim said, the GoFundMe and the reward, people were reporting it because Ryan had said it was a fake GoFundMe and that they were doing this for, you know, and Creek Squad went and reported it and it just went from there. So I don't know if that's the reason or not, but I can see that happening.
I suspect that, but I'm not 100%. So, but I suspect that because a lot of those guys will do anything to get the approval of Ryan. And maybe get invited to the party, like a certain Psycho Bible says. Maybe they'll get to the party. But yeah, I mean, that's what I thought. But honestly, it's like, I think they only said they had one donation, like one major award. Usually they don't. AWP. It's all voluntary basis. So I mean, like the main way they fund themselves is basically on YouTube and advertisements and product sales and memberships. I mean, like, so it's just, you know, extra money. I mean, realistically, I don't think Ryan's going to donate the money. There's no proof. It's very weird that you donate $100,000 and you don't show any sort of receipt, any sort of like actual transaction, or AWP doesn't like say, yeah, we received $100,000 from Ryan. I mean, like, first off, if AWP did receive $100,000 from Ryan and said nothing, that's pretty scummy of AWP, in my opinion.
Agreed.
That's true.
I
They
mean,
should have said something. Maybe.
Yeah, they should be like, thank you, Ryan, for the $100,000. We really appreciate the money. We can help more people. Like a little simple blog like that. But
Exactly.
It's just a very simple thing. But you know, I'm feeling like he did not donate it, and because there's no statement. So if he did donate it and AWP doesn't say anything, then I think that's the problem with AWP. That's like a major problem. They should thank him, even if they disagree with his weird speculations. He still donated $100,000, which is a lot of money. But it, you know, most likely it's pointing to he did not donate, in my opinion, until I actually see a statement, because it wouldn't make sense that AWP wouldn't say thank you. It just wouldn't make sense. It would be like the dumbest movie.
Well, right, and usually they say, you know, if people donate or if people, donate or whatever, they always get on here and say they honor it. they honor him, they honor this person for doing this, or they honor the fund. You know what I mean? They always get on there and say that.
Yeah, and I don't think that we do know. A prayer says, "Do we know that?" No, because they're not a charity. They're a private business. So if they were a charity, we can go on a website and check out all their like how they tax and where they spend their money at. But they're not a charity, so they're like I don't know. Are they a corporation or something like that? Someone said something.
They're a nonprofit, I think, a nonprofit
No, they're
corporation.
not. They're not a nonprofit.
I thought they were a 501c3. Like
No, they're not. I've heard that they're not. No.
Okay. Well, I think they're moving towards that if they want to get like
usually.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. My apologies.
Oh no, go on. No, go.
Usually the reason why you don't want to be a 501c3 is because all your books and records are like monitored by the public. So the moment it actually becomes a 501c3, everyone can just basically pull up a website and actually look at all their spending and what they spend their money on and what they do. That's, that was the main. Sometimes you can avoid that, like certain groups, if it's like a certain amount of money you don't make. But like I think Tyler only made like $50-something thousand, you said, last year on his 501c3, and maybe it just takes a while for it to file. But usually with charities, you can actually look at what they spend their money on. So if if DWP was a 501c3, we'd all be able to pull up what they were able to do and what they were doing with their money and everything, and who gets paid what, usually. Yeah, I mean, and it says a no profit has to provide a 501c to have it posted on the website. So, I mean, like, that's my thought process. So I think they basically are, a business. Maybe they're a business that focuses on not making a profit. Maybe they're a business that they have privacy. When you're a 501c3, everyone's going to know exactly what you spent your money on. And you're going to have people looking at every dollar you spend. You know what I mean? It's the same thing that happened with Black Lives Matter. When Black Lives Matter, I think, became a 501c3, everyone noticed that she bought like four houses, the main person, and it became like a big problem for them. Did not donate to Summers Fund, and we saw proof of all donors. Yeah, and someone says Ryan did not donate to Summers Fund, and we saw proof. Oh, I don't know about the Summers Fund. Anything else? I'm hearing like nothing. Did I get kicked?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I was like complete silence. I'm like, what is going on?
I know they left me by myself before, and there was nobody here. Could you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. But yeah, that's my thought process on that.
Yeah, you're right. Like you said, yeah, like 501cs, they have to report everything. So I'm sure they would have been pulled up by some like internet sleuther by now, if they were, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my thought process. And,
I think it's listed. I just looked. It's listed under like another name as an LLC.
Yeah, maybe, because I heard there is some sort of there is a charity with the same name, but it's not them. That's what I've heard, and I would have to pull up the document. But I've heard that they are not a 501c3.
Maybe that's why it was like out there that they, because I felt like it was being said early on that they were, but maybe that's people looked it up and saw the other one and just, there's like something called Alliance Work Partners. That's a 501c. It's like a WAP program. So people could have looked at that and been like, oh yeah, who knows? Because it's the same initials, something like that. That happens a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's my thought process. But like people are saying that should they get the $175,000? Yeah, they would like that. And I mean, like, I don't have any problems with them getting donations and making money. But I mean, are they entitled to the $75,000? It depends on the stipulation of the agreement upon finding a missing person. Realistically, wouldn't the person? Didn't someone report her about the car before or something like that? I don't know. Realistically, if it's a reward, realistically, I would just say, like, if it's the stipulation that says whoever found Kylie should get the reward money, then realistically, yes, they should get the money. But that's just my thought process.
Also, though, if you look at the GoFundMe page for Kylie, it's for like support for the family. The GoFundMe page. It's not about reward money. So that I don't know was there two different ones? Like Queen was saying, there's like two different baskets.
Well, my understanding was, and this is my understanding, and I could be wrong, and people can correct me in the chat. My understanding was it was the hope to increase the actual part of the money. Most of the money was supposed to increase the actual reward money, because at the time, I think with the GoFundMe, I think she was still missing at the time. So,
yeah.
So,
and that's when it stopped. I think after they found her, it stopped. But it was like, it says it's paused.
I don't know. I think it paused
Well,
like after they found her. But
Why
it's
would
the
Ryan
fourth
donate
person.
if she wasn't real? You know what I mean? That's another thing.
Yeah, that was the problem. Ryan came out and said it was a
Oh.
GoFundMe. Like you heard the story, right? Or
Yeah.
you were there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
he said it was all part of a GoFundMe. The parents were in on it, and Kylie was actually with a C, and she's alive, and she's running around, and they actually got like a fake, like I'm going to call it a fake body or a real body, but from someone else. And AWP was scared of the police and all that stuff, and they didn't report anything. He would insinuate that they were scared of the police. Let's just say that much. And I have a feeling that because he did that, more people did not want to donate, and it actually hurt the GoFundMe, and then it probably got reported by people. I guarantee you, I'm probably like 70 to 80% sure that got reported by Ryan's crew. I could be wrong because I don't have the proof, but I'm like 70 or 80%, and that's probably what happened. It got a lot of shit, And then you have people still making videos stating, well, they don't need $75,000. You don't need this. So yeah.
These are the statements from people that are just idiotic. Like how the fuck they know what they need and what they don't need?
Yeah, I mean, like I heard from Perplex QT, she says like it takes a certain amount of rent, like they lost rental income from a business that they were doing because they closed down. Because you have to realize, like, these people are out there searching, they're not working.
Exactly.
So obviously,
this is their job.
Yeah, so they're not going to make money. So Perplex QT actually had a very good point when she did her stream earlier on about that. And there's also the fact that you have to pay her funeral expenses, and also the fact maybe they want to use the money to increase the actual, the missing person fund. But yeah, I mean, but people don't want to think logically. They just want to think in a vacuum, and they're thinking in terms of themselves. Like, oh, if I had a, dead daughter or something like that, it would cost me like $10,000. I don't need $65,000. So they're money grubbers. So that's their thought process.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And all right, so Glare did a stream and he looked up their income and their best case income, because it gives you a sliding scale, was $750,000. Between 20 employees is less than $50K a piece, and that's their job.
Yeah, and imagine if you didn't work for a month and you were going out looking for your kid, and you have employees to your business, and you're not really doing the business. I mean, it could easily be that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think honestly, Ryan hurt the family a lot by saying it was a scam, and I think there's still people attacking the family about the GoFundMe, and it's really like kind of pathetic, to be honest with you. These people are pathetic individuals. I don't know if they ever left their house, seen the sun and grass and know about real life, but they really don't understand how life works. And
that's taxed too. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're probably, if it's over like X amount of dollars, it probably is taxed. Probably taxed at least like what? I mean, it depends on their income. I don't know if that's actually good. Let me Google
that.
Depends
on where you live.
Yeah, the state, right? Because
20%. Yeah, for corporations, they're like 20 to 30% is taxed.
Let me see.
They're not rich. These guys aren't rich by any means. You know what I mean? By any means.
Yeah, and they're still growing.
Oh wait, actually, it says I just Googled it. It says generally contributed crowdfunding campaigns such as GoFundMe are considered to be personal gifts. As such, are not taxed as income to the recipient. The IRS does not consider fundraising proceeds taxable source of income, so they wouldn't be taxed on the 45.
But the GoFundMe takes their portion, so it's basically taxed, right?
But probably YouTube, they'd be taxed on, like YouTube, like unless it's counted as donation. But then you're like in that slippery slope between like nonprofit, like donation.
You're talking about AWP, not the crowd. I was talking about the GoFundMe. That was
okay, gotcha. I thought
AWP, they probably get taxed. I don't know where their main office is. I don't know what their state tax is.
But GoFundMe, you're saying they take? I know they take a big percentage. GoFundMe.
Yeah, GoFundMe takes 15%, I think, and also, but you don't. But the recipient, I read on Google just now, it doesn't get taxed. I could be wrong. Google could be wrong.
That makes sense if it's a donation. I mean, that would make sense to me because a lot of them are used for like when people like are in fires and lose their home, or
So YouTube ad revenue doesn't get you don't have to file taxes.
No.
Definitely, you definitely do. You definitely do. YouTube,
yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know you were talking about. I thought you were talking about AWP.
And we were talking about No, I think AWP probably, since they're not a 501c3, they're probably getting taxed normally. They're probably getting taxed insane levels, but probably they have it like a business. Like they probably have deductions like everyone else. Like let's say equipment, gas. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
All
normal
their
things are
traveling
just
expenses, like there's so much that, you know.
yeah, they
So
probably
there's
have an accountant that's getting all the receipts and getting all that stuff, and pretty
yeah.
much it is. I mean, they do save money on like marketing probably because they don't have to pay a marketer for the business, you know,
Yeah.
marketing them out. But yeah, I mean, it's just like a business, you know. Every
It
business
seems
you
like they're still growing their
Their
business. It
merchandise they
hasn't been
sell.
around.
There's
Yeah.
got to be tax on that as well, right? That gets taxed.
everything under the sun on YouTube is taxed. There is not there
Yeah.
even I think
Definitely.
yeah. I think the only way you cannot be taxed is like I think even Tyler said he was getting money taken out when he gets super chats from YouTube, even though he's a 501c3. Tyler.
Well, you know,
Oh,
super
interesting.
chats now are 45. They take 45%. That just happened like 2 months ago. They upped it to
That's so
45%.
crazy.
Yeah, and if you're an AWP is probably making like millions. Like I would imagine that they're probably bringing in like millions a year. If I was to guess with merchandising and everything, so they're probably taxed a very high bracket. So I mean, they're probably going to need every
Yeah.
single deduction they can. So that's why they accept generally donations and everything because it's an expensive business. Imagine if you like have a 45% or a 35% tax just taken out. Then you have YouTube fees and everything.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, realistically, but I
20
guess
employees. I mean, let's be real.
And
I
they're
mean,
growing still as a business. It's like
Well,
they're
I-
pretty new-ish.
I would suggest they get like a market person that goes on interviews with like what they write. That would be the first person I would hire next because having those multiple interviews with separate people with separate stories because it is not helping them. Like for instance, we literally saw a situation like 3 days ago where a guy came up here and he suspects it's a murder. And I'm not outing that guy. That guy is using what's available on the internet to form his opinion. But his opinion is that he believes it's a murder because of what AWP said.
yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah.
he saw the video. He believes AWP wouldn't bullshit about something so serious, and he said to himself, "Yeah, this if they think it's fishy, then most likely it's fishy."
Just like
Yeah.
Ryan's peoples. You know what I mean? What Ryan
Well,
says.
I mean, I'm not going to say that
Similar.
guy. Yeah, no, I'm not going to say that guy is as similar as Ryan's people. That guy seemed a lot more intelligent than the most like Ryan's fans. To be honest with you.
Oh, I meant just like in regards to like, you know, the whole believing, you know what I mean? What, you know, through a video and then you're believing through what somebody kind of says, you know what I mean? And just kind of not forming your own thought.
Yeah, it's called tribalism. Basically, you believe what the chief says, and if you say anything different, you get kicked out of the tribe.
Good point.
Yeah. That's happening a lot on YouTube these days, I think. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like that's how it is. It's called tribalism.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I wouldn't say that guy is tribalism because he actually said he believed Kylie was real and thought he walked away from that when he started saying that. So I would say he probably got voted off the island. Let's just say the Survivor Island.
Yeah.
Because he had a separate thought.
What was his name? You can put the PC
Mike.
on so loud.
It was Mike. Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot his last name on the YouTube thing, but he said his name was Mike. But he seemed like a nice guy. He generally was formed his opinion based on what AWP said. And can we blame him? I mean, realistically, if you have an organization that does so much good, you wouldn't think that they would clickbait and say something so reckless.
For a couple days, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, I thought as well, like, oh wow, they just blew this case open now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like this, you know,
That's why-
it's on the video. It's not even like hearsay. It's like that you see it.
Yeah.
It's because their integrity like brings a lot of weight to their words.
Yeah.
And so you
Imagine
can't but it's like that with everybody. But you can't not everybody's perfect and not everybody's right all the time.
Well,
you know
what? We build an image of a person based on what we see on the internet. So if you see someone doing only good things on the internet, you naturally assume that everything they do is good, even though
Yeah,
they're
they're
human.
like Superman. Yeah, they like searched it, found them 35 minutes. Where like, look how long it took for them, and they found nothing. You know, like they were built up. They were put on such a high pedestal. They can't go anywhere but down from where they were put. You know, just because they're like superheroes in this case. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we build it like that's why the saying goes that never meet your heroes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because the image you build of your hero is never going to be the expectation.
Never.
Never.
Yeah.
So
like false idols. Yeah.
Whoa.
What's up?
Sticky? What? 37. Where do you live? My state takes 37% for
I
income
saw
tax.
that too. That's
No,
probably like East Coast somewhere. I
that's
don't know.
probably no. I don't think there's anything 37. She's probably combining like federal.
I think she
income.
said personal. I think she said income tax.
Yeah,
so
because like
not-
California has 13%, and I think New York has. I'm thinking it's like 11. I'm not for sure. I know California has the highest state income tax. I know that in the United States. New York is like second, and I know that for sure. I can tell you that much. But yeah, it depends on your income. But yeah, I had. I think I had to pay like last year around. Probably not as much as you guys, but probably around about with state and federal about like 35K thousand.
Okay.
So not as much as you guys probably in taxes.
No, definitely not. I have a small business, so
Yeah, I was
It's
just a freelancer, so I don't have a small business, but you know.
and with COVID, like everything would happen with, the last few years,
Yeah.
like rebuilding a whole business from the beginning almost.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, it's okay. It happened. I've been through worse, right? I don't know. Just being a small business owner, that's part of it. That's why I could like respect AWT. Like they're really probably putting a lot of the money that they're making back into like new equipment for that second team.
Yeah.
Because they want to build their business too. I'm sure. And make
Yeah, I
have
mean, but
somebody on the East Coast and somebody on the West Coast, that would make more sense than them traveling east to
But-
west all the time.
yeah, but you have to realistically think about it as expanding the business. You're thinking about just in terms of good. You have to think about, okay,
Yeah.
now they can get twice the uploads that they normally can get. They can get twice as many views. Like they hopefully get twice as many views. They probably would do other things, do more cases and probably up their income. That's probably the thought process.
And I think it seems like they want to get like government funding to, like if they went around and trained like other, like New York, go to like big cities. Like they said they've done that a bit, and they even said they did that with like Nevada County before they left. They sat down with them and they gave them a grocery list of some of the things they would need in the future to help with this kind of thing. It's not that it's because they don't deal with this like taking cars out of water every day.
Well, I don't think
part of it.
I was actually wrong with like I originally said that like, oh, AWT should have removed the car, and I realized that was completely wrong. They only removed one car out of the water, and usually just leave it to professionals. Even though like some people say they could have done better, but I don't think they're supposed to remove cars.
They could have like taken their advice. I think that would have been the best if like law enforcement took AW's advice and said, well, this is how we would do it. We could even lend you our equipment, because they had like all the
I don't know if they had
and stuff.
Yeah.
They did. Supposedly they had it in their trailer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I keep on interrupting.
No, you're not at all. No, I'm sorry. No, go for it.
No, I just think like you have to. I think I heard a while ago that their diving team was volunteer. Those people, and I think they just didn't have enough training. I think they,
Yeah,
they're
you're
not
correct.
used to it. Yeah, they're not used to it, and I think obviously AWP is way better than them because they do it almost on a daily basis. So if you get it compared to AWP, who does it's
Yeah.
their day job, that's what they do,
Totally.
and the other guys that do it maybe once in a while. I mean,
Yeah, they have no clue what to do. Yeah, they don't know exactly what they're looking for. Like even with that sonar, like you
Yeah.
have to really have like a trained eye. There's a learning curve with everything, and I'm sure there's a learning curve with like reading those. And they could have been looking at the same sonar and not seen anything. Where those guys already know what a car looks like underwater
yeah,
enough times. Yeah,
Imagine if you and I were looking at the radar, we would be like, "What the hell is this?"
yeah.
like,
What
it's
is
the same
this?
thing.
Yeah, no clue. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
someone says families definitely speak out against AWP, and Jared's people just don't listen because they don't want to believe it. Yeah, and also I think Imperfect said at the end of the day, even they did everything right, somewhere would pick them apart. Still, listen, it's the internet. Everyone's going to pick you apart no matter what you do, no matter if you're Mother Teresa. That's absolutely true. But then logical people will look at those people as crazy, and then they would move on. So there's always crazy people that will pick you apart.
Yeah, it's true. I've seen that happen with this case, with everybody in it, with all the, even her friends, like
Yeah,
people will pick everything apart. I guess because also I think with the Kylie Rodney case in general, there's been this void of information. And I think that void really created like a stir among people just because they want to fill it. And there's so many theories and
and there's so many good writers in there, like with the theories they come up with the dots that they connect. It's like connecting
I don't
these
know
dots
about
and make a
that.
story. I mean, some of them are like fantastical stories, you know what I mean? Like, but it's things that only like really don't only really happen. I mean, some crazy stuff I know happens in real life. Look at like Chris Watts, or you know, like crazy things happen all the time. But I feel like people are trying to make too many like crazy things fit because there's these dots, you know, and they're trying to connect them, you know. And
Well, that's
so
human
the stories,
evolution.
yeah, it is. It really is.
You're so goddamn smart, man. Fucking
No,
A.
I'm not, I just repeat shit. I was on the internet.
No,
Nothing smart.
you well, you don't have to tell me what you do for a living, but you should be a lawyer.
No, I'm not going to be a lawyer. I will never be a lawyer. It's a thankless job, believe me. I've been around them.
Tough, yeah.
Really?
It's a thankless job. It's like if you get into like being a lawyer, you'll see. If you first come out of law, like a good book to read about how tough it is to be a lawyer is The Rainmaker. You ever see the movie or read the book?
I think I have seen the movie The Rainmaker. Is it with like Danny DeVito? Maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah, Danny DeVito plays like the guy who failed the bar exam like 15 times, right? And basically you come out of law school and you gotta look for a job. You have a student loan debt you have, and you gotta get any job. And in the movie, basically he's like, you know, the firm that he was gonna join basically rescinded his invitation. He has to work for this kind of like low life lawyer. And he just picks up this case, but you realize like a lot of times it's like, you know, when you first start out as a lawyer, you are broke. You are 100% broke, and you have to take any job you want. You have to take whatever job you can get. And it's not easy. You don't really you don't start really making the money unless you start get into a certain law firm or a certain type of law. Like maybe like I think like one type of lawyer that you probably get a lot of money in is maritime law. If you can get into maritime law, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. But, you know, it depends on the lawyer, really.
Yeah, you have to put in a lot of hours. I know a lot of lawyers, and like at the beginning, you just like work so many hours.
I mean,
more than like as much as a doctor, like in, you know, when they're starting out.
Yeah, I mean, you have types of lawyers. You have accident lawyers, you have contractual lawyers, you have corporate lawyers, you have, you know, maritime law lawyers, and it depends on the field you're getting into. It's like, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, if you're going into like lawsuits, it's like feast or famine. You lose a case, you just lost a ton of money because you spent all the money up front. And if you get into defense, you only get a set salary per month, and until you hit partnership, get a partner, then you're pretty much doing pretty good, but you still have to face costs that you have to deal with. So people don't realize being a lawyer is not as glamorous as people think. It's just like a doctor. Most doctors are starting out are addicts. If you read a study, I thought like I think 50% they said or something like that were addicts of some type of pill. Yeah,
I know dentists too are like very depressed.
It's a tough situation. These jobs, there's a reason why there's not a lot of people wanting to be lawyers and dentists and all these positions. I mean, plus you could probably, to be honest with you, we went to New York City. I would probably say a good job to get is sanitation. Get into the sanitation business. You'll make like $100-something thousand a year. You'll get a great retirement. You'll retire before you hit 40, and you literally can just sit in the beach in Florida or something. I guarantee you. And you're working under the city, and you have job security, basically. In comparison to going to law school for, 6 years, like 2 years of law school, 4 years of like actual school, and then you're pretty much got to hope that you're going to make that much money, and then, that's the deal. But yeah, it's pretty much my thought process on that. But yeah, I'm not a lawyer. I guess the whole tangent was me being a lawyer. No, I'm not.
Hey, you just convinced me to not convince me to convince me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just say like you're just really better off getting a city job with some sort of sanitation or something like that, and they have like the best retirement. They have like medicals and benefits. It's like, unless you get into like Detroit, like everyone got screwed because Detroit just ruined everything with the city workers. But yeah, that's my thought process. And or being a plumber. Being a plumber is like a job that will never be replaced.
Oh my God, you always need a plumber. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm an auto transport broker. I don't get any of that crap. I work off commission, and I have salary and commission.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
it's
cool.
600 salary and then commission plus commission. So it's like 12 to 14 a week.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Sometimes more depending on the season.
Yeah, but yeah, I see a lot of things on YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube. I just read some books here and there. It's not really, anyone can do it, to be honest
Then I
with
make 300 on YouTube a week from the podcast I work for. So that's on top of it. But I just use that for like bullshit spending money. I just keep it in my Cash App.
Do you buy like a new pair of shoes every time you need to drink on live stream?
I got like 10 grand in my Cash App right now, just stacking up.
Big spender.
Yeah, I'm cheap. That's why I say I save money. You know what I mean? When I say I'm cheap, I don't spend money unnecessarily. You know what I mean? I mean, I do order Uber Eats every night, so that's pretty stupid. $25 a day.
It's worse in the city, especially if you're vegan. If you're trying to eat a vegan meal, it's expensive as fuck.
Imagine paying for that much for vegan. Oh my lord, sorry. I know you might be vegan because you said that, but it's gotta suck. It's gotta expensive and it's gotta taste like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Let me see what someone says in the chat. The world that somebody came up with a theory on another channel that Sammy hired a hitman, and these people come up with the most craziest things with no facts.
That's crazy. That's a crazy one. A hitman. I mean, like, why? Why? And like, also, like, why would, even if she overdosed, why would they push her into the lake? Why didn't they just leave her there in her car? If that's
I mean, we talked. I remember I was doing the live stream with Ryan, and one of the guys who was supporting Ryan is like, "Well, I don't believe the party existed." And I talked to another person that basically said that they drove the car away. And that was another live stream. They drove the car away, hit it, and then drove back. And I was like, that makes no sense. Why would you have a body in the back of a car and then drive the car around with the body in the back of the car and then come back? That makes.
And then bring it back to the same place where she was last pinged her phone. Like, why would you do that? It's like bringing it back to the scene of the crime. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's like most of these people, I don't think they actually think about, if you were a criminal, how would you get away with it? If you were a criminal, if you were a criminal, you would just ditch the car and then just, get rid of the body. You wouldn't just take the car because the car is the most identifiable thing you can see.
Some of the thought processes that come up with these, that some of these people that come up with these conspiracy theories or these theories, it's like, the thought process, they're going to get caught. You know what I mean? If they're that much of a criminal when it comes to like expertise wise, like who was saying, you know what I mean, they're dividing up this. I can't. It's just
it's just like the problem is that a lot of people, just like I say, it's like building the pyramid upside down. They have a theory on what happened. They believe this is what happened, and then they want to build all the evidence on top of that instead of the other way around, where you're supposed to build the evidence as the basis of your pyramid and then slowly build up to and then get a conclusion of what happened.
You would think they would, but no.
Exactly. It's just because there's no points to connect. You know what I mean? They only and also like her being in Boca the next day with the tow truck driver, people really took that as fact. That's a big problem. That happened with me too for a couple of days. But then.
And I thought they meant Boca Raton, by the way. They're in Boca? I live in Boca.
You know what annoys me is that everyone comes up here and says, well, you have to have receipts. You have to have receipts. But I think to myself, it's like, where is AWP's receipts? Yeah, you got the statement from this guy, but did you ask this guy, where's the video? I'd like to see the video before we actually publicize this to 1 million+ people.
And he doesn't use definitive words. He uses words like, I think it could have been this day or that day. And it could, so I would think that he would at least have the date on his work order with the license plate number. I mean, I've had roadside assistance a bunch, and I have to do it through my phone. It confused me, that whole thing, a lot.
Let me ask Nick. Nick, if you saw a woman, like the story, how they say in how Kylie, this is all just the story of the tow truck driver, don't say, Kylie was kind of staying away from the other male person, supposedly Jagger, and they were asking how to put it, and she was asking how to put a seat belt, and she was nervous, I think, or whatnot, his statement. If you were a guy and you noticed that, what would your first thought be?
Probably call the authorities when I got back to my truck and said, something here is fishy.
Yeah, but would you just like say, "Okay, guys, you have a good one," and then just drive away, and then a week later see the person's missing, and then just be like,
hell the F no.
No, it doesn't make sense. I mean,
yeah, it
the
makes no sense.
The best line I ever got from Judge Judy, I think she got it from something else. She says, "If it doesn't make sense, it's not true." If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. I'm sorry, guys. You have to think about it like that. If it doesn't make sense, it's not true. I mean,
Until you have more facts. Yeah. Like there's just so much more facts that are needed in this, that are devoid of facts, I think.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of speculation. Sorry, my dog. There's so much speculation and hearsay. And then, I think if we didn't have those videos of Sammy, like nobody would have thought Sammy was like suspicious if we didn't see her personality. Because what I think people are like pointing out really is like more a personality type than, I don't think she could like kill her friends, it just would be crazy to do anything like that to anybody, like intentionally, even like covering up, like why like go through that extreme measure of pushing her into the lake? It just doesn't make sense. So,
well, and I have a question. Okay. So I know you said that you had seen AWP's video and that's what brought you to YouTube. So there was a local that we had on my channel and her name is Verna. So she has a few videos on her channel that actually she is a local. So she drives from the sanctuary where the kids are partying.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay, I was gonna ask.
Yeah, that's what actually convinced me that it could be an accident. Like those were the things, because I didn't know, like, to be like at night with her and not see any water, like it really gives you like the feeling of what could have been that, and just the terrain and everything.
There's
and that
another
hill,
one.
that huge hill too.
Oh, sorry, honey. I got my window down. I didn't hear you were still talking. I apologize for being rude. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're never rude. You're never rude. Go ahead. You're never rude.
Oh, I just was gonna say that there's a video also of the night when where it's nighttime and she's like standing right there in front of the water and you can't see anything. It's like pitch black. You can't see nothing. Like you can't tell that the water is in front of her. And I said, I thought she was going down the road. I'm like, where are we at? Are you going down the road? And she's like, no, I'm actually standing in front of the water. Can you see it? And there's nothing. So like, I don't know. With her going, like I think it was, in my opinion, I think it was an accident. But I have to say, like, how scary would it be to just go off that? She's young. Like I said, she's 16. And I feel like lack of inexperience of driving, and with it being so dark, even the car going upside down. Imagine how dark it was in the water. It was cold. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure she was like in shock. And.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The
water like and the water would be rushing in from like, if it was one or two windows, like water would be coming in like at such a high rate, like almost like an undertow of a wave, that you have to like swim into it so fast. But I think, like you said,
don't you think you have to be going pretty fast though into that water to
Well, did you see that hill that Verna? She showed that hill.
It is steep.
And it's steep, and like doesn't even matter. Like before you know it, like I think water would be rushing in, and you have to like react within seconds to get out of that rushing water, or wait until the entire thing like sinks and then go out one of the open windows. But then that's why, and it was nosediving. That's why she was in the back, I think, because your body, it's not like she was following me. Your body naturally, it's like a natural response to stay alive, is like she followed the air because it was the only part left. Do you know what I mean? And she couldn't get out the window until it totally sank.
The truth of the matter is that no one's going to know until a toxicology report
exactly
comes out.
Yes.
And we're all just, at this point,
all I can think, like Tim said, you can't tell until the toxicology reports come out. But all I just keep hoping is that she had a really good time at the party. She had a great time. I hope that she told her mom she loved her and she had fun. And I just hope and pray that she was knocked out before any of it happened.
Yes.
And she didn't know what was going on. And she didn't, because they say it burns to an extreme, like it literally burns your lungs to swallow, to breathe in water. And I just pray that she didn't have to feel that pain and she didn't have to experience that. I just hope that she was out of it.
I know. I think that about that.
You know what I'm saying? It just breaks my heart, man. It really does. And I feel like
horrific.
I can. Yeah, and I relate to it because I have a teenage daughter too, so I just it makes my stomach turn,
And
Yeah,
that
that
very well
time of
might
your
have been.
life.
She could have hit that
Yeah.
water and smacked her head right on that steering wheel. You know what I mean? And boom.
Yeah, let's just hope she didn't have to experience any kind of pain or anything, suffering or anything like that. And that's all there is for that. But anyhow, we've been on here a
Yeah.
long time, so I'm going to go ahead and cut it off
Yeah.
here if you guys don't
Okay,
mind.
good.
We've been on
No
here like
problem.
5 hours or
So,
so, and
yeah.
I'm going to be back on here tonight at 10 o'clock for the Debbie Collier. We're
Yeah.
going over that again. And they found some new evidence and stuff. And then there was some stuff from our daughter I want to go over and stuff like that. So if you're around and you feel like coming back, Ellie, we'll be here at 10.
Okay.
Which, like I said, I'm in Illinois, so I don't know where you guys are at, but it's already
No,
set up.
yes.
So hopefully you guys, it'll be, on your time. Be
I've been
Tim, if
following
you're, I
that
know you
too.
go, I know you go to bed kind of early, but I couldn't set it up beforehand. So
No problem.
hopefully you can make it for a little bit if you get a chance,
No problem. Yeah, I'll see for a little bit earlier on, like probably 10 or something. You know me, I'm an old man. I gotta go to bed.
I
gotta
know,
put pajamas,
I gotta get
unfortunately.
to rest and stuff, but I still you gotta party with us every once in a while.
Exactly. You guys have a good one.
You too. We'll talk to you later. And Nick,
Bye.
thank you for coming up and hanging out. And Ellie, thank you for coming up and chatting with us too on panel. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys so much. I'll be
Bye,
back
guys.
for sure.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye guys, and bye everybody in the chat. I will talk to you guys later. I will see you tonight. We will be back here at 10. So y'all have a good rest of your day. Enjoy your dinner time, and I will see you later.
Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning the heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now.